Hello ma peeps, dobar dan i dobrodošli u još jednu novu igru na Gaming Freak kanalu. U pitanju je već davno najavljeni Sherlock Holmes Chapter 1 koji nam dolazi iz studija Frogware, studija koji je radio Sherlocka, Crime and Punishment i Devil's Daughter i još neke igre pored toga, ali kažemo da su najpoznatiji po Sherlock serijalu. Ovo je nešto novo, nevezano je sa Crime and Punishment i Devil's Daughter. Otisli su se u neke nove vode, izašli iz zone komfora, pa da vidimo šta su napravili.
Ginger, that's what you need. A mouthful of the good stuff and you'll see the back of any seasickness.
Thank you for your support, John. Don't suppose you actually brought any ginger?
No, I don't get seasick.
Terrific.
Don't worry, Sherry. We've almost arrived at Cordona. I can see land through the porthole.
So much for docking by tea time. The captain seemed more interested in his maids than in his maps.
Oh, is Sherlock grumpy? Cheer up. We're back where we grew up. It's exciting. What's changed? What's the same?
Ugh. I'm starting to question whether the weeks-long journey was worth it. Travelling all this way, enduring this indignity simply to visit a grave. Even if it is my mother's.
That's just Mycroft's nonsense, still rattling around in your head. Try to forget what he said. I have.
I believe it was that this is a performative farce, a feeble excuse to avoid responsibilities, and that there was nothing to be gained from it.
You needed to do this. Enough of the self-pity and doubt. So we're a little late. What of it? We'll retire to the hotel and visit her in the morning. It'll be worth it.
Thank you, John.
And if you want to notify the captain's wife of his indiscretions, I will not stand in your way.
Oh, at last. I'm quite ready to get off this cursed boat.
Come on. We'll go together. Hey, Sherry, come on, catch up.
Yes, yes.
Sherry, come on, Sherry.
Sherlock, don't get lost in this huge garden. Follow the sound of my voice. Sherlock, don't get lost in this huge garden. Follow the sound of my voice.
Jesam.
Welcome to Il Palazzo di Lusso, sir.
Welcome to Il Palazzo di Lusso, sir. We just need your signature. Would you kindly sign these papers, sir? Would you kindly sign these papers, sir?
There you are.
Aha, okej,
Mr.
tak,
Holmes,
kontraktem.
yes, we have room 221 prepared for you. I see it was reserved for 2 people. Would you like a second key?
Oh, no, I think we'll stick together.
Very good. Rooms are upstairs, sir. Welcome to Cordona.
Hurry up, Sherlock. I want to see our room. I hope there's a balcony with a view.
Mislim da će ovo što nije traži drugi ključ da nas košta u nekom momentu u igri. Ovo je dakle Open World Sherlock Holmes. Imali su difficulty podešavanja koja nam se oba dodaje za decision making. Imalo je da se odabere između 9 i 12 sekundi. Da ja sam odabrao 12 jer ne znam u početku kako će to biti, kako će to izgledati. Pa ne bih da nešto zaserem odmah na početku. Ako me razumete. Gdje piše 223 222, aha, evo me.
I apologize, sir, but your room is not yet ready. Perhaps in the meantime you would like to relax in the foyer? Tonight the restaurant is offering a complimentary marlin ceviche to all our guests.
Let's check what they have on offer.
Ajmo. Što je ovo?
Hey, Sherry, just our luck.
If seafood's not to your taste, everyone loves Benedict's batch. Our poached eggs with hollandaise sauce. If seafood's not to your taste, everyone loves Benedict's batch. Our poached eggs with hollandaise sauce.
Šta ti radiš tu?
Hey, Sherry, just our luck.
Šta je just our luck? Lukača, bla bla bla, only today. Treba da idem da gledam.
A medium, John. Haven't we been through this already?
Come on, it's not like we've got anything better to do.
Medium.
Excuse me, sir, but I believe Mr. Galich is conducting a séance at the moment. Perhaps you'd care to have your portrait drawn while you wait?
Why?
Pardon me?
Why should I sit for a portrait?
Sir, it's art. It doesn't need a why. It is its own justification.
All things require justification, be they objects, systems, or beliefs.
How about art as the lens through which we see the truth of the world?
That's backward. Truth is not subjective and not complicated. It's just the truth. It either is or it isn't. You do not need a lens to see it, just an open mind.
Ha! That seems rather close-minded. Truth, like beauty, is in the eye of the beholder. So tell me, what do you see?
Mediocrity.
Come now, Sherry, what did he do to deserve that? The servant mentioned ceviche at the bar, Sherry. You should grab us some, and I'll find us a table. I'm starving.
Okay, time to check if John found us a nice table for the evening.
Sherry, I'm over here with my new Ursine companion.
Na ti tvoja hrana.
Cordona's even quieter than I remembered. It's going to be a long evening.
Ah, come now, Sherry. What say we amuse ourselves with a little game?
What were you thinking? Oh, promise me it isn't nonsense. After being cooped up on that boat, I am itching for activity.
No. As you can see, someone left a cane on our table. I simply thought you could identify its owner.
Ah, so it is
Cane.
nonsense.
Ja sam mislio mač
Take
neki.
me a minute, John, at most.
Well then, you can deliver it to him as well.
Deliver it to him. Then what are the staff here for? Aesthetics?
Stubborn, Sherry, too stubborn. You wanted something to do.
Slapping oneself in the face is also something to do. That doesn't make it worthwhile. But all right, let me take a look.
Okay, hold inspect, okay.
The cane is made of ebony. It's worn uncared for and bears the scars of numerous hits. A crest depicting a bulb of garlic in a meadow, perhaps the Fielding family or Meadows, or Craven from the Old English name meaning garlic place. The hand grip is a head of a golden Javanese statue, probably stolen from a temple. The dents suggest it has been used as a bludgeon. This cane is an expensive and ostentatious weapon. Its owner must be vain, volatile, and of noble English blood.
Take it with you, Sherry. Let's return it to its owner. All right, I hope you noted down your observations in your casebook. But how are you going to find this nobleman?
The cane itself is not enough. I may have to ask other guests if they saw who was here.
Okay, Sherlock can ask bystanders about a piece of evidence. Press C to open case book, pin the evidence with X, and then speak to someone. Try it now with the cane. Open the case book. Ok, šta je sad imamo ovdje? The lost cane. The cane is made out of ebony wood, bla 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 bla. Ovo je ono što smo čuli. Ok. Šta je place on map? Ujebut koliko mapu.
Pardon, monsieur, but I am not in the mood to talk.
Aha, ovo pinujem ga desno ovamo, je li tako? Ako ga sklonim, aha. Odlično.
Do you know anything about this?
Yes, sir. It'll be an honor to help you.
Well, there were 3 people at the table. A couple and a retired Navy officer. Observers weren't sure what happened to the couple, but the Navy officer was seen going out the front garden for some air. I have to find
with your
him.
keen senses, Sherry, I doubt you'll find the cane's owner on your first try.
And would you be confident enough to bet on it, my friend?
Press Q
Why
to
not?
concentrate
Let's see
and
how good
reveal
you really
details
are.
to identify your target. Don't forget to pin the relevant evidence. Some clues won't be visible without it. Try to find a former Navy officer. Ok, ovo mi sad ne treba zato što, mislim, rekao da izašao napolje. Lawyer. Italian tourist. Former dancer. Vidimo ovog, šta smo rekli za njega. Scottish aristocrat. Greek accountant. Op. Retired military officer.
Can I ask you a question?
My dear fellow, you're talking to the right man.
The Navy officer, Mr. Rhodes, was sitting at our table with the noble couple. The man talked about yachting, and the lady was visiting with the cane. Perhaps she put it aside and her husband forgot to take it when they went to meet the medium.
Hey, Sherry, don't we now have the perfect excuse to visit the seance?
I'm just going to give the cane to its owner. You will not persuade me to take part in this show.
Ok, znači u principu the retired Navy officer šta će mi ovo? Šta je sad ovo? Aha. Dobro, dobio sam officera, pogodio sam ga na prvu loptu. To find the cane, I have to locate the former name. I can give the cane back to its owner. A čekaj, ono owner ili nije? Jeste?
Do you know anything about this?
I'm sorry, but I've never heard of that.
Ok. Kada su otišli da vide medium. Moram da provalim kako se ovdje barata sa ovim... pinovanjem dokaza. Jel ovo seans room? Jeste.
This hotel, this island, it's full of thieves. First my cane, now the diamond. Take your hands off me! Do you even know who I am? Hey, boy! That's my cane!
I get that a lot. It's a very common design.
What? No, that's a custom-made.
A joke. A joke. It was left at my table in the restaurant. I thought it deserved to be returned.
Well, I'll beat... It is rare to encounter a straight-fingered true penny these days. What a gentleman. But I must ask, how did you know I was the rightful owner?
Swollen reddish skin. Rich and fashionable. Huh. Confirm portrait. Lord Craven.
Simple deduction. Your cane told me everything I needed to know. I was after a strong middle-aged man with a keen interest in adventure, noble blood, and affection for strong drink. And if one were to go further, one may even be able to extrapolate your name from your heraldic symbol, Lord Craven.
Marvelous. Simply marvelous. That's me, Lord Andrew Craven. You are the real medium. You hear that, Emma? Well, you found my cane. Perhaps you can locate my diamond, too. Yes, you should do it. It will be child's play for you, Mr.
Holmes. And if a child can do it, then I'm sure the local police can suffice.
The police? Why bother? I know this harlequin stole it. The only question is, where is it hidden? Fine. Give me my stick and I'll resolve the matter myself. This thief almost confessed after a single punch.
I suspect a beating may result in answers of questionable veracity. Fine. I shall spare you and he the trouble if you first answer me this. You insist the medium robbed you during the seance. But what occurred exactly?
It was a dirty trick. We were sitting here in the dark, chanting and holding hands as expected. Then something began to appear from the medium, like a cloud or a bubble. The swindler called it ectoplasm.
Ah, yes. Common in the spiritualist trade, and quite the spectacle.
Indeed, perhaps too much. My beloved Emma screamed in horror, and I stood to defend her, attacking that cursed ghost.
How brave.
But my hand hit nothing. The medium jumped away from me, and Emma fainted. I lit the candle, and the diamond was gone.
How does a priceless diamond become the subject of a seance? It is an unusual accoutrement.
Emma wished to speak with its former owners. My grandfather told us it belonged to a Rajah, an Indian king.
So you were summoning long-dead Indian royalty, and, pray tell, you were expecting him to converse in English?
To be frank, Mr. Holmes, I don't believe in ghosts. But Emma was fascinated by the idea of meeting a real king, even a dead one.
Well, a crown is a crown. Can you describe the stone itself?
A yellow diamond, not less than 100 carats, and perfectly egg-shaped. There is not another like it.
Stay here, and don't touch anything. I'm going to investigate further.
Don't fret, I'll be keeping a close eye on this thief.
Dobro, to highlight interactive areas. Aha. Ok. Ajmo da otvorimo ovo. Šta je ovo, koguraga? Mhm.
This must be the ectoplasm. Too bad there's not enough for a proper chemical analysis.
Ectoplasm.
There are light
Gosh,
traces of
here,
rouge
Sherry.
on the edge of this wine glass. Half a glass of Balblair Scotch and the remains of a Paul Aranaga cigar. What else does a gentleman need?
Ja sad treba ovdje da...
There are light traces of rouge on the edge of this wine glass.
Šta još mogu ovdje 5 da rađem, brete? Našao sam 3. Ako izađemo odavde i ako se vratimo, ću imati ta 3. Hoću, okej.
Was this covered on purpose?
Of course. It is very dangerous to leave a mirror exposed during a séance. The spirits may become enraged.
Or someone may notice the trick they should not see. This hefty chair has nearly broken after hitting the wall. Could one man even lift it?
At Cambridge, I was captain of the rugby team. It was no place for weaklings.
Thank you for helping us resolve the situation, sir.
Šta ti imaš da kažeš?
Oh, I love the ambience. Nice and creepy.
A daj pomozi mi, jebate. I love the ambience.
Quite a display for the tremulous visitor.
How can you not love this stuff, Sherry? It adds so much atmosphere to the room.
Pale skin, quickened pulse, unsteady breathing. She's barely conscious. The feebleness of women.
Really, Sherry? Poor thing.
Aha, concentration helps you pick up smaller details about the world around you. When you see a scribbled white circle... Ah.
The diamond was placed on the table so that all participants could reach it.
13 inch diameter, 104. Okej. Stala mi još jedna stvar, brate. Gdje je ta jedna stvar? Evo ga. Čekaj.
This brooch is old and cheap, but the moth design has its charms.
Dobro. Da vidimo. Kaže, there is a holder with diamonds kept. A cigar butt and whiskey glass were on the table at the place nearest the main door. Dobro. Opposite the window, a glass of wine had been partially spilled. The chair was thrown aside with great force. Lady Craven is barely conscious but appeared to be unhurt. After she has taken a short rest, I should be able to talk to her.
What happened here?
I don't know. The ghost. I summoned it as usual, but then it all went wrong. The lady screamed and pointed at Lord Craven. And there was a shadow. Such a mystical force. It terrified the lady. And it must have taken the diamond. Who else could have?
I will investigate, and the culprit will be identified.
But the stubborn brute Lord Craven blames me right now. As if I could do something like that. Perhaps you can reason with him? Please?
Seems like you're ready to delve into your mind, Sherry. I'm sure you'll make some...
Key evidence collected. The medium Luca doesn't know how the diamond could disappear. He says that he performed the summoning and the spirit appeared, at which point Lady Craven screamed and pointed across the table. Znači moramo da provalimo, ne znam. The lady fainted and the seance was stopped. It was at this time they noticed that the stone had disappeared. Lord Craven became angry, punching Luca in the face, and is now accusing him of thievery. The medium blames the ghost for the diamond's disappearance. Znači, Lord... Evo, aha. All evidence collected.
Pale skin, quickened pulse, unsteady breathing. She's barely conscious.
Da vidimo. Ovako, Ghost of the Past. To ćemo. Lady Craven faced the window. Znači, during the seance, ona je bila okrenuta ka prozoru. Luca owns a pin that is the shape of moth. Dobro. The lady pointed across the table, znači ka prozoru. Znači, Luka posjeduje ovo. Ona je okrenula ka prozoru. Ako je Luka sede ovdje, znači da je ovaj uzeo.
Thank you for helping us resolve the situation, sir.
Zato što ako je ona sedela ka prozoru, okrenuta ka prozoru, to je ovamo, ovaj nije bio ka prozoru, ona je počela da vrišti i pokazivala u tom pravcu. Jeste tako, smo dobro vidjeli. Moth pin, po tom pinu znamo da je ovaj medium sedeo. Across the table ovamo. Znači da je ovaj lik 100%.
Pale skin, quickened pulse, unsteady breathing. She's barely conscious. The feebleness of women.
Thank you for helping us resolve the situation, sir.
I love the ambience.
Kako je sad da završimo u...
I didn't take the diamond, I swear.
Navigate to the mind place. Aha, inside the clue together to make deductions. Pa tu sam, mind place, evo me. Znači, ovo... A šta su... Ne razumijem, čekaj. Ajde vidimo kako ovo funkcioniše. Znači, choose your current case. Ok, odabrali smo. Select a clue combined it with a relevant one. Get new evidence in your casebook. Make a new deduction. Okay, choose your interpretation that you believe. Resolve any logical conflicts. Deduction. Ovo je nešto slično kao u crime and punishmentu. Deductions link to form one version of event resulting in a suspect to condemn or pardon. Ok. Ovo mi je potpuno nebitno. Combine clues to make deductions. Čekaj. Ovo i ovo. The courtyard witness. Lady Craven was pointing at the window. I'm sure she saw someone in the courtyard during the seance. Ok. Da, ovo je, mislim ono, Okay.
It seems there may have been an unexpected visitor outside the window.
Ah, I hope it was the ghost of the Raja.
Help me, please.
I can't help you with that, sir.
Opa.
This looks
Stikla.
recent. A shoe with a broken heel will surely leave scratches. All right, John. Do you think a ghost could leave this footprint?
I'm reserving judgment. Use your keen eye to follow the trail.
To track someone's movements, first pin the relevant evidence to the screen, then enter concentration mode. Ok. Ovo ćemo da pinujemo. Ok. Dobro. Yep.
Size 4 with a broken heel. Size 4 with a broken heel.
Ok. Ovdje već nema ništa. Dobro, to sam već video, bret.
Size 4 with a broken heel. Rose Moore. All the maids in the hotel wear this exact shoe.
So, definitely not the ghost of a Raja? Unless... No, what a shame.
Our
Maid.
witness was a nosy maid. Searching the entire hotel could be difficult. Perhaps the other maids can help us find her.
Dobro, tražimo maids. Bila je gore jedna. Ovdje. Aha. Hello.
May I ask you something?
Oh, yes. I can tell you everything, sir.
The staff said that Lucia got a scolding from a chief steward for wearing common shoes at work. She should be cleaning near the pictures upstairs now. Ah, yeah, also paintings.
Finally, there you are. One would think a maid would be easy to find in this place.
I'm sorry, sir. Do you need more towels?
No, no. You are the maid who saw the ghost in the seance room, yes?
How did you know?
Simple. You changed shoes after breaking a heel while fleeing the scene.
I'm sorry, sir, but if I may ask, who are you?
A precious diamond was stolen during the seance. Lord Craven entrusted me with its recovery.
I'm sorry, sir, but we are forbidden to discuss the private matters of our guests.
Are you also forbidden from peeking into private rooms, Miss...
Opa.
Celetta. Lucia Celetta, sir.
Tell me, Miss Celetta, what would your manager say if he knew you were spying on guests?
Oh, please, sir, don't tell him. I have a family. I need this work.
I won't, but only if you answer my questions truthfully. And don't play coy. I can tell. Describe what happened during the seance.
Sve kaže da je vidjela duha.
A lady and two gentlemen were sitting at a table, touching their hands to something. The medium started to whisper and chant, and a ghost appeared.
A ghost? You're confident?
It was unearthly, sir. It grew from the medium's chest. A glowing cloud or a bubble. I pressed closer against the window to see better.
And the lady saw you?
How did you... Yes! She screamed and pointed, so I hurried to escape, and I broke my heel. But I did see the ghost. A sickly, evil thing.
And that's all you can tell me? Did you see any of what happened next?
The medium, Mr. Galici, he was doing something with the ghost. He grabbed at it like he was trying to catch it. And then I ran.
I suppose I should be grateful you endured these horrors for such a long time. All right, I have your account memorized. Good day.
Oh, you scared the poor girl, Sherry. Did she really deserve that?
We all got what we wanted. She talked. I stay silent.
Oh, let's get back to the crime scene. I always love seeing you explain simple things to simpletons.
Mm-hmm.
Lady Craven retired to her room to rest. Lord Craven remained here until the staff reported that the medium was locked in his room.
Šta je ovo sad, kog vraga? The enough clues, Sherlock can use imagination to reconstruct the past, interact with the note to begin, then recreate an accurate version of events. Here, try to place the seance participants in their correct positions. Okay. Ne. Da. Ne. Ne. Da. Da.
It all began when the lady screamed and pointed at the window. Lord Craven jumped up, ready to face anything, ghost or human. The medium shrank back in dismay. He was not expecting such a reaction and had to quickly hide the ghost. The lady was the only one left touching the diamond, at least until she fainted.
Amazing. It's like you saw it with your own eyes, sir.
Oh, I forgot that you were here. I guess I should discuss all of this with Lady Craven.
The Cravens are upstairs in room 226. It is one of our finest suites.
If the lady was touching a diamond, then she would have felt the ghost take it. What do you think it felt like, Sherry? A jellyfish?
With skills like that, this biblical lady could...
This
become a
is
Scotland Yard.
Lady Craven is not who she seems. Remember her, babe?
Ne razumem. What action by Lady Craven aroused suspicion in the maid? Čekaj, ne. Šta sam uradio? Sam zajebo stvari. Da, Gossipkin.
Lady Craven is not who she seems. Remember her behavior in the hall.
Okay, Gossip can help you investigate. In case you already discover a new one, so don't hesitate to eavesdrop on people when you see a near icon hole. Dobro, and try to filter out important words from useless chattering. Okay. Sounds bad acquaintances. Discard. Dobro. Nah. Discard. Dobro. Discard. Ne.
Lady Craven is not who she seems. Remember her behaviour in the hall.
Behavior in the hall. Da. Ne. 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 Da. Ne. Ne. Ne razumijem ovo kako se igra, brate.
Lady Craven is not who she...
Čekaj, ajmo ovako. Ne. Ne. Da. Ovo beše ne. Price is rising again. Made her husband drunk. Cannot use fish knife. Okay. I overheard two staff members talking about Lady Craven. They gossiped that the woman may not be the wife of Lord Craven. By their observations, she was on the lookout during the evening while trying to get Lord Craven's drunk. They also noticed that the lady was unsure how to properly use a fish knife. Ok, oni sumnjaju da je ona zapravo njegova žena, pokušavala da ga napije cijelo veče i nisu sigurni da zna koristi nož za čišćenje ribe. Mislim... Ok. Ona je James Bond. Opa.
You're here, at last. I didn't do that. I swear, I found her this way.
Well, I did have some questions for her, but it seems I've arrived too late. Now it's a matter for the police.
Mr. Holmes, you said it yourself. They're children. They'll only make things worse. You promised me you would investigate.
Investigate a theft, not a murder. Fear not. I will tell them all I've uncovered.
Please, help me. The police will surely accuse me of Emma's death. You were the only one who can find the truth.
Fine, but only because it's slightly more interesting than the walls of my room. Tell me what happened.
Look, after you left, I waited in the seance room until the servants locked up Mr. Gallici, the medium.
And was your mistress there too?
Oh, so you know? I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. Regardless, the staff took Emma to her room. She was still feeling dizzy.
So you didn't follow her. Interesting. Where did you go instead?
To the bar. It had been almost an hour.
I see. And how long did you stay?
I partook of a well-earned whiskey or two before retiring upstairs. Ask anyone there.
Is Mr. Gallici still being held? And where did the servants secure him?
He's in room 225. But that pigeon-livered man at the reception desk refused to give me the key.
Well, I will have to visit reception myself then. Perhaps he will listen to reason. Now we arrive at the tragedy at hand. So what transpired after your detour to the bar?
I headed up to my room to find Emma on the bed. I didn't pay her much attention at first. I was still preoccupied with that damned medium. But when I realized she was silent, I drew closer and discovered she was dead. What's more, the diamond lay right there beside her.
Oh, well, that is splendid news.
Splendid? The return of the diamond will be cold comfort if I live out my days in a jail cell. You must help me.
Let me see what I can find.
Barely an hour has passed and you already have yourself a murder.
Ah, shit show.
Sherlock, why am I not surprised?
Evo ga, infamous diamond.
This must be the missing diamond. A tremendous specimen, now forever tainted. Strangled with bare hands, judging by the bruises.
Mm-hmm. Gdje je treće jeboga ti? Pazi što se menjao kosa, gle. Op, 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 op.
Strangled with bare hands, judging by the bruises. A remarkably simple lock.
Ok, znači u principu mogu koji htio da...
So young and so dead. Another mystery to investigate, my friend.
Aha, a neat hiding place. Why would she conceal all of this? Several £1,000s, that's quite a fortune. Fard Rouge Caramel Mascara, a real altar of beauty for the travelling temptress.
In for a penny, in for a pound. Opa!
This ring looks out of place among the others, and the design is familiar.
Ovdje piše...
Virtus Audactus Apit, courage tastes bold. A unique family motto.
The mystery deepens. A victim with a checkered past and poor taste.
Ok, našli smo onaj broš.
Do you recognize this ring?
Should I? It's a third-rate piece if ever I've seen one. I'd never buy something like this.
Did you ever see Miss Emma wearing it?
No. And why should she? I gave her enough jewelry that she could wear a superior ring every day of the week.
Okay. Dobro, the bed around her is in disarray. It appears she fought for her life. Dobro.
I found these jewels secreted away. Are you familiar with them?
Ah, it cannot be so. That deceptive wagtail. How could she do this?
That sounds like a yes.
These items were supposedly stolen from us during our trip. I must have spent hours reporting it all to the police. And it turns out she had them all along. The trollop. I'd kill her myself, was she not dead already? Do something about it, Holmes. I did not do it, you know that.
Ne znam, polako, sad ćemo da ispitujemo. You promised me compensation for your gross misconduct in order to cover all that regarding compensation. Okay. In order to cover the cost of my treatment and kill the scandal. Yet I have not received a penny. You know that I lost my job after your false accusations now. Even after my innocence has been proven, I can't return to work because of my hand injury. If you continue to ignore me, I shall be forced to appeal to the court. Ok, neko mi dugo neke pare nije isplatio. Gospodin.
Someone was not happy with his post. Someone was not happy with his post.
Evo ga štap. Jebote štap. Sve je pošlo od smrdljivog štapa. Ali mi još jedno ovdje. Gdje je? Zaboravio sam da mogu da se mrdam levo desno.
As if it was searched. Do you think she stole the stone?
It's certainly possible, but we won't get her confession now.
Well, there is a professional medium right next door.
Od 225 su ga odveli.
Give me the key to Luca Galici's room. I need to talk to him about the events of the seance.
I suppose you are an impartial outsider. All right, but please do not give it to Lord Craven. We do not want to see our reputation damaged further.
Awkward. They still don't know what a nasty surprise awaits upstairs.
Hush. No need to cause another ruckus. The last thing we want is the police to come meddling. A familiar substance. It's the ectoplasm that stained the seance table, but this time there's enough for analysis.
Dobro. Čekaj, gdje je sad ovo? Look, I never could have met before. Look, I never both have jewelry with the same mod design. Could they have something in common? Okay. Ajmo nazad. Ne može ovo. Može ovo. The murderer left the diamond. Whoever killed Emma left the diamond beside her body. Lord Craven caught Emma with the stone. Ajmo ovo ćemo da idemo. Dobro, ne može da koristi da kontroliše narav. Idemo dalje. Emma was strangled. The lock Emma was stealing from... Pazi, može i ovo da bude. Ne može. Ok, mislim da nemamo za sada ništa novo. Dear Luca, I hope you will have time to visit our estate and perform another seance. Nadam se da ćeš imati vremena da postiš naše imanje, da novu seansu. I was last able to speak to my husband through you. Zadnji put imala priča sa mužem preko njega. I feel that my life is changed completely. Život je se promenio potpuno. I cannot wait until I can speak to him again. Ja možda da dočeka priča ponovo s njim. I'm anxious for your visit. Nestrpljiva je. Sincerely, Countess Grofica Lemore.
Tools and accessories for masterful prestidigitation.
Or weapons and defenses against visitors from the great beyond.
Ok. Mislim da imam još nešto. Nemam. Dobro, to smo ustanovili.
Someone is making the most of his stay.
Can you blame the man? I'd say he's not ordering enough.
Do you always travel with your books, Mr. Galici?
I do. In my line of work, one needs resources available to help deal with the unpredictable and unworldly.
Šta ima još? Ostao samo on.
You always take me to the best of places, Sherry.
I'm afraid I can wait no longer to hear your account of the seance, Mr. Galici. So please, tell me what you saw.
Lady Craven wanted to meet the spirit of the Raja. My conjuration was successful. Perhaps even too successful. I am sure the spirit was the only one who could have taken the diamond. Lord Craven needs to leave me alone.
Do you think the police will believe you?
Of course. I didn't take anything. And spiritual phenomena are beyond their control. Or should I summon the ghost again so they may attempt to handcuff it?
I think I would prefer to begin my investigation in the physical realm.
Ne znam baš da li koristio mnogo šminke. Ili je to bilo u samoodbrani? Pazi, opet sa druge strane može biti kad su se pobili dole. Ok. His linen appears malnourished. His nose is bleeding from a heavy punch. He uses makeup to hide the traces of his illness from malnourishment. His hands and thin fingers indicate that he is skilled at conjuring tricks used to manipulate concealed items. Znači može da manipuliše sa stvarima, da ih sakriva u rukavi i ostalo. He has fresh scratches and scrapes on his wrist from a recent and short fight. I think he tries his best as a medium, but his business doesn't go well and he sometimes has to go without food. A ovo drugo kaže ok. Ovo ćemo.
I have shocking news that changes your situation entirely. Oh, no, wait. What am I thinking? The spirits will have told you this already.
I'm not in the necessary state for summoning. The spirits prefer clarity of mind and soul. Please, tell me.
Lady Craven died in the very next room while you were in here. Did you not hear anything?
What? How? In fact, I did hear noises. That Craven is a very loud man. But I never thought he would do that to his wife.
Well, you claim to be a medium. Perhaps you could ask her spirit why.
What? No, it's too dangerous.
Funny.
Oh well, at least I can make the dead talk. Those scratches on your hands look rather painful. What happened to you?
It was those savage servants. They were so rough bringing me here as if I was trying to escape. When I'm free, I'll demand compensation.
Opa.
That's a remarkable pin of yours, Mr. Galici. Does it have any meaning?
The butterfly? It's a reminder of a time in which I was truly happy.
What a coincidence. Lady Craven had a ring with the same design.
A coincidence indeed. I suspect it is a common theme in jewelry.
I'll have a mind, please. roughly escorting Luca to be locked in his room. The servants mistreated and scratched him. Nešto baš ne vjerujem da se to desilo. Luca's scratches were left by servants. Ema, idemo na ovo. Idemo na ovo da je on ubio. Luca told that the moth reminded him of a happy youth, claims a piece of common jewelry. Dobro, ovo smo... Ok. A gdje bih ja mogao da ispitam ovo, jeli? Kaže, Alan was extremely annoyed when he saw the jewels. He believed that all of them were stolen during the trip. Ok, to smo they gossip that the woman... Ok. Ovo je kompenzacija. Aha, na E startujem chemical analysis. Kako se ovo radi, bret? What the fuck? Drag out 2 regions. Dobro. 2 drag out an operation. Link the region to an operation. Combine and see the if the result matches the formula. Dobro, combines to read. Čekaj. Znači, treba mi 3 ova i 2 ova. I sada kažem... Ili ovako? Ne. Ok. Ne, neću da skipujem. Aha. Aha. A sad sam dobio ovo. The reaction shows that it is rubber latex mixed with phosphorus. Latex sa fosforom. As much as this chemical element is dangerous to hold in the mouth, I'm quite disappointed. I expected to find something trickier.
My faith in this medium has burst, just like a...
Pa ćemo i ovo da mu damo.
Do you realize just how dangerous it is to hold phosphorus in the mouth?
I beg your pardon?
I'll bet it makes your rubber balloons glow impressively in the dark, but you'll regret it when the hypertension and vomiting sets in.
You mock my talents, sir. You shouldn't be so flippant about things beyond your earthly understanding. How ignorant one must be to compare a spirit's ectoplasm with balloons.
It was merely a word of caution. We both know how match factory workers look after several years on the job.
This is all just a big misunderstanding. The spirits confirm it.
Ma mani se duhova, Borazeru. Dear James, I read your... Ovo ćemo nešto. A nešto nevezano.
Someone was not happy with his post?
Šta je ovo? Aha. Dear sir, I have to inform you that the theft investigation continues, however, the ring was... Ok, evo ga. To je to. Luka could know Emma was a thief. If their path had crossed in the past, Luka could... Tako je. Ajmo dalje. Luka could know Emma set him up. The medium Luka Galici could have known that Emma was a thief and that she was trying to frame him for her crime. Da. Luka fought for his life given the checkered past. If he were arrested, nothing could save him from a death sentence, and Emma knew it. I will not stop him from fleeing to start a new life. Luka Galici is a murderer. He could be... Idemo na prvu opciju, ipak je ubistvo, a new life ne znači da će biti new life. Tako da... Aha, mogu i da... okej, ne. To je to. A šta, mogu i da se... okej. Ne, idemo s tim. Escape. Casebook. Key evidence collected. John's diary. A dokument, to je za ono pismo što smo našli. Ok, hoćemo da idemo...
Do something about it, Holmes. I did not do it. You know that.
Da sad mind place. Nemam ništa mind place, nemoj zabavati.
Luka Galici, I know you murdered Lady Craven, and I can prove it.
That would be a grand story for the newspapers. But where's your proof? I was locked in here and could not hurt a fly.
As for the motive, it's obvious that you deduced that Lady Craven was the real thief. Of course, it helped that this was not your first encounter with Miss Emma.
I am... I don't know what you're talking about. How on earth can you believe this?
I think the police will easily find the proof when they browse their archives. Yes, the locked room. Good of you to mention it. I inspected the door between the rooms, and the lock on it is piteous. You could open it with a penknife.
So I am now a burglar, as well as a thief and a murderer?
Your wrists are bloodied, and there's no way a servant's manhandling could cause such an injury. It was Lady Craven as you strangled her.
You are fantasizing, Mr. Holmes.
It is done, Luka. You will be arrested. Your best strategy now is to confess and hope your reasons were justified.
I don't know how you figured it out. But yes, I killed her. I had to. This woman could not get away with ruining my life twice.
Twice?
I knew Emma before she was a lady. I mean, she pretended to be noble back then too. But only so our gang, the Moths, could steal from those snobs. She betrayed us, stole all our money and disappeared, leaving us to rot in jail. I was young. I spent 3 years in that hell.
And tonight, she tried to set you up again. Did she recognize you?
She didn't. I came to her afterwards, pleading that she drop this farce, but she laughed in my face. I just remembered my time in the clink, all I suffered while she indulged. And I grabbed her throat.
Murder is murder, Luka. You could have told Lord Craven the truth and seen Miss Emma's downfall, but you could not restrain yourself.
He would never believe me.
We will never know. Still, perhaps a jury will be more easily swayed. If not, you'll get to see your friends in jail again soon.
We'll meet again, Holmes. I will get you, in this life or the next. Get your hands off me.
He murdered the woman who put him in jail. Should we be worried?
Fear not, John. Unlike Miss Emma, I will see him coming.
That was too much fun, Sherry. I'm buzzing. Buzzing. Wasn't it fun?
A woman died, John. I was too slow to the truth, too hesitant to intervene. How can you...
Oh, lighten up. Those people made their choices. If you swan about with a diamond in your pocket, that's what happens. Wealth is a weakness.
So we must blame those who covet it.
With enough money on the line, Sherlock, a man will do just about anything. Even murder. And then we get to solve it.
I suspect you perhaps cannot grasp the true horrors of mortality, John.
Oi, I am aware of my perilous existence, thank you very much.
I must admit, even if the outcome of the adventure was imperfect, there was some pleasure to be had in the puzzle.
Well, Cordona seems more depraved and decadent than we thought. I bet you'll get another chance.
A bet, you say?
Figure of speech. Just a figure of speech.
Damn. Well, take one last look at the view, then we must be off. It's time to do what we came here for.
Ok, skapirali smo da je John imaginary friend. Pošto se pojavljuje da stigne. I spent one night at Il Palazzo del Lusso and fell into criminal investigation. That's not how I imagined my time on Cordona. But the thrill of the case helped to distract me from darker thoughts. Znači nije očekivao da će se desiti to što se desio, došao je potpuno fazon da iskulira, ali toga je opet odvuklo od nekih mračnijih misli. Now it's time to get to the cemetery in Mother's End. There is a figure of crying angel on Mother's tombstone. Dakle, idemo na groblje. Uvek dobra lokacija. Možeš ti da nas povezeš? Može.
Is everything all right? If you don't feel up to it, I won't tell anyone.
It's just a goodbye, John. It won't be difficult. I've already come to terms with my mother's passing.
So you really don't remember?
To what do you refer?
The funeral. Sherlock, you were distraught. At first, I thought this visit would dredge up those feelings, but you've been remarkably level.
John, I think I was too young to understand. I couldn't fathom why she would leave me.
Perhaps that pain is best left forgotten.
On the contrary, it's why I'm visiting her grave. To remember her.
By the way, ovo nije Watson. Jeste imaginary friend i zove se John, ali nije Watson.
I thought you wanted to remember, Sherry. Concentrate, and I'm sure it will come back to you.
Mycroft was adamant that we leave for London immediately after the funeral. He never told me why, but I saw how unsettled he was by the long requiem.
I thought you wanted to remember, Sherry. Concentrate, and I'm sure it will come back to you.
The service was sparsely attended. Though my parents were buried separately, the pastor said they're united in heaven. I didn't believe him even then. I wanted to see her one last time before the coffin was interred and say how I loved her. The chance never came. I feel rather faint.
You're fine, you're fine. It's over now. You remembered everything. It will get easier soon.
pocket watch. It seems familiar, John. Why is it here? Rest in peace, Violet Holmes. Goodbye.
Evo mu imala 40 godina jebate.
This watch was a gift. My mother's initials are engraved on it. The piece is in good condition. It must have been placed here only recently.
Pa i sveća ti gori.
A candle in a small puddle of wax. It cannot have been lit for more than half an hour.
Is this really how you want to spend this time?
This is my mother's pocket watch, John. Who put it here and why? Are you not in the slightest bit interested?
The pocket watch belonged to my mother and showed no sign of exposure to the elements. The candle was lit. Ok, znači sat je ono kao fazut nov. Ne pokazuje da je ono stajao tu dugo. Nema tragova tipa ono kiše i tih gluposti. I sveće je upaljeno. Imam da li ovaj video neko?
You shouldn't have left your mansion. You won't get any answers from me.
Fashionable shoes.
A man in fashionable shoes stood near the tomb. The size of the prints suggests he is approximately 5.5 feet tall.
Dobro. Bike wheel.
You were about to tell me the make and model of tyre, but let me assure you, I do not care.
Well, it was going to be very impressive. Come on then, the trail continues ahead.
Bicycle trail. Čekaj, je li otišao? Na koju stranu je otišao? Možda ono tamo. Biće da jest. Da. Okej. Evo ga.
He mustn't be far away to leave it unattended.
A portable easel was kept there. It's stained with oil paint.
Aha, slika.
The Hospitaller crypts. If memory serves, they're located at the far end of the cemetery around an old tree.
I know where that is.
The Hospitaller crypts. If memory serves, they're located at the far end of the cemetery around an old tree.
Da. Dalje imam 2 od 3. Aha.
I hope that inspiration strikes upon visiting these beautiful vaults. At the very least, you'll enjoy the view. Yours, Mercuria.
An artist working in a cemetery? Do you think he'd paint my portrait?
Ovdje smo vidjeli portret da je bio. Evo ga.
Oh, it's that ridiculous.
Be nice, Sherry.
Mr.
Make
Holmes,
friends.
did you come for another portrait? No, I jest. You gave quite the performance last night. The hotel was abuzz with your name. I must say I was rather absorbed in it all. The fallibility of men. Such scandal.
It was a welcome distraction.
Oh, my manners. I am Werner Vogel, art enthusiast and gallery proprietor.
Mr. Vogel, I was perhaps too curt when last we spoke.
Speak no more of it. Travel takes it out of any man, never mind when this is your destination. Once I learned who you were, the pieces fell into place. Your mother was well liked on Cordona in her time here. I was sorry to hear of her passing.
How did you come to possess my mother's pocket watch?
Oh my! It is quite something to witness those powers of deduction firsthand. Yes, I left you her timepiece. After her death, there was an estate sale. All of Cordona's elite picking of her remains. I couldn't let such a lovely thing go to those vultures. When I learned your name, I could no longer keep the watch in good conscience. It is yours by right, and I knew you'd find it here.
Thank you. I'd forgotten all about it, but the moment I saw it, I knew it was hers. Amazing what the young mind forgets and the older can recall. Rather odd, loitering in a cemetery.
I suspect you'll win, but I'm here for my art. There's beauty everywhere if you look, even in decay. A little darkness brings out the light. Now, a diligent observer might note that you too are loitering in a cemetery. What brings you here? Closure answers penance?
Closure, I suppose.
And what is closure? Mere proximity?
Understanding. Acceptance.
You didn't understand from afar. You had to come here to accept the truth of her death?
Of course I understand. She died of consumption, drowning in her own blood.
Your mother?
Yes, my mother.
I must have been misinformed. I'd heard otherwise.
Otherwise than consumption?
No, you'd know better than I. I'd heard talk of a police investigation, but Cordona is a notorious gossip. And what does it matter? She's passed on either way.
She has.
Well, I shall intrude no longer. I'll leave you to your closure. Do stop by the gallery if your travels permit. Farewell.
Are you all right, Sherry? Take as long as you need.
Whatever I need, it isn't here. We should explore Cordona. Perhaps there are archives that may shed further light.
The archives, City Hall. Ok. Mišljenja sam da su možda otišli ono too far ahead. There was a mother police investigation into my mother's death. Da, to smo čuli od ovog. S ovim open worldom. Ali dobro. Police station.
Stark do this, Stark do that. I'm not a clerk, damn it. How am I supposed to get those records now? Yes? What is it? Would you like to report a crime?
No, I wouldn't. My name is Sherlock Holmes. I want to use the police archives.
Wouldn't we all?
I'm serious.
So am I. Officer Logan locked himself inside and he's not letting anyone in.
What happened exactly?
A tailoress from Scaladio's been robbed. Logan spent 2 whole days at the shop sketching the thief and she still insists that it's all wrong. That shrew drove him up the wall, she did.
Would you mind if I talk to this tailoress? I could get you the sketch in no time.
Get off your high horse, mister. You think you're better than our sketch artist?
Actually, I'm quite certain I am. Let me prove it.
Well, I see no harm in it, as long as it gets Logan out of there. In fact, I need to look up some records too. Here's the address. Good luck.
Dobro.
Sorry, I'm busy now.
Gdje kog vraga sketch artist? Okay, to gain the... The police need to get a sketch of the thief who robbed. This is Nini's atelier. The sketch artist was unable to capture the likeness of the culprit, but my disguise skill may prove more effective. It's located at the intersection of King's Road and Trinity Way, blah blah. Fuck. To? Ne. Au, brate, gdje da nađem te ulice, kog vraga? Jel' ovo? Ne, tu smo sad. Gdje se nalazi, znači, Knights Road and Trinity Way in Scaladio. Dobro, ovo je Scaladio, znači bar nam je to ograničio. Ne možemo više od ovog da zoomiram. Evo ga, Trinity Way. I evo ga, Knights Road. Znači to je ovdje. Dobro. Čekaj.
I'm pleased to meet you, Ma'am. My name is Sherlock Holmes. I'm here to sketch the thief for the police investigation.
Oh, another one. I hope you'll be more patient than the previous sketches, signore.
I suggest we do it differently. You have a great many clothes here, haven't you?
Why, of course, but they're not for sale. I only do tailoring and mending.
No matter. I'll attempt to disguise myself as the thief, and you'll tell me if I get it right.
As you wish, Signor Holmes.
Yeah, shit.
Can you describe the thief for me?
He was all ugly and beat up looking, an utter rascal if ever I'd seen one. He gave me a nasty look from behind his glasses and then made himself scarce.
And that's it? Could you be more specific?
He was a total villain, I told you. How much more specific do you want me to be?
All right, never mind. Where can I find the clothes?
They're in my workshop at the back. Be careful, won't you?
Naravno, gospođo. Gdje si?
Look at this old chap putting on airs like some Italian doge. Why don't you disguise yourself as him instead?
We have a job to do, John.
Oh, come on, at least do him first.
Will hit dead ends with your investigation if you don't dress appropriately. Luckily, Sherlock has a penchant for disguise. So visit the wardrobe menu to change outfit. Dobro, Brazoru, polako. Prvo da lutujemo. Eto. Za malo zaboravimo. Mislim da je to to. Okay. Allowed me to use the thief like an utter rascal. He was beaten up and was wearing glasses. Da se obučem kao... Aha. Interesantan predlog. Možda je ovo sve izmislila. A hoće da mu ga dam po Abe Lincolnu. Ovo je Abe Lincoln. Ovako ću. A mogu njega da... Baš i ne ličimo. Ok, nijemo ovo. Ovako, ajde da probamo, da vidimo što će kaže.
No, signore. That hat is wrong. I told you it was a regular bowler.
You didn't tell me it was a bowler.
But I did. You ought to pay more attention, signore.
Nije. Ja se bar ne sjećam. Ajmo sad ovako da probamo. Dobro, it turned out he was wearing a bowler. Znači, šta je aha, ovo je bowler. Nosio je naočare. A ostavit ćemo sideburns i stavit ćemo ovako.
He did wear glasses, but not like those. His were angular and evil looking.
All right, I'll try another pair.
Dobro. Aha. Bez veze. Ovako.
Your face is too innocent now.
What do you mean, too innocent?
There was something evil about his face. Like a mustache. Yes, the kind that all villains twirl as they plot their evil plans.
I'd say that not all villains wear moustaches, but I get your point, Mom.
To je ovako. Idemo dalje.
Ah, it's you. I mean, it's him. It's him.
Excellent. Now I can make a sketch and take it to the police.
Yes, please do. That rascal is still on the loose. I hope they are better at catching than sketching.
Before I go, Mom, are you quite certain that you don't have any clothes to sell?
Well, I suppose you can take the police uniform. An officer forgot it here years ago, and I don't have any use for it. If you want to buy clothes, visit the outfitters. You can find them all over Cordona. I hear they even do free rentals now. Let me show you where the nearest one is.
Thank you very much.
Šta?
Thank you, signore.
Kako bre lost? Mora da se nosiš. A nisam uspio kao onda se obučem. Ma, dobro. Nećemo police uniform. Tako da mi uvijek budeš upadljiv. Evo. Dobro. Now that I have the thief's portrait, I can take it back to Constable Stark. Okay.
Nice to see you.
Hello again, officer. I've spoken to the tailoress and made a sketch of the thief. It was child's play.
No, really? And she didn't give you any trouble?
No, no trouble at all. She was quite tolerable.
Huh. Who would have thought? Hey, Logan, we've got the sketch. Come on out.
Can I use the archives now?
Well, they're generally not accessible to the public, but you really helped us out, so I'll just turn a blind eye.
I appreciate it, officer.
What did you say your name was? Holmes? Come and see me after you're done. I may have a proposition for you, Mr. Holmes.
Master of Disguise. Archive. Holy mother of crimes. And 3 search criteria. Violent crimes. Subjects. Suspects, witnesses, victims. Instrument of crime, documentation, districts. O, brate. Nema ništa. Čekaj. Eto. There was a police investigation into my mother's death. I doubt that's true, but if they did, this would be something about in the police archives. 10 years ago, we were living somewhere in Grand Surrey, which will help me narrow my search. Okay. So, evidence. Criminal pattern. Victims. Nema ništa. Witnesses, nema ništa. Suspects, nema ništa. Officers, dobro, nema ništa. Imamo crimes. Violent crimes. Violent crimes. Okay. All I found in the archive was an empty folder labeled Ghastly Case of Violet Holmes, April 9th. It was 69. Stonewood Manor, Grand Surrey. There are no documents inside it at all. It seems that there really was a police investigation, yet all the case files are missing. Ok, znači stvarno su Panduri našli nešto. Ali nemamo ništa.
John, I just recalled that we were living here on Cordona in a manor. And there was a policeman.
Really? What else do you remember? What happened to our mother?
The memory was vague, a mere flash. I have to find our house.
Absolutely. Let's do it.
Ok. O, sad smo našli svašta nešto, brete. Stonewood Manor, Grand Surrey. Grand Surrey. I also had a glimpse of a bridge and a church on the hill. Aha. Dobro, evo Grand Surrey. On ima most ovdje. Ima most ovdje. Možda je ovo. Ajde vidimo.
Help me, please.
Hey, Toff. You have exactly 1 minute to get lost.
I'm done with the archives for now. Can I help you with anything else?
As a matter of fact, you can. The thing is, our chief inspector has vanished, as if we weren't undermanned enough as it is.
Wait, what do you mean, vanished?
Gone missing on a case. Shady business, but that's besides the point. See that board? Pending cases are posted there for any available officers to investigate. I would take them myself, except that I've been told to work the reception desk, like some clerk. Yes, we're that short-handed.
I understand your predicament, but what does any of it have to do with me? I may be available, but I'm certainly not an officer.
Oh, don't worry about it. Consider yourself a temporary one-man independent police force. That's a bit of a mouthful. There's just one small, minor basic formality. You'll need to complete our physical training course. Easy.
Well, I'm not one to balk at a spot of exercise. What must I do?
That's the spirit. Sergeant Ermy will show you the ropes. Follow me.
Da, fuck, teo sam da izađem napolje, ne da idem na tutorial.
So, you're a newcomer. We must be desperate to ask untrained civilians for help.
You're lucky to have a well-trained civilian with a brand new auto pistol in his arsenal.
An automatic? A bit of a braggart, aren't you?
Are you trying to test me already?
That is why you're here, boy. I need to verify your skills before I can allow you to catch criminals. The first targets are in the next room. You know what to do with them. I'll join you in a while to see the results.
Concentrate, Sherry. You need to hit every target to show the sergeant how we do it.
Hooray!
Proceed to the next room. Meanwhile, I'll fill out the paperwork.
Come on, Sherry. It's just like in childhood.
Da sad. Aha.
Steady, Sherry. Steady. And go. My favourite mannequins for attack. Let's strike them ninja style. Aim for where you might take advantage and
I could do this all day.
Please don't, Sherry. We don't have that much time. Let's move on. Our enemies might be stronger than us, but we rely on our wits. Shoot off their armour.
Hooray!
Alright, let's move on, Sherry. If you stand here and use your snuff box on them, you can definitely overcome them, Sherry. It's all Look at that helmet of his. You won't be able to get the powder past it. Uh-oh, Sherry. Not a nice shot. Uh-oh, Sherry.
Helpful advice, John. I would
a
never
nice
have
shot.
guessed.
You could have
Good
killed
job,
the fella
new boy.
if he was alive.
Well, I'm almost finished with the paperwork. Well, I must say your results aren't as bad as I feared. Perhaps you're not completely hopeless, but true combat is quite different from shooting stationary targets.
I'll handle it just as easily.
Well, that's what we're going to find out. Now, we'll test you against our men. Your task is to detain them, not to kill them. So don't go shooting anyone in the eye. That goes for in the field as well. Even though you'll be working with the police department, that doesn't mean you have a license to kill. Here, take these. They are blank rounds. So, are you ready?
Always ready.
Then let's get cracking.
Worried?
Not at all. I can hit them all with one shot.
Murder is cruel and excessive. Try to arrest an enemy instead. Disorient your opponent. Get in close, then press to arrest them.
I'm coming.
Won't work this way.
I'm coming for you.
Overcome him. Don't rush.
Čekaj bre.
I'm coming. I couldn't miss the party. I'm coming for you.
Aha.
Weaken him first.
I couldn't miss the party.
How do you do?
Aha, oops.
I'm coming for you.
Won't work this way.
I'm coming.
Don't bother moving.
Brate, dok savladam kontrola i jebote.
Get ready for some pain.
What the fuck? Ne.
I couldn't miss the party.
Take a rest, my friend.
Can overcome the brute now.
Ajde.
Give him the pepper snuff.
Too simple.
The snuff's ready.
Ok, kapiram kontrola, znači kad idu na... Kad ne ide miš na desno je D, V, A, S, D u principu.
You've proved yourself. Congratulations on the arrests. I can't believe you did so well with the close combat.
I did tell you that I'm well trained.
Well, do the same on the street, and you'll be well rewarded for every arrest you make. Here is your certificate. You are now an authorized crime scene consultant. Well, it's now your duty to make this city a safer place. Cordona won't ever forget it, but at the same time, it will never remember. I'll tell Stark all the necessary details about your successful certification. Congratulations.
Now you're a certified crime scene consultant. Congratulations.
Oof.
Thank you, my friend. Now, shall we head for Stonewood Manor?
Don't know. You have the whole island to investigate. It's all up to you.
Okay, a bandit lair has been marked on your map. Press details to open how to play screen. Ne. Idemo ovdje. Mislim da je to to. Da.
Hey, Sherry, there's post here, and it seems as if the letter was delivered recently.
Sherlock, I hope this letter does not reach you, for it would mean you have committed to your absurd fight to fancy. The best is the best. To expend any more time and energy retreating one's steps is at best childish indulgence. And at worst pathological weakness. Consumption is an ugly end, and you're better off for not witnessing it despite all your protestations. Ok, on je ostavio pismo u nadi da ga ja neću naći, jer da sam ga našao znao bi da to znači da sam krenuo da se bavim ovim stvarima. One presumes by now you have visited our mother's final resting place. I trusted this has satisfied your impetus impulses and frees you to return to London at once. It is time to turn your back on what was and help to shape what could be. The nation needs you. Mycroft, principu.
I am even less eager to return home than before. Let's investigate our manor.
That's the Mycroft I know.
Hoće da se vratimo kući, ono kao, ok, bio si na grobu, imao si closure, bla truć.
There she is. Our old manor. It's smaller than I remember.
You were a couple of feet shorter back then, Sherry. Or maybe it's bigger on the inside.
Why does this barn give me such an unpleasant feeling?
Oh, I know. It's because Mycroft used an axe to shoo you out of here. It scarred you for life, but I enjoyed it.
Ko je bro?
I did not expect these to still be here. It was enjoyable to practice using real handcuffs to make.
Hey, that's Wooden Joe. He was always the best at playing criminals.
An irreplaceable tool for catching a thief.
Dobro, ovo je lutka neka. Mislim za vežbu.
And this must be the reason our suspect was apprehended. Wood and glass, oh, very precious.
Ok. Ajmo oko kući malo da vidimo šta ima. Malo da pokusimo.
Look at the ash all over the door. I don't recall hearing of a fire.
We don't have to stay here. You can afford another night or two at the hotel.
It's stuck.
Oh well, let's just head back. They probably haven't even stripped our room yet.
Come on. Must be locked.
Move aside. Let me have a go. Seems fine to me, Sherry. This barrier, perhaps it's mental, not physical.
Or perhaps the rest of us are simply constrained by reality, John. I wonder if there's a key secreted somewhere in the garden.
Try to recall that memory about the policeman, Sherry. Concentrate.
Brate, ovaj će traži ključ po bašti, sti kršten jebate. Evo ga, the policeman.
The policeman brought us both home, John. That's why he was here.
I'm pretty sure he brought something else with him too. Do you remember what it was?
Šta je ovo? Metallic, shiny.
No, we were not so lucky. It was a set of lockpicks that we had used to sneak into someone's house. That's why we were arrested.
Did someone come out to investigate all the commotion?
It was Mycroft. He smoothed things over and convinced the policeman not to press charges. The officer left and never returned. But we had to endure a serious talking to from my brother. Mycroft wasn't happy about the fact that we were arrested. It felt like he lectured us for hours.
Did we give him something afterwards, Sherry?
Oh, yes. Yes, now I remember. It was a letter. That's why we snuck into the house. Mycroft asked us to. He wasn't angry we stole, but that we got caught.
Oh, that's right. It must have been only a couple of months after we moved to Cordona. Ugh, the good old days.
Whoa. How very odd. It appears that memory stood between me and the manor. It's as if my mind palace had seeped into the real world. This deserves further investigation. Perhaps there's more to discover inside.
As long as there is a comfortable place to put my feet up, I'll be happy. Maybe a chaise longue.
Aha! In we go.
Hello.
Home sweet home.
Auction notification. We have been instructed that the public auction will take place on 20th July at Stonewood Manor. All lots have been selected from the finest pieces of property owned by the Holmes family and have been evaluated by experts. Their authenticity is confirmed. Znači oni su 20. jula imali aukciju, sve živo što je bilo njihovo.
There may be a small chance that some of our property could be found among local traders' wares. It is worth a look, wouldn't it? Hey, this is the luggage we brought from London, isn't it? Hey, this is the luggage we brought from London, isn't it?
Dobro, znači treba da tražimo namještaj po
gradu. One of the first things I saw when entering this house as a child. It's like deja vu. I remember how angry Mycroft was about these marks. He called it a frivolous, childish endeavor.
Ovdje ne mogu, ovdje.
Another one. There must be something important behind it. I can feel it.
Dobro, to ćemo posle onda.
Another one. There must be something important behind it.
Dobro, znači kad budemo otkrili još memorije ili sećanja, onda će nam se i ovo otvoriti. Hop. Tragedy Stonewood Manor. Mrs. Violet Holmes, widow of Seeger Morland Holmes, died unexpectedly in her home yesterday. Dakle, gospođa Holmes je umrla neočekivano 9. aprila. Ostavila je za sebe 2 sina, 20 i 10 godina. Iako nije jasno da li će oni ostati u ovoj vili. Gospođa Holmes je kupila ovo imanje samo godinu dana. Dobro, brzo su je prihvatili u Cordona elitu, bez obzira na njen ravaged by consumption, feeble constitution. Brzo su je prihvatili u elitu Intuitions of a gifted woman, the strength of a man, imala je intuiciju nadredne žene, snagu muškarca, consciousness of a saint, savest sveca, and the wit of the satirist. I wit, kako prevedem wit jebate, kao satiričar. Ajde, ne mogu sjetiti kako se wit, šta beše wit jebate. A specialist je specijalista u drevne objekte. She became the authority on authenticity. Postala je glavna za ono autentičnost. Police conducted an investigation upon arrival. Policija izvršila istragu nakon što je došlo u vilu. But have not released further details. The cause of death, ali nisu dali više detalja u javnost, tako da njena smrt zapravo nepoznanica.
Something did happen that day, but no one can tell us the details. How can that be?
Agreed. It's rather suspicious.
Ovdje je bila slika neka.
I think our family portrait used to hang here.
Da. Ovo je još jedna vrata koje ne možemo da otvorimo.
There must be something important behind it. I can feel it.
I ovo isto.
There must be something important behind it. I can feel it.
Uploši me ovaj magarac.
I heard footsteps upstairs a second ago. Wait, do we have an attic here?
Our first day at Cordona.
There was always a hat on our stand, but I'm sure it did not belong to Mycroft. Our mother brought a slew of belongings with her. She refused to leave a single thing in London. Mycroft had to spend the whole day dealing with it. Hey, this is the luggage we brought from London, isn't it? This trip was a challenge for our mother. I tried to help her.
Do you feel it? Is it the air shimmering, or is it my imagination?
Fuck. Čekaj, ima li imaš negdje ovo? Da, nije bio njegov. Da. Čekaj. We brought a lot of luggage with us, mainly because our mother refused to leave it in London. Mycroft was busy dealing with it. Okay, Mycroft was busy dealing with it. Okay. The voyage had been a challenge for our mother and I tried to help her. There was always a hat on her, but it didn't belong. Someone else was a frequent guest in our house. Frequent guest. Ne, ovo sam ja. A on je pokušao da pomogne majci. Ajde vidimo.
You're not even trying, Sherry. Concentrate.
Ali nije ovo.
You're not even trying, Sherry. Concentrate.
Jesam ovo ja? Jesam. A čekaj. We arrived early, it was raining. We brought a lot of luggage with us, mainly because our mother refused to leave it in London. Ok, poneli smo puno prtljaga jer je Keva odbila da ostavi u Londonu. Mycroft was busy dealing with it, znači to smo dobro namestili. The voyage had been a challenge for her, our mother, and I tried to help her. Ovo sam ja, brate. Čekaj. Ajde ovako pravimo. Da, ovo nisam ja kojim slučajem. Nemoguće, brate, stani.
Your neighbors will be told that Mrs. Holmes is suffering from tuberculosis. It is common to move closer to the sea in such cases.
Mycroft naš mlađi brat, ili sam ja to omašio načisto?
No, Sherlock, step away from her. Upstairs, go to your room.
Ok, omašio sam.
Take your time.
Actually, I never heard her coughing. I remember now.
Ok, ovo smo.
Oh, I feel dizzy. It's stuffy in here, isn't it?
John, are you all right?
I'll be okay in a minute. How about we find our room in the meantime?
A vidimo što ima gore.
Look at this. It's like traveling 10 years into the past with a single step. Oddly satisfying. Cannot believe all my toys are still here.
Hey, they were not just yours. They were half mine too.
An artifact from Palau carved out of bone and claimed to be 300 years old. My mother proved it was a fake. My very favorite plaything. It was the perfect pirate treasure.
Slažem se.
The first chemical laboratory I ever made. I almost miss its elegant simplicity.
Coal dust from Miner's End, sandy dirt from the old city. We scoured the island top to bottom for these soil samples.
The only fiction book on my table. I can still hear my mother reading it to me. So many pleasant evenings were spent here with the Encyclopedia Americana. Interesting. What's that over there? This doorknob has a cross-shaped end. Too intricate to be merely a handle.
You know what? That definitely looks like a key. Let's poke around and see if we can find any secrets.
A magnificent tool made for a spurious purpose, staring into the sky.
This time I was first to pick beds. You mean for spying on people?
Need to repeat this one day, but with bullets. I'll never forget how challenging it was to obtain this simple sketch. Oh, these must be the notes of my earliest observations. We wanted to locate a particular dog we'd spotted, and we met it, didn't we?
Jesmo završili s ovom sobom. Aha.
Look at this, John. Remember how desperately I wanted to learn the violin? I never had a proper opportunity.
Such a shame. I always hated the rule about being silent in this place. Oh, it reminds me of our neighbour. He had the same balloon in his yard, only bigger. Do you remember?
Yes. We visited him several times while living here.
My mind place seems to have seeped into the real world and is preventing access to some rooms. I think I'll be able to get inside if I can remember more. From a positive far that we find our bedroom, I think it was somewhere upstairs. Okay. Dobro. Mycroft hid the truth about the death of our mother and lied when he told me that she died of tuberculosis. Okay, Mycroft nije burazir, ja sam debelo omanuo. A dusty wooden handle with an intricate cross-shaped and looks like a key. A hidden treasure somewhere in our room. Evo ga.
Perfect match. My small archive of crime clippings. Maybe I should pick up this habit again.
I evo je lula čuvena.
Made of cherry wood, father's favorite. Still has a faint odor of tobacco, one of the few things on this island that smell like home.
The pipe of Sherlock Holmes, a small straight smoking pipe made of cherry wood that belonged to Sherry's late father. Ok, ovo je pripadalo Sherryovom ocu, Sherlock Holmesu. We had to hide it from Violet. Morali su sakriti Violet, as she didn't know we stole it from the cabinet. Jer nisu znali da su ukrali iz njegovog kabineta u Londonu. The wood is old, its surface worn from frequent use. Drvo je staro, ishabano od često korištenja, but it has been well made, ali je dobro očuvano. A faint scent of tobacco lingers. Osjeća se blagi miris duvana. Sherlock has taken his father's pipe with him. I sense it carries considerable sentimental value.
I knew you'd find it in no time.
Dobro. Mine please, mine please. While there are no records about my mother's death, we had a family friend on Cordona. He may know something. Casebook. He used to live in one of the neighboring houses near the Greek bridge, and he had a gas balloon in his yard.
Wasn't that neighbour missing a finger?
That does sound vaguely familiar. Wasn't his name Theodore Gilden, perhaps?
It's the perfect time to investigate.
Kako ja da dođem? Evo ga balon.
That wretch Goliath would murder us all. Mark my words.
Destruction and trampled ground.
The fuck happened here, but to neki bizon izleteo odavde. Oh.
Hog heaven.
Hog.
A coal gas tank, enough to pump up an airship.
Što ja ovo istražujem? O, brate, ne vidim ništa od sunca, jebat.
A sailor's knife useful for cutting wet and thick ropes.
Ne to.
A sailor's knife useful for cutting wet and thick ropes. A sailor's knife useful for cutting wet and thick ropes.
Aha.
It's seen a lot of use. The blade is worn from grinding.
Polomljena taraba.
Fresh signs of impact. A rough landing led to an altercation with this shed.
Dobar dan, gospodine.
Oof, a contortionist you were not. Disjointed vertebrae. Difficult to say if it was a way to start or finish him off.
A nema
Missing
prst.
pinky, middle-aged. It's none other than Theodore Gilden. A kneecap reduced to splinters. A belt from a dressing gown. Curious.
Oh boy, Sherlock. Another death means another question.
And we shall answer the question. It's far too interesting to give it up to the police. An amount of attention that most can only dream of.
Mind Place. Da mi daješ kog vraga. Mind Place onda. Casebook. Okay, besides the shed containing the coal gas tank, someone fell and broke a flower pot in the process. They dropped a bonus knife commonly used among sailors. Ok, znači osim šupe neko je slomio one saksije i imao je bosun's knife, ne bonus knife, bosun's knife, nož koji je tipičan za mornare. Meni ono više izgleda kao da je neka ono divlja svinja uradila, a ne čovek. Ali zato smo mi tu da ispitamo. Aha. $18 adult elephant, pa to, 2 tons minimum, pa da, slon, brate.
Poke the elephant with this? Really? People are hopeless.
Ovo je teo slona s ovim da reši.
A strong pull broke this leash.
A fora je što je verovatno neko pustio tog slona, znaš.
A pool of blood and saliva, possibly as a result of impact.
Sherlock, take a picture of the footprint. It's valuable evidence.
This photograph can help us find the old article about the elephants. The front page was fascinating. It was hard to believe as a child.
True. We may need it in our investigation.
Teško. Ovo je već bolje. Da vidimo što ima još. Pazi, ni ovo nije isključeno. Ne, više vjerujem da ga je slon uvukao ovdje sa surlom. Aha, onda ovdje ne može da bude ovo. Nego... ovo. On ga je uplašio, on je pobjegao. A više mi na ovo liče, vidimo što je treći. A ne, evo samo dva. Više mi na ovo izgleda, ajde vidimo.
You're not even trying, Sherry. Concentrate.
Okej. Možda je ovako.
You're not even trying, Sherry. Concentrate.
Aha. Ne vjerujem da je ovo. Nije ni ovo. Ne probamo s ovim. A, pa da, ovo je. Nisam otkrio, sve bio. O.
In a fit of rage, the elephant broke the chain and threw its victim on the ground with a fierce power. Escaping the scene, it pulled the body with it, but dropped it at the gate. At least some of this was witnessed by a third party who was hurled against the shed. The elephant can't have gone too far, I can still track it.
Well, suppose you find it. Then what? Push it all the way back to the manor?
Interesantno. Kako niko nije primetio slona. Dobro, glad may have killed Theodore the elephant. Dobro, to smo zaključili. A kako je nastalo? There was a witness to the chaos on Gilden's property. Bio je svedok. They dropped their knife and may have injuries from the fall. Okay. Okay, John reminded me it was the first time I had seen these beautiful creatures. I can check the newspaper archive. It was a front page story written by a science journalist, blah blah blah. It is kid but could not have gone too far without attracting attention. Logično. Jel ima ovdje neko da je polupan? Dobro, gospodo, ima li polupanih ovdje?
May I ask you something? Excuse me? What? I'm not sure I know.
Buraz, gdje može slon da pobegne?
Can I ask you a question? That's a question I can answer.
The elephant named Goliath crossed the Greek bridge in the direction of the forest where Theodore used to walk. Evo je šuma. Valjda.
The elephant barged into this cart of olive oil.
What if we're lucky and he slipped and fell somewhere along the way?
Dobro. Ovamo. Ovamo.
Okay, hear me out. If an elephant falls in the forest and there's no one around to...
John, no.
Oh, you're such a killjoy.
Ovamo. Ovamo. Evo ga. Ovamo. Dekog vraga slon otišao, brete. Čekaj. Dobro. Ajmo. Oh.
Strange. It was hung with care. The game has escaped us for now. We'll find a solution to the elephant problem later.
Dear Theodore, I'm writing to you as a fellow islander. I value our friendship just as I value the lives of our people, although I'm afraid this one-sided friendship cannot tie my hands any longer. Ok, cenio Theodora na ostrovu, bila truć, ali jednostrano prijateljstvo ne može da mu vezuje ruke više. I'm being made to look weak in the eyes of your neighbors. Napravljen izgleda slabašno u očima njegovih komšija. They believe that your tree is a mockery. Misli da je njegovo drvo mokari, sprdnju. And not a peace offering as you intended, a ne zapravo ponuda pomirenja. The people are afraid they refuse to give your elephant a proper trainer. Ljudi su uplašeni, odbiju da treniraju njegovog slona. umjesto toga koriste njegovo ograničeno znanje. Koristi njegovo ograničeno znanje da ga trenira, to je nemoguća situacija. I admit that I did think of having the elephant forcibly taken, razmišljao da ga uzme na silu i da ga da gospodinu Tailhartu, who has shown that he is quite capable of looking, koji je pokazao da je vrlo sposoban da vodi računa o slonu Binu, although she is a female and far less frightened, iako je ona ženka i mnogo manje slonica i mnogo manje zastrašujuća nego tvoja zver. Molim te, ponovo razmisli o ovoj situaciji. Sir William Sinclair, guverner Cordone. Ovi tek sad provaljuju. Čovječe.
I can always recognize the spirit of a true artist.
Blago tebi. Da se obučiš ti u ovo brazoru pa da mi šibamo.
This young lady has a childish interest for her age.
Ovo je Elephant Tusk. Ajmo gore.
You. Who are you?
My name is Sherlock Holmes. Theodore Gilden was...
Did you kill him? Did you kill the elephant?
It's not in the yard anymore. It escaped into the forest.
You can't let it go. What if it returns?
I highly doubt that, Miss...
Imogen Gilden. Please, I beg of you, find that dreadful beast that killed my father.
I suppose we do need to learn what happened. Can you tell me what happened? From the very start.
I was here, so I didn't see how it began. My father visits the enclosure every morning to wake up Goliath. Today, I heard the elephant scream. I've never heard such a horrifying sound. My heart stopped. I knew something was wrong. I looked through my window and saw how it lifted my father up by his neck. I rushed downstairs. I saw it dragging my father as if he were a doll. I threw stones at it. It dropped my father's body and charged outside, screaming. Its roar was almost human. I was frightened, so I ran inside and hid here.
That is a terrifying experience, Miss Gilden. I'm sorry you had to go through it.
Thank you. Goliath must be caught, Mr. Holmes.
Well, thank you for the information, Miss Gilden. I did have some questions for your father. Perhaps you might help me with them?
I wasn't privy to much of my father's life, and it's very hard to think of anything at all with Goliath still loose. Please, Mr. Holmes.
Very well. Do you mind if I ask you more questions if I find anything that might help?
Anything to catch that monster.
She heard Goliath screaming from her window. She could only see the animal lifting the body of her father. She rushed downstairs and saw the animal dragging him around. Dobro. She threw stones at it and the animal escaped after letting out horrific, almost human scream. Blah, 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 blah. Pa dobro. Oh.
Had Goliath been aggressive before?
It's dangerous, but he was
dobro.
never aggressive near my father. My father would do anything for Goliath. All the elephant had to do was clap its ears.
You envied him, the elephant, I mean?
Our house is called the House of Ivory. I've heard some people refer to me as the Ivory Girl, and my room stinks of the animal, as if it's me who lives in a pen and not Goliath. It's not envy, Mr. Holmes. It's just... incredibly difficult to live like this.
Dobro. Da nije ona jebote. Da nije ona pustila slona.
Did you observe anyone else in the yard? Any of your servants, perhaps?
Servants? Do you imagine that we would have any with Goliath? No one wishes to work in this house, even for double pay. I didn't see anyone else. Only my father and that diabolical beast.
Miss Gilden, I was on this island 10 years ago, and your father knew my mother. I believe I even had the opportunity to ride that balloon outside, but I do not recall seeing you.
I lived at my late mother's in Sheffield at the time. I'm in no spirit to reminisce right now. The elephant is out there.
You've never heard the name Violet Holmes before? Perhaps your father...
Please, Mr. Holmes. With that beast roaming free, I can't think of anything.
Very well.
I can't think of anything else right now.
A commendable effort to barricade the windows.
Huh. Nešto meni ovdje smrdi. Nešto meni ovdje debelo smrdi.
The nicest spot in the room. Mr. Gilden spent hours of his life right here.
Staring at an elephant's backside.
Da.
What a wonderful life.
Quite the spectrum. From the history of the Roman Empire to conspiracy theories of the French Revolution. Mother. It's nice to see her young and smiling. From before Mycroft was born, our family loves to prod at the past.
Holmes's desire to rake up the past is hereditary.
Ovdje. Opa. 4 komada.
Oh, the pungent stench of an animal.
Did Theodore seek some pink elephants with this?
A relatively functional choice to replace the finger.
To sam mislio, ga nije lepo centrirao, vred.
I think they were closer than you and me, John.
I'm hurt.
Ostaje mi još jedan.
I think Miss Gilden has barely matured.
Dobro, aha.
What's so special about this place? Another elephant? A partnership annulled with a single stroke of a pen. A catchy title. I should take a photograph of the plans. I don't want to carry them around.
Okay. Ima još nešto interesantno? Nema. Vozi.
Why do I get the worst jobs?
Jebka. Da imamo. Okay, describes how the elephant, she's shaken but willing to provide more answers if we find anything else. Dobro. Glad dangerous, but he had never been aggressive with Theodore before. Imogen didn't notice anyone else at the crime scene. Clearly of animal origin, given Mr. Gilden eccentricities, I don't know what to expect. A construction plan for the Ivory Buds, the name A. Swift was listed as a partner, but has been crossed out. Ajde da pitamo nju da li je poznato to ime. Ovo mi sad sve više i više liči da je neko pustio tog slona namerno. Dobar dan, gospođo, opet ja.
A. Swift, is this name familiar to you? Your father had it removed from this plan.
Oh, that's Arthur Swift. I've seen him a couple of times here. He works with my father in the old city, digging up something ancient.
He is an archaeologist?
That's the word, yes. But to be truthful, I really don't think Mr. Swift is fit to be one. I've just learnt a lot about archaeology from my favourite book series. Oh, they are page-turners.
Inspirational, I'm sure, but would you happen to know where this Mr. Swift might be found?
I don't, but perhaps you can find out somewhere. My father's work with him is all official. Lots of boring legal papers with signatures and stuff.
Okay, clarified Arthur Swift is the name. Dobro, Old City, a ovo?
And, which part of the elephant is in here? It's quite pungent.
Oh, that. It's elephant sweat. Father believed that it might replace traditional ambergris.
Well, that's true entrepreneur spirit.
Ok. Ovo ćemo da pratimo. Po meni je... Here we go. Idemo u Old City. Gde je Old City, kog vraga? Evo ga. A gde bi mogao da bude taj construction site? Aha, ovdje. A local wealthy resident Theodore Gilden 55 is purchased an Indian, kupio je indijskog slona, a putujućeg cirkusa. Dobro, komentarisao je sjajna prilika. Niko nije bolji od njega da mu pruži prikladan dom. To je raj za tako plemenito stvorenje. Više nikad neće biti zaključan u šatorima. Od sad će biti moj kompanjon, moje drugo dete, ja ću ga štititi, no nemojte biti ljubazni. Nemojte biti ljubomorni, ljudi Cordone. Ja sam vaš najbolji građanin. Only time will tell if this midsummer madness or not. Samo će da li ovo kriza srednjih godina ili ne. The neighborhood elite of Cordona are shocked to read the news and furthermore to hear the terrible trumpetings of the beast, but they are having to accept the eccentricity of once Cordona most powerful. Svi su šokirani ponašanjem, ali morat će da se priviknu na ekscentričnost Cordoninog najmoćnijeg. Now we can all say that the richest of our island have troubles to bear too. Sada možemo kažemo da najbogatiji imaju probleme, kao i svi mi.
She packed as much as she could carry. False idols? Oh, sounds utterly dreary. The same dull poses on all romantic photographs. So idyllic. Enjoy your happily ever after before it stales.
Hey, Sherry, we need to talk. You found false idols. We need to find the remaining two.
What does bazooka even mean? Would this paper be good for anything but blowing one's nose on?
They're not rubbish, Sherry. There's something more. I'm serious.
Very well. I doubt it'll be worth it, but I will find them for you, John.
You'll thank me later. They're some of the most imaginative books I've ever read.
What did you say?
Speaking aloud helps me think.
Dalje nismo našli key evidence.
These bags of yours, it looks as if you've packed your entire room. Were you planning on going somewhere?
My partner and I, we wanted a change, a fresh start abroad. But now I have to stay here. Here, an orphan.
I found this. Who's this young lad next to you, your faithful knight?
Paul. He's my pirate. He's not really a pirate. I just call him that. It probably sounds very silly.
Your secret is safe in my hands. Does Paul work somewhere? What is his surname?
His name is Paul Perks. He and his yacht Whirlpool are the champions of the Cela Yacht Club. He sails there. I'll show you where it is on the map if you need to meet him.
A yachting champion? Oh, well, that will be a first. I prefer dry land. And so does my suit.
Nemam još.
I'm afraid I can't add anything useful. I've nothing to say about this. I've nothing to say about this.
How can you read something like this? It's hard to swallow, and that's not due to the hard cover.
You're hardly serious. Any library without Nabe and Laura is incomplete. If you can read, then these books are an absolute must. Love and adventure. They're about life.
Oh, I wasn't aware that exploding pyramids were a part of daily life on Cordona.
You haven't seen life, so you might try reading about it at least.
Sad sam skupio key evidence. Okay. Bazookaology trilogy. Imogen told me she had plans to live with her partner. They wanted to start a new life abroad. Aha, ovo sam uradio. Mislim se igra izbogao, ja sam zahvatio dva dugmeta odjednom. Dobro. A, idemo kod gospodina Paula.
Do you know anything about this?
That's a question I can answer.
Yacht Club members mentioned that Paul missed the race and no one has seen him since morning. He might be in his room in the workshop south of the yacht club. Jel' ovo workshop? Jeste. Ovdje će bude neki fight. Whirlpool, evo ga.
The Champion's Whirlpool. Pools bread and butter. A foghorn to navigate and warn others at sea.
You should have a warning to cover your ears.
Slušaj me.
Foghorn to navigate and warn others at sea. Sails of hatred. I suppose there is something for everyone, including champions.
Who knew archaeology could be so exciting?
Exciting is certainly a word. Bloodied bandages. Has someone been hurt?
On je bio.
Where would a champion hide a key?
On je bio. Sviđa mi se muzikica. Sada ovdje ima mnogo ovih stvari za pucanje. Onda će vjerojatno bude malo akcije. Aha. Often used, full of nails. Slightly crooked, recently moved.
I hope Paul is more skilled at yachting than he is at hiding keys. Bloodied bandages. A box full of darts. Each has a needle and can be loaded with drugs. An expensive set of tools for woodwork. An amateur wouldn't know how to use these. Shipbuilding, shipwright's tricks, sail weaving.
On je zadužen, mislim osumnjičen, a sam mislim da pitanje da li mu je ona pomogla ili nije.
To earn big, you have to spend big. Old betting slips. Paul always bets on Whirlpool. One victory after another.
You gormless gilly wetfoot. Ovo je neka psovka iz 19. veka. You think you can leech off my family, steal my money, exploit my daughter, mislite možete glava da ukrajete čerku. This ends today, your career is over, I shall give you all final warning. Tvoje karijere gotovo dajem ti posljednje upozorenje, ako odbiješ da sarađuješ, naći ćeš se u dubokoj vodi. Znači, ovaj mu je pretio. Ovaj mu je pretio.
Additional earnings to sweeten the victory. An interesting place for a message to a champion.
To.
Too ordinary a room for a champion. There's no incentive to put in any effort.
Zanimljivo. Da vidimo šta smo saznali. box full of darts in an excellent state. Your gormless gilly wet food, dobro. You do not get back out of the deal, we need you to get us fresh leaves for our tea party. If you have any questions, the boys will be keeping an eye on you at the race. A sad, šta sad, kog vraga? Kakva trka jebate. Dobro.
I don't have any thoughts on this.
Have you seen what your father sent to Paul?
This is despicable. My father was never a gentleman, but this crosses the line. I knew that father wasn't fond of Paul, but this is just awful. If only he could have seen how good Paulie is to me.
Are you aware that Paul smuggles drugs for a dangerous gang?
Mr. Holmes, I've already told you. I call him a pirate in play. He's not an actual pirate. He's a champion and a brave gentleman, not a thug.
Let us agree to disagree on that. But don't be surprised if one of his clients knocks on your door.
It's chill.
To evidence updated. TKD, not smeared.
Undeniably psychotropes. Not for toothache, I think.
Da prospemo. Ok, našli smo drogu.
Too ordinary a room for a champion. There's no incentive to put in any effort.
Ne razumijem, zašto mi prošli put nije dao ovo da onjušim? Aha, nismo završili s ovim.
A typical tea tin. I wonder what he has for biscuits.
To evidence updated, okay.
Hands off my possessions before you lose your fingers. Are you illiterate? The rules are written everywhere.
Ah, Mr. Perks, the cabin boy himself.
Champion, you mean? I was right. You are illiterate. I think a couple of shiners might teach you. One last chance. Who are you?
I'm Sherlock Holmes, a friend of our mutual acquaintance, Miss Imogen.
Look, you artichoke. Imogen has no friends. Except for me.
If you must try to insult people, it's better to know the meanings of the words that you're using.
You fancy you could teach a sailor to swear? Go ahead. Show me how inventive you are.
Stand still for a moment.
Huh. Professional smuggler.
So, a woman wishes to become a real criminal, and smuggling is a stepping stone towards that? Is there not enough prestige in yachting? Or is it easier to compete with other fools like yourself? Everyone has a starting pistol, just shoot and run.
Don't say a word. I don't know where you're getting half of this nonsense, but you're on some thin ice here that I'm willing to crack.
Damn you, Paul. I'm sick of... Who's this peacock? Does he know who I am?
I definitely know who you are not. You're not a dictionary reader, at least. I wanted to see how you... pals interact with each other in your natural habitat.
Fuck.
But I'm afraid I have to interfere.
Pa imam opciju skip combat. Neću.
I couldn't miss the party.
Ne.
I'm coming.
Take a rest, my friend.
Ne vidim ništa, jebem ti kameru.
No more crime for you and...
The snuff's ready.
Don't bother, Move.
Give him the pepper snuff.
Fuck.
Can overcome the brute.
No more crime for you until next month. Too simple.
The snuff's ready.
Fuck. Jebote, brate, moguće da ne možeš da ga... Ne, nemoj da ga ubijaš.
Give him the pepper snuff. I thought we were against murder.
Ne, pa nisam htio da ga ubijem.
Take this.
Pa beži jebote život.
This guy.
No more crime for you until next month.
Fuck, ubio sam lik. Skinut ću im poene sad.
And there's no reward for risking our lives.
Paul's explanation will suffice.
A, još nismo sve završili.
We can become pirates and show them what should be stored in
A
here.
foghorn to navigate and warn others at sea.
Čekaj, idemo ovako. I found so smuggled in a TKD hidden inside. Dobro. All perks is a woman. Dobro. The storage room held evidence that Paul is involved in organized crime, smuggling. Dobro. I was attacked by criminals who were after Paul. He owes me an explanation. Brate, pa gdje je on sad? Evo ga.
Your fellow mariners have a strange way of showing hospitality.
They were not my friends.
Are you sure? I would rather risk my neck for someone who's at least honest and thankful.
Perhaps then don't enter someone's life and be so judgmental, pretending you're better than they are.
Then give me your perspective and allow me to see through your eyes. What were you doing this morning, Miss Perks?
Don't call me that. I'm a champion. I was sailing.
The other club members told me that you missed the race this morning. Do champions not need to practice?
Ugh, you've talked with them already. No, I wasn't racing. I visited the doctor after that attack on me. And then I had to honor the deal with the bandits you just took care of.
I tried to tell you before, but your partners interrupted. Have you heard the news? Theodore Gilden is dead. Do you have anything to say?
Well, what a shock. To me, he was an angry old ogre. Good riddance. Was it Goliath that killed him? Did it crush him? Break his bones? Come on, tell me. I want all the details.
Otkud ti to znaš?
You have an unusual way of showing grief. Imogen wouldn't appreciate that. But yes, the animal could have been involved.
It's poetic in a way, isn't it? It takes a beast to kill a monster. I wish I could have been that elephant.
This business of yours, you should be more careful. Ruining your life at such a young age is ridiculous.
I am careful. Except for you, no one has noticed where I store the smuggled goods. If the police arrive, there's no link to me. It's common storage, not exclusively mine.
Dobro.
I'm clueless.
It seems as though Theodore Gilden hung a sword of Damocles over your life and career. Were these only words or something more serious?
Check my forearm. Pulled muscles and bruises. Small cuts. Nothing that you could call serious.
I doubt that a man in his late 50s could wrestle you.
It wasn't him. He behaved like a rat and hired brutes. His boys tried to lock my hands behind my back, but I was faster and I escaped.
Was he so protective of his daughter, or was it your feminine secret that provoked him?
My guess is that he was protecting his property. As he saw it, he owned Imogen, and he treated her like a piece of furniture. He didn't want his daughter to be loved by anyone. What's more painful is that Theodore didn't allow me to love his daughter. Typical.
I'm not sure that your relationship with Imogen could be described as typical.
Are you afraid of a woman in trousers? Now that's typical of men.
Look what I found. A box full of darts.
Hey, that's mine.
I confiscated it. These darts appear to be filled with something. Poison? How powerful is it?
It's strychnine. Enough to instantly kill a small rodent. I haven't tried it on a human. Yet. I hope you know what you're doing.
Could it immobilize a larger animal? Say, an elephant?
I've never tried, but I have wondered.
Dobro.
You smuggle illicit psychotropes on your yacht. Not a delivery for the hospital, I'm sure.
Of course not. I've had to cut corners to earn some money. How might a person afford to pay for a yacht in an honest way? I don't know, although I'm smart. The buyers are my customers. Adults who are willing to pay for their pleasure, or weapons for jewels. Whatever they want me to deliver. Nothing criminal.
Well, it's your lucky day. I'm not here because of smuggling. Have you tasted this tea yourself?
I wouldn't have been a champion if I had used it. It's just a side business that keeps my career afloat. It's quite expensive to compete in yachting. Sometimes I cut corners.
Such as fixing whirlpool yourself?
Exactly. And sometimes I just have to pay. That's how I earn money. I don't sell slaves or take the last mangear from a poor family.
Idemo dalje.
Imogen doesn't strike me as an industrious young lady, so I find it strange that she was busy packing up all her belongings when Mr. Gilden died. That's some favorable wind in your sails, isn't it?
Is it so suspicious that a couple might embark on a trip? I wanted to thank her, so we planned to go traveling. A Theodore-free place, without elephants.
The timing of it is suspicious, however. Your lady friend becomes an orphan and heir, and there's a planned trip directly afterwards.
An improvised romantic dinner will never please a spoilt girl. A planned voyage might. It's not spur of the moment.
Jebote, ja ovo mogu da ispitujem do preko sutra.
Between yachts, darts, and notes from bandits, I've discovered many fascinating facts about you. But this, an installment of Nabe and Laura's adventures. Why did you sully your library with this?
It's a gift from Imogen. I didn't buy it. I might have turned a couple of pages, but nothing more. I swear.
I will give you the benefit of the doubt, but your literary taste has put you on my blacklist.
Dobro.
Does this knife seem familiar? I didn't find it in your competitor's back, to be clear.
This knife is as blunt as your humor. It's a bosun's knife, but it's not mine. I wouldn't be so careless as to mislay my tools.
A. Swift. Are you familiar with this name? The gentleman had business with Mr. Gilden.
Likely just another strange and wrinkled fellow like old Gilden was. Perhaps this Swift person has a rhino, and they wanted to see which pet was stronger. In other words, I don't know who he is, but I bet he's crazy like Theodore.
I doubt that Cordona has ever boasted a battle arena for that size of mammal. You have an interesting imagination.
Dobro.
I don't know what you're suggesting. I don't know what you're suggesting. I'm clueless.
Dobro, znali smo. Ajmo da imamo ovo.
Charming picture. I've heard that champions do often pose with their trophies.
Cheeky. It is a lovely trophy, though. I'm sure you will agree.
What is it that you like most about her? Her naivety? Her father's money?
A somewhat difficult choice. Especially now that her father is out of the equation. I don't know what this means.
What can you tell me about the elephant?
He's smarter than some people here, including his owner. Although I feel he could be dangerous, no matter how much he's fed.
Why is that? Have you ever seen Goliath attack anyone?
Well, not exactly. But I saw it, abusing some poor tree during one of its walks with Theodore. The expression on that old ninny's face was priceless. But it wasn't funny to look at. Believe me, it was frightening.
7 evidence. Jebote život. Theodore attempted to destroy Paul. Dobro. Ovo. Paul may have fallen on the shed. Paul's elbow injury may have been sustained by falling Theodore's Gilden's shed. Ok, ovo više nemamo. Nemamo ništa. Jebate, sve živo je. Paul confirmed that they came into conflict with Theodore Gilden over Imogen. Dobro. Paul claims the low darts with... Paul worked for a criminal organization on the side, smuggling goods for money, dobro, da bi brod sređivo. Aha, da pobegnu od ovog. Animal suspect. Okej. All evidence collected, to je to. Da možemo idemo kod gospođe da joj kažemo što joj radi njen voljeni. Te izgoreo sam od bezidejnosti.
Stop the presses. Who is Cordona's handsome stranger? Or Nosebaggerspun's local life? Wait, no. Foppish foreigner hides dark past. Oh, you've made quite the impression already, Mr. Holmes. You care to tell your side of the story?
I'm quite certain I have no idea as to what you refer, and I am further certain I have no interest in indulging your gossip.
Gossip? The truth will come out, but will only be heard if told well. Scandal, daring-do, romance. These are the tools of every good journalist. Nothing travels faster or lasts longer than a great story. Young man, your tale will be told with or without you. My readers demand it.
You already knew my name and seem aware of my doings here in Cordona. I presume this newspaper is your little endeavor?
Yasmin Sertel, editor-in-chief of the Cordona Chronicle. Advocate of the free press, voice of the people, scourge of the silk stocking.
Charmed, I'm sure. As an advocate of the free press, I trust you'll permit me to consult your archives? There are gaps in my knowledge of Cordona.
Oh, so my work does have merit. Well, I think we can strike a bargain. I shall provide you access, and you let me keep writing about your exploits.
So be it.
Brooding bachelor builds bridges. Now that's character development.
I guess I owe you my gratitude.
What can I say? I've always enjoyed working with the Holmes. They whisper such interesting things.
Ok, došli smo u Chronicle da odradimo onaj side deo. U nadi da ću nešto da otkrijem. Article from childhood, it was the first time I had seen... Ok, period. Childhood. Old archives. Dobro. I can check the newspaper I have. It was a front page story written by a science journalist 10 years ago. Section. Šta vam kaže ovdje? Front page story. Districts. Daš vam of new pa... ne, a ćemo ovako. Nije. Aha, period sam omašio. Evo ga. The Lord of all beasts. Only lucky few can claim to have beheld the planet strangers and most wonderful fellow the elephant. Samo neki mogu da kažu da su u životu vidjeli slona, da je najveće životinje na ostrvu. That would be lands. Možda na zemlji, da kažemo. Ovo kolosalno ipak prijateljstvo stvorenje začarava sve sa njegovom veličinom, inteligencijom i komunikacijom. Slonovi su sisari kao i ljudi, potiču iz Azije i Afrike. adult males, odrasli mužjeci idu feet, noga ide od 18 do 25 inča. A to puta 2, koliko već inča? 2.55 ili 2.35. Vrlo su agilni. Sa surlom mogu da end in concert with its prehensile trunk. Znači, kad uključiš u toj surlu, onda can perform feats of remarkable, može dexterity, preciznošću. Feats. Elephants form strong emotional bonds with their loved ones. Imaju jaku emotivnu vezu sa voljenima. Some scientists have even reported witness a sign of grief, čak da je neko žalosti ili sreći. U principu nije pitanje kako oni liče nama, već mi njima. Eto ti ga. Ok, to smo rešili. Ostalo je još ovo. I ovo. Evo. Sjetio sam se, verovali ali ne, fore iz serije Prijatelji, gdje Monika išla da traži construction plan za njenu zgradu. Rekla je da je išla u City Hall. Dumb luck. Ajde da... Lepo je dizajniran ovaj grad, moram priznati. Ulici i sokaci. Tako da ajmo u City Hall da vidimo da li možemo nešto pametno da nađemo.
Does it look remotely familiar to you? Should it?
Lost, sir?
Not at all. I'm right where I need to be. I'm Sherlock Holmes, by the way.
Ursula Oni, the chief archivist. How can I help you exactly?
I need to take a look at the history of Cordona and its islanders to retrieve some, hopefully, useful information.
Your brother Mycroft told me that you were direct, and now that we've
met, I can see that is true.
Someone in our family has to balance the evasive nature of my brother. Well, may I use the city archives?
You may, of course, but in return, perhaps dinner?
That's a high price to pay for looking at your archives.
I was teasing you. Pay no attention to me.
Yes, Bob. Ne. Da vidimo. Legal documents. Evo ga. Notice of registration by authority of the government of Cordona. This deed registers the creation of Gilden and Swift Limited on this 21st day of June 1977. Znači, vlada je dala, registrovala legalizovala. Gilden Swift Limited, 21. juna 1877. godine. Theodore Gilden is the sole proprietor and founder of the above enterprise and shall provide finances and the land known as the Roman outskirts. Znači, Theodore Gilden je jedini vlasnik i naravno bit će financijer. Arthur Swift is a Arthur Swift je founding partner, znači partner. And shall provide finances and his services as i pružat će finansijske i njegovu usluge kao arheolog. The primary purpose of the enterprise is to perform archaeological... primarna svrha je da rade arheološke istraživanja in the ruins located in the intersections of Bazaar Road and Arnaud Street beyond the fortification walls in Old City. Znači Bazaar Road i Arnaud Street, tu verovatno idemo. The sole proprietor undersigned hereby agrees to fund archaeological research in exchange for ownership of any uncovered items of historical value. Znači sole proprietor, to bi trebalo da bude Theodore, tako je, sole proprietor prihvata da će da finansira arheološko istraživanje i u zamenu za to dobit će vlasništvo za sve ono što nađu da je od istorijske vrednosti. Pa kaže founding partner, to je ovaj drugi, Swift. Waves, odriče se, tako beše, Waves, odriče se. Prava, što god nađe. U odnosu, za to dobija ekskluzivna prava da radi publikaciju svega što je našao. Potpisan od strane ove dvojice. Dakle, Bazaar Street i... Da me jebeš sad. Ajde nađemo Bazaar Street. Evo ga, Bazaar Road. Bazaar Road, Arnaud Street. Da vidimo. Aha, evo ga. Tu je.
Pirate, the Robin Hood of the place. Do you recall it, John?
I do. I wonder if... From day to night. What is that?
You're being an eyesore. No entry for you. You're being an eyesore. No entry for you.
From day to night, Aiden stands there, recruiting non-rebellious workers for the dig.
Ne. Ne. I overheard that in order to enter a dig site I need to be employed. A man named Aiden recruits new workers in the old city marketplace in the west end of the district. He has a scar on his neck and only looks for working types with a pro-British attitude. Okay, old city marketplace.
Best carpets on the island.
Pyromaniac hostile. scar on neck.
Stop blocking the view. Stop blocking the view.
Let's pick something that suits you.
Ja, što znači rent?
Be careful with what you've taken.
Don't miss out on the best carpets on the island.
Sir, kind sir, might I steal your attention?
I'm not buying.
Ah, that is the thing. You won't waste a single mangir. I am a digger, you see, and I have heard of a dig site so deep it clogs your ears. I want to be there.
Why are you telling me this?
I have heard of a man recruiting for such a dig. A man with a scar, such as the one that you're hiding. And your boots are dirty with the deep clay I am so familiar with. Oh, I hope it wasn't too rude of me to point that out.
You have a good eye. And you just want to dig? Dig deep and that's it? What's the catch? Are you in desperate need of money?
Oh, there is no catch, sir. I won't even ask for advance pay. Just give me a shovel and I'll dig a hole like you've never seen.
Huh. Is that so? Well, I have to ask you an important question first. Would you be fine working for Brits?
Yeah.
I am all for them.
Well, you say that, but can you prove it?
I'll sing you a very special song. God save our gracious queen.
Cut it! Or people here will make you their queen.
I can also speak in limericks.
Please don't. You might be a little bit weak in the head, but a natural-born digger with a keen eye is what we need. Take this permission slip and go to this address. The guard will let you in and check with the professor once you're there.
Yeah, baby.
Treasure adventure.
Stop loitering and get inside.
Yes, sir.
Newcomer, talk to the professor first. He's the old fellow with the glasses and the plans.
Of course he is.
Where's the fire in your eyes? Where's the smile? I am sick and tired of seeing apathy among the new workers.
Sir, believe me, I do have the spark. I want to start work straight away. It's as important to me as it is to you.
Ah, that's the spirit. I'm on the verge of a great discovery.
When was the last time you saw...
Young man, you're disappointing me. I'd like to see a bright career for you as the best digger on the island. Don't ruin it. We'll talk when you find something useful.
I am ready to work.
Splendid. Do you know what I am working on?
The ivory bats. Everyone is looking forward to the grand opening.
Who told you this nonsense? Why would you contaminate history with this base desire for leisure? We are looking for Vitus Lemonius's tomb. This is our goal, to find the artifacts of the early Roman Empire. Let's continue. I am Professor Swift. We have 3 rules here. Don't touch anything, always return the tools, and don't distract me unless you find something.
Sounds simple enough. Are you the only one in charge here, Mr. Swift?
Yes, I am the only one and no one else. You hear anything other than that, it's a lie. People of your kind can have difficulty understanding who's in charge. Take a minute, memorize my face, and then get to work.
Oh, I will definitely take a closer look to memorize my superior.
Pa ne znam da li je money grabber, ali zato što piše da je poor. Indifferent or poor. Ajde, ovo ćemo da kažemo.
I wish I could be as passionate about something as you are, Mr. Swift. You value knowledge and dedication over everything else.
It's a long road, young man. A sharp eye and attention to detail are the only stepping stones along this path. You have to sacrifice everything you love for the larger prize.
Exactly. So much in life is superficial. I wish more people would understand.
I never heard a truer word, lad. Folk will ignore what truly matters in life, and for what? Convenience.
Bold words indeed. I doubt that many scientists would be willing to support their bragging with fieldwork.
The academic world is full of restrictions. Our honorable professors are too afraid to dirty their hands. God forbid if they have a stain on their shirt. You can follow in my footsteps. You can start learning by returning to work. Show me what you can find.
Da. Moguće da je Artur. S obzirom da on priča da je on jedini vlasnik da ovo da ono. Ajmo idemo na ovu stranu. Ja mogu da menjam kako hoću. Idemo na ovu stranu. Da kaže I didn't give me permission to enter, the exit is now open to me, dobro. Arthur's, ok. Dobro.
Swift lost his...
May I ask you something?
I like you, friend, but I can't help you.
Sharpest pickaxe. A guilty pleasure of the real archaeologist. Missing your Laura, Mr. Swift?
Hey, a word about the trilogy.
Right then, you literary expert, you, what was so important about these books? Or did you simply need some kindling?
It's inspirational. I have a plan. Are you listening?
I wish I wasn't, but I am.
So, we catch a monkey, a langur, for example, then we extract some blood from it.
What? Why?
It will make us forever young, Sherry. Page 127, the second book.
Oh, I am so done with this.
No, wait. Then how about we make a wax statue?
I've stopped listening, John.
Woohoo!
Swift lost his temper when he learned what happened to the statue.
Pomaše, a?
Swift lost his temper when he learned what happened to the statue. Swift lost his temper when he learned what happened to the statue.
Closest to the beach.
Swift lost his temper when he learned what happened to the
Ne. Workers at the dig site found a statue with a lion's helmet head. It originally lay on a pedestal closest to the beach, but someone kicked it over the edge. As a result, the statue broke and the pedestal remained tilted. Ja se izvinjavam.
Somehow the text remains legible. Let's see if I remember my Latin.
Inscription, dobro. Translate. Vitus stressed nearby. Beware the one who wishes to disrupt his sleep, for he is guarded by the gazes of his brother and the autumn wind. Ok, da se pazimo kad ga budemo kopali.
A sickle for harvesting. The ancient Romans honored the seasons. A goddess? A mother? Someone's wife? There were 4 statues here originally.
I wonder what the 3 other statues look like. Did the Romans live in amphoras? I see nothing else here.
Nema ništa. Šta je found dramatic conclusion? A dobro, da, ovo smo našli ove knjige. Pa dobro. Da vidimo, možda smo našli nešto da zaintrigiramo gospodina profesora.
Take a shovel and dig.
Op.
Don't touch anything here. Get back to work.
Titles for legendary legates of the early Roman Empire, starting their military career to suppress the riots of the Bellovaci and Allobroges. They were the key commanders. Dobro, ovo nam je istorija sada. Ko su, šta su?
Straw dolls. Eerie, but effective for a scene recreation.
Oh, I want one of these. Or two.
Znači mogu samo gore i dole. Aha. Ne znam šta je ovo.
Won't fade and waterproof. Enough here to make tent sails and more.
Da vidimo ovo.
This reminds me of my father's room.
Near the city of Corinth, British archaeologist George Griffiths has discovered the well-preserved tomb of Roman legate Titus Lemonius, owner of the legendary.
I see now. Mr. Swift didn't realize the significance of the statues. A plan for this whole operation.
Take a shovel and dig.
Okay. There are 4 statues near the tomb. He researched a female statue, an allegory of minor wind, God Zephyrus looking west, with a basket of fruits in her hand. Looking east was another female statue, also an allegory of a wind god Eros, with a sickle, the archetypal symbol of autumn in her hand. Ok, znači imaju 4 statue, ono fazon. Svaka okrenuta na neku stranu. Between those two were the remains of statues of Titus and brother Vitus. The legate's appearance as depicted in historical records, Titus wore a lion helmet. Titus je nosio lion helmet i borio se sa mačem. A Vitus je nosio mač i štit. Titus je umro na proleće 10 godina AD Anno Domini, znači 10. godina posle Hrista. En Vitus na jesen 12 godina AD Anno Domini. Okay. Dobro.
Vitus rests nearby. Beware the one who wishes to disrupt his sleep, for he is guarded by the gazes of his brother and the autumn wind.
Sad ćemo postavljamo statue. Da vidimo šta kaže. A female statue, an allegory of the minor wind god Zephyrus looking west with a basket of fruits in her hand. Ok, west je ovamo. Ne. Aha, čekaj. Moramo da nađemo koja nosi basket of fruits. Evo je basket of fruits. Ona treba da gleda na ovamo. Čekaj, for near the tomb, a female statue, an allegory of minor wind god Zephyrus looking west with a basket of fruit. Looking east was another female statue, also an allegory of wind god Eros with a sickle in her hand. Dobro. Ova je gledala na istok. Tako. Ok. Pa kaže... the legate's appearance is depicted in historical record. Titus wore a lion helmet and fought with the sword, while Vitus carried... Dobro. It originally lay on the pedestal closest to the beach, but someone kicked it over the edge. Aha. A kako su oni okrenuti? To je sad pitanje. Čekaj. A tu piše, ne piše. A female statue of a minor wind basket fruits in her hand. Looking east was another female statue. Also an allegory. Ko je umro? Olton, Vitus. Vitus je imao... Ovo. Znači Vitus je okrenut prema njoj. Tako. Ajde probamo. Da.
Seems everything's in place. Now, let's see what this has to tell us.
Dobro.
The Romans live in amphoras. I see nothing else here.
Take a shovel and dig.
Okej, treba da nađem sada... Before I start, I should first, okay, and... by the gazes of his brother, an autumn wind. Gazes of his brother. His brother, on je bio ovdje. Autumn wind je ona. Ako je ona gledala ovamo... Ale... Ja moram da skapiram ko je kako gdje gledao jebati. Mislim da skapiram, nego znam, ali... Zašto je ona gledala ovamo, ovo je ovamo.
Here is your discovery, Mr. Swift. Hey, look at this.
What have you found? Don't let anyone touch anything there. Eureka! I found you, my friend.
To, ajde. Znači, našli smo, sad će onda bude zaokupiran s tim glupostima, mi idemo da mu preturamo po workbenchu. Opa!
A box of darts, handy against rodents of all kinds.
Zoological bestseller, Tusks and Trunks. Tusk, rogovi i surle. Tako biš. Provides the most rigorous scientific description of the elephant, and it is almost encyclopedic in its analysis of the creature's life both in the wild and captivity. Odličan za analizu slonova i u divljini i u zatočeništvu. While crucial to defy the elephant mating season, in which they become extremely dangerous. Furthermore, the book features guidance on how to communicate and interact with the big mammal. Priča o sezoni parenja, koliko su zapravo opasni i kako da se komunicira sa slonom u tom momentu. A person diary owned by Arthur Swift, he describes in considerable detail his personal life and research. Dobro, ovo je dnevnik, detaljno objašnjava njegov lični život i istraživanje. More importantly, it tells of a dispute between i sa dispute sa ovim likom. Theodore always uses his wealth to shut down complaints. I'd rather he'd bought a brain with more... Aha, znači uvijek je koristio svoje bogatstvo, bolje da je imao veći mozak nego što je imao para, so that he was smart enough to see the bigger picture, tako da bi pametno da vidi onu veću sliku. Not everything resolves around your darn elephant, ne vrati se sve oko tvojeg slona, a imam svega nekoliko mjeseci pre nego što on počne da gradi to njegovo ivory bed. Čak nema ni maštu da napravi nešto lepo. Ivory beds, the mundanity. Skrupulozno. I must think, lest our invaluable history be buried by the inconsequential. da
Hey,
se
what do you think you're doing?
istorija sam stavlja mozak.
Trying to take over my research, are you? I come here to pick up my diary and I find you snooping around. Explain yourself.
Mr. Swift, if that were true, I would have been on my way to the newspaper. My name is Sherlock Holmes. I didn't have a chance to introduce myself properly.
Outrageous! You deceived me, sir. What is the reason for your being here? Who sent you, Mr. Holmes?
Theodore Gilden's premature death brought me here.
Theodore is dead? How can that be possible?
I'm thinking of all the possibilities, and I'm not crossing out anyone who might have been involved. Even his elephant. The land you're excavating belongs to Mr. Gilden, does it not?
Did I hear an accusation? I have nothing to hide. You can ask me whatever nonsense you've prepared as a token of my diminishing respect towards you.
Very well, Mr. Swift. I appreciate your cooperation. When was the last time you saw Mr. Gilden?
A couple of days ago. We discussed the site. I believe in the tomb and its secrets. Theodore's patience was stretched, however. He was already inventing new projects. It wasn't a long conversation. I suppose that his daughter will inherit everything now, along with all of the eccentricities and problems.
And not forgetting Goliath.
Eccentricities and problems, Mr. Holmes. One of many.
Were you at the site this morning?
Affirmative. This project is taking a lot of my time, as you see. I spend more time underground than on the surface.
When did you learn about Theodore's death?
Just now. You just told me.
And you aren't surprised, shocked? I won't tell anyone if you shed a tear or two. Weren't you partners, after all?
We were. And it is a real shame. But I've seen too many deaths in my life, Mr. Holmes, for the news to truly shake me. Will you allow me to return to my research? Or are you insisting on remaining an obstacle?
Oh, I haven't even started yet.
Ajmo.
You have a weakness for nostalgia? Or, rather, do you use it to record a list of enemies?
Young man, you need to check your moral compass. Reading another person's diary is a sin in every culture that I can think of.
But you aren't answering the question.
You've already read it. Why bother? I simply record my life to keep my memory clean from misinterpretation. Letters and pages don't lie.
But the writer of the text can.
Apsolutno.
With this book, you attempted to plan an attack on the elephant?
Your insinuations are out of place. Goliath is a frightening animal. All I wished to do was to understand the creature. As any scientist would do, I researched, analyzed, and drew conclusions.
And what conclusion did you draw?
That Theodore Gilden made the animal miserable. He couldn't provide the proper environment for the beast. My interest in the subject ended there.
What's with this box of darts? Is it for a scientific argument?
A little darker than that. Rather for killing the kind of rodents that might nibble a nose or a toe in your sleep.
Let's just say I have to protect myself against a larger animal, such as an elephant. Might it be enough to stop it, make it faint?
If I were you, I wouldn't bank on it.
Dobro. Ovo mi isto ne... Ni ovo. Ni ovo, ni ovo. Ovo.
Nothing to add.
Ovo.
Remember one of the rules? It seems that you didn't return a tool. Is this knife yours?
Do I look like a fellow who carries a knife? I don't need it.
There are plenty of uses for it on the site, and outside of it.
I have other people to cut ropes for me, Mr. Holmes.
Gilden's elephant is quite an unusual addition to Cordona's fauna. What is your scientific opinion on that?
No matter how much Theodore loved it, it still remained a wild animal trapped inside a stone pen. Goliath needs savannas, fields, lakes.
I'm sure that Goliath did not have a plan to kill his owner to head to the savannas. What do you think?
No, animals don't kill in a typical sense. I can only presume that it tried to protect itself from captivity, from Theodore. It was a gilded cage that was predestined to break.
Ne, moram da prolazim
I'm a busy man.
kroz sve ovo.
Your partner had a very specific attitude towards the things he treasured. Was this habitual for him?
That would have been too much even for him. Don't get me wrong, he had a harsh temper. Like a true businessman, he was ready to burn his competitors to the ground.
But threatening someone physically would have been something new even for him, am I correct?
Absolutely. Besides, I had never seen him this angry. The fellow who received the letter must have been extremely alarmed.
Did this plan cause a rift in your business relationship with Theodore Gilden?
Nothing like that. Admittedly, we didn't share a common vision of what is more important, the past or the future. In my opinion, we can't build a future without knowing the past.
So you wanted to save the tomb of Vitus here, or perhaps your control over the research?
Only the knowledge that rightly belongs to humankind, nothing less and
Ja
nothing
mislim da je
more.
on. Ne vjerujem da je onaj ili ona s podmornicom.
I'm a busy man. I've nothing to add.
Have you seen this person before? The one beside Imogen Gilden?
No, but he's with Imogen, so I suppose that he's a friend of hers. That girl always has her head in the clouds. I could have said Theodore was different, but that wouldn't have been entirely true.
Away with the fairies, was he?
That's one way of putting it. Either way, I don't know much about Imogen's life or her friends. The type of elite that pretends to be educated.
Idemo redom, ajde.
I've nothing to add.
What's with this intricate recruitment process? Pro-British workers charge less?
As a head of this organization, I need to secure a productive environment. It's impossible to do so if there are political differences, especially here, where the native population doesn't support our efforts to find the ancient artifacts.
Decent pay can also stimulate productivity and shut down any political discord. Hadn't you thought of that?
You're young. You have time to fritter and fight with everyone you meet. I don't have such a luxury. Our workers receive enough pay for what they do. So don't start a discussion you know nothing about. Moving on.
As far as I can tell, you're a man of the academic world, so this book about Nabe and Laura is just an empirical study?
What? That nonsense? I'd prefer to lose my eyesight than read such trash.
So, you know nothing about it?
I know nothing. I wish I'd never heard of it in the first place, this caricature of science.
Do I hear traces of envy? You're still relatively young that you might find your own Laura.
Perhaps I envy Nabe, for I cannot simply blow people up for distracting me. That's all. You happy now? Wonderful.
Oppa. Bravo, sve što smo naučili do sada. Ajmo mind please. Dobro. Business partnership was full of Arthur protected his research. Okay. Ne vjerujem da je ovo... Da, nema ovo veze jedno s drugim. I've seen a fabric for doll making at the dig site. The foghorn from the boat workshop can attract or deter large vessels. It may be of help. The perfume from Theodore's office can help if I extract pheromones from it. The pungent concoction could serve as an excellent source of pheromones. This pungent. Treba mi 3 ova. Minus 5 ovih. I 4 ova. Da, ne može samo 2, brate. Aha. Tako, 3 minus 5, 4 jeste. Ok. Sada možemo da... Zar nije pisalo sad all evidence collected?
It might fool an elephant.
Tek je sad fora, znači nekad ne možeš odmah da... Okay.
This fabric will work.
Mrs. Nini seemed to know her sewing inside out. I bet she missed us.
I hope Miss Nini won't misunderstand me. Good day, madam. I've come to you with a special requirement. The tailors on the street can't help me, I'm afraid. Could you make a doll for me?
Oh, Senor Holmes. You taught the police how to do their job, and they found the thief. Of course I will help you. But what sort of doll? A child's doll, such as my great niece might play with?
A little larger than your typical doll.
Signore, I don't understand. Boy, girl, animal, and what color?
Animal, a passionate, perhaps amorous animal.
Ah, signore, you talk in riddles. I am an old lady who's seen it all. Tell me what you need.
I need a life-size elephant.
I think Mrs. Nini outdid herself with this one. Is that a tail?
That's a trunk, John, but I must agree with you that it's her masterpiece.
Well, let's not waste any time.
With this doll now in my possession, I should use the coal gas shed in Gilden's yard to inflate. Mnogo su ga zakomplikovali, jebo ga ti vidite. Ovo je bio evidence, posljednji, koja je glupost. With the doll, I should use the coal gas shed. Aha.
The game is on.
So, what's the plan? I hope it all doesn't go horribly wrong.
We know that the elephant is seeking a female. We can arrange that. A doll with the appropriate scent might do miracles.
So you're a marriage broker. Well, I suppose that makes me a groomsman. Oh, she is a bit breezy, I must say.
Well, Goliath is eager for a single female elephant in his area. It should be just enough for his taste. You'll need to trust me.
Are we ready? I can't stand the tension.
We're ready. Let's call the elephant.
Huh.
How could anyone resist? I knew a lady once who said just that.
Ovo sam već rekao, bre.
Too bad I'm not an elephant. Take your time, Sherry. That deserves a slap, and then a kiss.
And here's our lovesick friend.
What is the meaning of this? Why are you bringing it here? I won't allow you to leave it.
I assure you that it is only a temporary measure. It won't be long until the elephant is gone, I promise you.
Gdje si?
It injured itself while running through the forest. Peaceful and compliant, almost a gentleman. A feathered fletching. There's something in the needle. This might be promising. The left tusk is larger and more worn. You're a left-tusked elephant.
Hvala. Ok, imamo 3 ova. I ovo. There are traces of strychnine inside of it. This amount could kill a human, but was not enough to topple such a large animal. Instead, it most likely aggravated the elephant, causing a fit of rage and burst of strength. Arthur and Paul may have shot Goliath. Both Arthur and Paul had the means to shoot an elephant with a dart. An unknown third party deliberately shot a poison dart to provoke it. To protect. A, možda je to bilo jebate. Ajmo da idemo na tu stranu. Nećemo dobijemo slona, ma zajebi. The answers for the elephant requires... Da. The elephant Goliath may have attacked Theodore in order to break free. A jebi ga sad, brate, ajmo ovako. Dobro, šta ako kažemo ovo? Pa nećemo da ga ubijemo, bre. Ajmo to, ali...
Want to talk about the elephant in the yard?
Huh.
You were right about Goliath. Everyone confirmed your opinion. They all agree that the beast is vicious. The animal wielded 2 tons of rage, and Mr. Gilden regrettably didn't stand a chance. The mating season only served to amplify its temper.
Oh, spare me. That's a little too much detail, thank you. What is the point of this conclusion? How do you plan to use your findings?
Miss Gilden, I know how much you dislike the elephant.
Rather more than dislike. I wish I could have done more to that wretch than just speak of it.
But it's innocent. Goliath did not intend to kill your father. It was provoked, scared, and in mating season.
Your father took Goliath's normal state for granted, and in doing so made a mistake that caused the elephant to be aggressive.
Stop it! I already know the answer. I don't need your moral perspective on this situation. I don't know why you wasted your time. I actually did more than you.
Which involved what, Miss Gilden?
A man with a big wallet made an offer to take the elephant away. I accepted it. I was so naive, thinking that it was me who was so helpless. But you are useless too.
I am glad that the elephant is no longer of your concern, but I need to make sure.
I don't care, and I don't want to listen. Thought you wouldn't turn up.
Why is that? I suppose it's the English way to leave without saying goodbye, but I never planned to abandon you.
Because you brought the filthy beast here. Because you did nothing to ensure its proper punishment. I had to do everything, not you.
I was piecing together your father's murder.
There was nothing to piece together. I told you, it was Goliath. I never asked you to talk with anyone. I asked you to find the stupid animal.
Even if my efforts are invisible, that does not mean that I did nothing.
I don't have the strength to argue. These are my father's belongings. They're about your mother. Take them all and leave me be.
I won't waste your time any longer, Miss Gilden. Thank you for your help.
Ole. O, brate mili. Dosta su dugački. My dear Theodore, you know, moj dragi Theodore, znaš da cenim naše prijateljstvo više nego bilo šta drugo. Delimo istu dušu, and your acceptance and support in trying times had been a blessing, i njegovo prihvatanje i podrška u teškim vremenima su bili ono kao blessing, dar od Boga. I'm endlessly grateful for the turn of fate that saw Seeger and I joined the same expedition as you. It changed my life. Zahvalna je sudbini koja je zadesila Sigere da idu na istu ekspediciju da i on. Nevertheless, I'm not blind nor a hypocrite, ali nisam licimur. Slepa. I know that your feelings toward me have deepened. Forgive me, Theodore, but I do not feel as you do. I must spare you. Aha, ovaj se ložio na nju. A ona mu dala nogu. I must spare you the pain of one-sided love before it's too late. Please see and close the necklace you thoughtfully gifted in remembrance. Aha, vratila mu je ogrlicu. Ogrlicu, narukvicu. Ogrlicu. I cannot continue to, ne može da nosi. I know this letter will cause you such hurt. Znam da će te povrediti ovo pismo. I za to mogu da ti se izvinim. Ali moje srce pripada Sigeru, koji dalje ne zna šta ti da doćeš da me kresneš. Ako ovo bude kraj našeg prijateljstva, ja ću razumeti, ali se nadam da možemo da nastavimo da razgovaramo, sarađujemo i sve što je donalo tu sreću kroz te godine. Poštovanje, Violeta. Best regards.
My mother always wore this around her neck until one day it disappeared. I was wondering where it went. She said it was a birthday present from a good friend.
Jebi ga, taj friend je sad malo
I just had another glimpse of a memory, John. It's fuzzy, but I'm sure it happens somewhere in the manor.
Fragmented memory. You?
I imagine Goliath was surprised to find out his lady was not real.
You know, I envy you, Sherry. You can talk to other people and they won't ignore you.
And I envy you. You can ignore any person you're bored with. You don't miss out on much. Most men are dull, unlike yourself.
Well, I'm flattered.
Hey, this is the luggage we brought from London, isn't it?
Mislim da je gore nešto bilo na spratu. Po onoj viziji.
I heard footsteps upstairs a second ago. Wait, do we have an attic here?
No.
Another one. There must be something important behind it. I can feel it. I think our family portrait used to hang here.
Ogledalo. It's the mirror.
I had a surprise for my mother. I was holding an ancient Greek vase, or rather, you had a shovel with you, John. I remember now, we dug up the vase from Greek ruins here on Cordona, and were eager to show my mother right away. For some reason, the door was closed. We knocked.
But nobody answered. We thought that she was busy.
So we left the vase and ran downstairs. I decided to gather some archaeological tools in order to take a closer look at the vase.
But then we heard something, didn't we?
Yes. It came from upstairs.
The vase was broken, shards scattered all over the floor. And your mother was standing at the door.
Indeed, John. I doubt it was her. Let me concentrate. Otto Richter was standing there, furious at us. Dr. Richter told us never to disturb my mother when the door is closed. He said she had broken the vase.
But we didn't believe him. I bet he smashed it. Her things are still here.
Presumably Mycroft never felt the need to sort through it all.
Or couldn't bring himself to.
No. He would have put it behind him and moved on. My brother is not one for sentimentality.
A sad. London, August, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, the renowned archaeologist, authenticator and historian is dead. Aha, znači ovo da je ovo, he sudden came as a severe shock. Dobro.
It's a strange feeling to read about my father's death in the newspaper. I can't recall anything except...
Examination knows Dr. Otto Richter. Over the last few months I have asked to sketch some landscapes. Tražio od gospođe Holmes da nacrta neke pejzaže. The first few were clear and napravih nekoliko je bilo precizno i čisto, ali svaki sljedeći je sve više i više se udaljava od realnosti. It appears her disease progress rapidly and perhaps even affects her vision. Okay. Trepanation.
The deep feeling of loss.
You were too young. It happened before we even met. It's so sad. I'm sorry.
Srupi Čekić.
Do you think the doctor could have used these tools here? I hope not.
There appear to be residues of the bottle's contents at the bottom. No labels. I doubt it ever had one.
Observation, dobro, da vidimo. 19. maj 68. Initial consultation revealed the patient suffer sleep. Ima problem sa spavanjem, anxiety, and slight confusion of memories. Dobro, ne spava, premor i mešaju se sećenja. Prescribed the strong sedative, znači snažni sedativ da joj se daje dnevno i da se više prate simptome. Sedation, ok, lekovi su smanjili napade anxiety, kako prevedem, mislim, znam šta, ne znam kako prevedem, premora, napade iscrpljenosti. But Mr. Holmes now experience katatonia, apatija and prolonged depressive states i produženo depresivno stanje. Moreover, the patient confusion has worsened, pogoršalo se stanje, počelo da piše pisma njenom pokojnom mužu kao da je on živ. Six further, znači prepisuje six further, još 6 lekova da izbalansira mentalno stanje. The current drug regimen had delivered middling results with confusion worsening into near constant delusion. Dakle, gore konstantno bila delusional. Non-stop se previđalo sve i svašta. Patient grows aggressive when these beliefs are kontra. Ako se kaže, ok, ona je imala neke svoje iluzije, ona je vidjela neke svoje stvari koje je trebala da vidi, kad to kontriraš, ona postane agresivna i s agresivnim ponašanjem. I have now witnessed several episodes of violence against her own family, nekoliko epizoda nasilja nad porodicom i prema sebi. Naredio je rešetke na prozore i da gospođa Holmes bude vezana u krevetu noću i povećao je dozu lekova i sesije hipnoterapije as well as some mild halucinogene lekove. Zašto halucinogene lekove?
This room always reeked with an acrid medicinal stench. And here is the reason.
Look what I found. The White King is under attack. Sherry, can you save him and checkmate the opponent in one move? You're not obliged to be here, Sherry. We can leave any time you want.
Ajde, hoću da u jednom potezu.
You're not obliged to be here, Sherry. We can leave any time you want.
Straps on the bed. just doesn't look
A
right.
to je ono što smo pročitali sad. Potassium bromide.
Seems this was the most frequently used medication. 1 dram dissolved in a glass of water, administered daily. Not to exceed 1 dose in 24 hours, not to be given to children.
My Gentle Cigar, ovo je vjerojatno jedan od onih pisama koja je napisala mužu. I am still yet to receive any correspondence from you, dakle. Čekaj. Pismo nje. One presume previous letters are chasing you around the continent as you travel. Pretpostavlja da pisma jure po kontinentu. Kako vam putuje, nada se da je dobar sa zdravljem, da si na putu kući, oprosti mi na moje nestrpljivosti, ali život bez tebe je jedva vredan života, je, kakva je ljubav. Momcima treba otac, nedostaješ im. In case my predators have been lost, known that we were relocated. Ok, ako moja neka pisma izgubila, znaj da smo se preselili na Cordonu zaovek. Tvoja Violeta.
Oh, I would love to take a bath right now.
Not this one. Surface corrosion suggests it was prone to extreme temperature fluctuations. For medical purposes, I suppose.
The fuck was that, Brett? Dobro. Imamo chemical analysis. Interesantna ova mini igrica. 3 i minus 4. 3. A sad će biti zanimljivo. Ovdje imamo 4, ovdje imamo 3, ovdje imamo 3, ovdje imamo minus 2. I ovdje imamo 2. Nemamo nigdje minus 4, bret. Jel' tako? Aha. Substance is a hallucinogen derived from mushrooms. Aha, znači pečurkice. Dobro, John dares me to play chess with him. A hoću, ajde.
Oh, nice move. You saved the king and checkmated the black king with the rook.
Aha. Label, dobro. Dobro. šta imamo u casebooku, brate? Aha.
This picture was drawn by my mother. I recognize her hand. There's a date on it, 8th of December, 1868. This seems a bit odd. I can recognize my mother's style, but it's far too sloppy. Dated 12th of February, 1869.
Zato što vam pričao sa slikama. Ovo je vratno neka mrlja samo. Pa da.
It's difficult to tell what this is meant to represent. There's no date at all. My mother loved flowers. They made her smile. I remember we would bring a new bouquet every week to make her a bit happier.
That's why we collected all the violet flowers we could find on the island.
Looks like it was damaged by a blunt object. Oh, it brings back some memories.
After examining my mother's room, I started remembering a chaotic morning together. Chaotic.
The broken plate shards were all over the floor. Mycroft had to change his... Mother was troubled that morning. Something we did upset her. Dr. Richter tried to calm her down. We had to put the tray with Mother's morning tea down, but why? It's starting to ring a bell. I think it happened in the morning.
Vidimo šta se desilo. Traje tu kamuflar, da, ovo je on koji pokušao da smiri. Ok, ajmo dalje. Mycroft had to change his suit. The one he was wearing was stained with breakfast.
You're not even trying, Sherry. Concentrate.
Ne razmišljam, bret.
I don't believe you! Liars! Get away from me! It's not true! It's not real!
What?
Oh. Everything will be okay, Sherry. I promise.
It was the morning of the 9th of April, the day my mother died.
9th of April started off badly. My mother was anxious, then hysterical. She threw food and shouted at the doctor. Ok, bio je ludo jutro, krenulo loše. Evo je bila osjećala anksioznost. Onda histeriju. Bacila je hranu, vikala na doktora, zvala ga lažovom. John brought her morning tea, but when the show started they became scared. Donali su joj čaj, ali kad je krenulo kad je krenulo viče, on se uplašio. Jedino što je uradio da mogu da uradi da se sakrije kod kreveta i da sačeka da sve prođe. Hvala Bogu, John je bio tu s njim da ga zaštiti.
She was not just ill, but mad. God have mercy.
I'm sorry. That explains why you locked the memory away.
There must be more. John. That was the morning of her death. I need to know what happened. John!
Every time you... I just don't... Please, Sherry, leave it be.
Just breathe, John. You know that I cannot leave the last stone unturned. We are so close.
I know. But can we at least leave it for another day?
Well, history tells us these memories are triggered by our investigation of other matters. I suspect it could not be forced even if I so desired.
Thank you. How are you feeling about all this? Tell me, I'm not the only one reeling.
It feels wrong, sad. Like they're the memories of another man. I'm struggling to reconcile my love for my mother with the reality of who she was. And worse, what possessed Mycroft to lie about it? There are precious few pieces of this puzzle remaining, John. Let us dawdle here no longer.
Indeed. Wait, did you hear that?
Yes. Metallic souls. What is this sailor doing here?
Well, the Sacrificial mental disease could will be, jer može bude nasledno i da
Sherlock Holmes, isn't it?
With whom do I have the pleasure of speaking?
You can call me your new game. The rules are simple. I have something for you, but you alone must work out what that is.
And that something is my prize, I suppose?
You're a fast learner, sir.
Dobro, pink paint, to smo vidjeli. Old and shabby. No signs of hard physical work. Hiding something square shaped. Artist disguised as a sailor. Zato što kaže... Da, nema hard physical work, to je to.
I cannot believe that Mr. Vogel has somehow successfully called my attention to his gallery. You're here with an invitation to visit it, obviously.
My word, you are fast, Mr. Holmes. Could you explain how you came to that conclusion?
Of course. Explanations are my favorite part of any conversation. Hands without any sign of regular physical activity, in contradiction to one who would most usually wear such a uniform. The paint in your hair is pink. I don't know of any military service that paints their ships pink, unless they have launched a new fashionable fleet. A sailor with the soul of an artist? I would suggest rather a gallery employee disguised as a sailor to mislead me. How many artists on the island know where I live and of my passion for deduction? Werner Vogel is clearly at the top of the list. And you've been attempting to conceal something square-shaped within your pocket. An invitation, I suppose. An invitation to Mr. Vogel's gallery.
That was remarkable, Mr. Holmes. Mr. Vogel was right about your genius. I think he may have even underestimated you. This is your invitation. Please tell Mr. Vogel that the seed has been planted. He asked me to tell you to do so, if you win this little game. Farewell.
As you no doubt have already guessed, I would like to invite you to experience my art exhibition. Dakle, pozivam nas na izložbu. On je slikar. Not only for the purpose of contemplation of beauty, but in a more general need of your genius. Dakle, ne samo da se divi lepoti, nego mu treba njegova genijalnost, naša genijalnost. You will find the gallery at Caravanserai, at the crossroads of Buzz Road and Herms Avenue in Old City. Always your friend, Imamo novi case. I taj novi case će nam vjerovatno otvoriti dalje. Aha, šta je ovo? John felt sick after being recalled the morning. Da, nešto, kad budemo otkrili sve, misli će John da nestane. Okej. Ovo nam je sljedeća misija. Ona će nam vjerojatno otvoriti ova treća i posljednja vrata u kući. Caravanserai. Hello. Što kurac nema nikog jebat. Hoće da me siluje. Ma, pa samo on tu.
Mr. Holmes, you came.
Oh,
how kind. Though now, of course, I realize it is because of my game, not the works on display.
It needn't be one or the other. Your man's disguise was easily debunked, Mr. Vogel, but I shall admit that you planted in me the seed of curiosity.
Ah, terrific! I had no doubt you'd put the pieces together. Let us call it an opening gambit before the real game begins.
So, this little game of yours, what's it about?
An enigma to solve. A locked area in the basement with no windows found brutally vandalized. I have no clue how it was possible.
And this locked area downstairs, what exactly was it?
The under gallery. It's always shut, and I'm the only one with the key.
Ah, so this is your private collection, not part of the gallery.
Oh, no. It's an exclusive exhibition of eccentric pieces. Only a select cadre of artists, investors, and collectors are admitted. Not everyone deserves to have their eyes opened.
What about this intrusion? What happened?
Last night, I was about to leave the gallery when I heard a noise downstairs. I went to the basement, but I didn't see anything out of the ordinary. It was admittedly a rudimentary inspection. It is not uncommon to get rats down there, so seeing nothing of note, I left and locked up the building. When I returned this morning, alas, I discovered that part of the exhibition had been torched, and there was no sign of the intruder. The mystery being, of course, that all the doors to the gallery were locked exactly as I left them.
And the door to the basement is the only entrance?
Correct. Tell me you're not intrigued.
Well, this matter is certainly within my wheelhouse.
This intrusion troubles me. Please take a look around if you're willing. The under gallery is through the door at the end.
I will see what I see.
Mi tu imamo novi case. The Muse. From abroad. Idemo.
I wish I could show you the gallery under different circumstances, but life is beautiful in its unpredictability, isn't it?
Dobro, ovo stvarno nema vremena sada za ovo. A posao zove.
You sure you don't like art, Sherry? Back home, we've got a taxidermist. He's gonna have a heart attack when he sees what I bring him.
Koja boleština? Opa.
The left step's length is shorter than the right. It indicates that the walker was lame.
Čopovac.
Old and hasn't been used for a long time. Closed with a metal bolt.
Magnet fillings.
Footprints. Size 9.5.
Evo ti, dakle su ušli.
A true artist never shows an unfinished piece.
Mi je otvorio bude kuler Zofir, bre. Vidi ovo. Looks to have been slightly moved.
Sherry, how about some company in that dreary chamber of yours?
Leave my loneliness unbroken, John. A handprint of the thing from another world. But it looks fresh, and its coal origin ruins the effect of the extra mundane.
Dobro.
Sodden and mold-ridden. One presumes deliberately. The parasites of creativity. Or just a reflection of the artist's Saturn devouring his son. Oh, grim composition.
Unflinching in its ferocity, yet somehow beautiful.
Frame.
Ugh, sheer vandalism. Only an ignorant person could do such a thing. A Malpalbut.
Malpal. Malpal. Čekaj, bre.
A Malpalbut. Coal fingerprints. I think we're looking for a man with a coal moustache.
Malpal. The chain is fragile. For paintings. Aha. Dobro. Evo sad. Ne, idemo odavde. Ovdje su ušli. Interesantna ideja. A jeste. Interesantna ideja da on bude, ajde probamo tako, a?
You're not even trying, Sherry. Concentrate.
Da, nelogično je. Ali rekao, ajde da vidimo, ajmo. Ajde kažemo da je on ovo otvorio. Ja ovo radimo bez da sam bilo šta pročitao.
You're not even trying.
Imam i mind please čak. Okay. In AC Swinburne room we located a coffin with a skeleton inside which had been slightly moved. On the coffin lid someone had left a coal headprint.
Concentrate.
Aha, evo ga. Dobro. A coal hatch, Franco's room was bolted closed, but on the inner side of its door we found fresh scratches with magnet fillings. Inside the hatch someone had left several footprints. Ok. Znači prvo je da je neko pomerao kostura, da onako prevedem, a drugo je da smo u onom dimnjak, čunak, nazove kako hoćeš, da smo našli ogrebotine. Had been left on the floor. Otisak je ostavljen na podu i jedna noga je kraća od druge, u stvari manja od druge. Dobro. Pa onda kaže ovako. Most of the paintings in Oscar Wilde. Room has been removed from its hangers. A pile of ashes from burned paintings lie on the floor, but one of the frames appeared to be empty. Near them we found mal pal. Ok, znači on je izgleda došao Braziru i marnuo neku sliku.
The intruder entered the basement through the coal chute. He used a magnet to open the hatch bolt. He accidentally pushed a shovel to the floor. Vogel heard the noise. At the sound of his approaching footsteps, the intruder hid inside the coffin. When Vogel entered the basement, he failed to notice anything strange and left without properly checking. The intruder waited until Vogel had left the caravanserai before burning the paintings in Wilde's room, but the vandalism was a cover for the theft.
Eto. Sve smo otkrili.
The pieces are not what I expected.
What do you think my collection is about?
It's a reflection on mortality. Nothing lasts forever, no beauty sustains itself, and everything succumbs to darkness. Am I right?
I don't know.
Well, that's absurd. Of course you know. It's your gallery.
There is no one answer, no singular truth, but many, filtered through the subjective mind. That forgetting, embellishing, lying machine. Besides, what's wrong with a lie if it makes life more interesting?
What's wrong with a lie? It corrupts the ability of others to behave freely and rationally.
Men never act freely and rationally anyway. It matters not what is or isn't in the end. The only important thing is how you feel. And I simply want to feel and consume as much as I can. Don't you?
Feelings are simply one's animal ancestry trying to wrest back control of the brain. I try to avoid the distraction.
You try not to feel, even in a place like this? None of it moves you?
To be frank, I struggle to maintain even a whit of interest in art.
But Mr. Holmes, it is joy incarnate, mankind's greatest achievement.
Mankind's highest achievement above all others is objective and rational thought.
I see then why you dislike art, for it means whatever you want it to.
Or perhaps, Mr. Vogel, I was lying.
Aha.
Mr. Vogel, my investigation has revealed that the intrusion was not merely vandalism, but theft. The limping visitor left your place with a canvas.
That's very impressive.
This thief was familiar with the gallery and he was sporting a limp. Do any of your clients or artists come to mind?
My, your attention to detail is remarkable, Mr. Holmes. I should introduce you to Bosch's works. Alas, I'm afraid I cannot suggest a culprit.
The intruder entered the basement through the coal chute. He used a magnet to open the latch and dislodged the shovel while doing so. That's the noise you heard yesterday. When you went downstairs to investigate, he hid in the coffin.
It seems I should have checked the space more thoroughly.
The fire was a clever attempt to hide a stolen painting, even if it didn't fool me. I found the remnants of an empty frame in the pile of ashes. The canvas had been removed. Do you know which paintings in the Wild Room may have interested a thief? Were any particularly expensive?
Those pieces belong to a well-known artist named Boniface Mercurio. They're controversial, but not of a notably high value.
There's something more, is there not? I can see it in your eyes.
Indeed. There is another intriguing angle. I recently received an anonymous offer for one of Mercurio's works. The sum was more than fair, and indeed could have saved Mercurio from his artistic poverty. But he declined it.
Was it a performative whim? Some artists lionize pain and hardship as if their work would be worse after a meal and a hot bath.
I cannot tell. But not only did he refuse the deal, he insisted on displaying the painting in the public space. I was hoping to change his mind, but artists are a special breed of stubborn.
What was depicted in the piece?
A bound woman, wrapped in robes, being penetrated by a red devil that stared at us, the viewer. The beast had numerous tails growing from his back, and a large crowd gathered around the pair, silently watching the orgiastic scene.
Okay, well, given the nature of the other works on display, it's hard to see why that one stood out. What could possibly be its value?
The evaluation of art is very subjective, Mr. Holmes. After all, art is everything. A poem, a bruise, the beads of sweat on your beloved skin. Even a masterfully solved crime.
I'm not sure I see the connection.
Regardless, the painting was one of a series called The Sabbath Night in Cordona. The works depict sex, violence, and other controversial acts that life, for better or worse, contains.
Ah, I see.
I'm not sure that you do, but that can wait for another time.
So where can I find Boniface Mercurio?
I know he lives somewhere in Old City, but couldn't be more specific. He's a prominent figure, so finding him shouldn't be a problem.
Well, I believe I have enough to begin. Thank you, Mr. Vogel. Your gallery certainly has unexpected depths.
I'm delighted to have been able to please a friend. In return, I expect you to come back with good news. Or at least with a good story. I think I'll leave the exhibition in its current state for a while. I'll call it The Art of Vandalism.
Gde sad da nađem tog lika, brate? Okej. Vogel se da ti artist Boniface Mercurio, znači živi negdje u Old City, ali ne znam tačno gdje. Prominent person, dobro. Ovo je opis slike. Žena koja se, jel te, pumpa s đavolom. Publika oko nje. Ovo je crven, mnogo repova viri iz njega. Zove se Sabbath Night in Cordona. Oh shit. Kaže very prominent person. Ok, vidjeli smo City Hall. Vidjeli smo policiju.
Mr. Holmes, I have something for you. Mr. Holmes, I see what you're up to. Mysterious stranger pursues betrothed woman. But please, let us keep things professional. I have in my possession an envelope containing details of a special assignment for you. Tell me, are you interested?
Miss Sertle, I am not pursuing you, and I am not pursuing further work at the minute.
Well, it shall wait for you here. Do come back. It's quite something.
Ako nije ovdje, ne znam gdje je. The past week has brought us a new scandal regarding the local so-called artistic hire society. It all began at the painting sellout. Dobro, imali su novi skandal koji se tiče ovih lokalnih samoprozvanih umetnika visokog društva. Sve je dobro, na rasprodaju slike koja se zove ima Decadence Dance, ima pesma, ne znam da ko je to beše, to je Paul Gilbert ili tako nešto. The director of a publishing house, the Lion Darren Terwick, broke the idyll by throwing a chair at the decadent artist Boniface Mercurio. Dobro, popio stolicu. Later he did it because Mr. Mercurio brought dishonor to his name. The column writer graciously reminded the reader Leslie was spotted with Mr. Terwick at a coffee shop. Atwardson has smashed and Mr. had to protect his friend. Ok, ni dalje mi ne otkriva adresu. After the police arrived, all high society brawlers were arrested and placed under guard for a week. What a breathtaking event. It was a lot of personalized suggested to obtain a souvenir from the sellout. Unfortunately, when he himself invites our readers to visit his home and purchase one of his paintings, you will find him at the address of Hermes Ave between Scarlet Sand and Olive Sand in Old City. Ok, mislio sam da ću morati da idem u panduraciju zbog tog incidenta, da ću morati da idem u panduraciju da tamo tražim dokumenta. Šta je reklo? Hermes Avenue between Scarlet Sand and Olive Sand. Gdje je Hermes Avenue? Evo je Hermes Avenue. Evo je Olive i Scarlet. Znači ovdje negdje. Ok. Mislio sam da ću ga u City Hallu naći, ali sam se zajebao. Išao sam u policiju. Tu nisam našao ništa i onda rekao ajde da odem u novine i nađem. A da bio sam ubeđen kad sam čitao ove novine da neće otkriti adresu, nego da će kao taj incident koji se dogodio, pa sad ti moraš ići u policiju da vidiš ko su bili učesnici, da uzmeš njihove podatke. Evo nas. Gdje je moj residence? Ovo?
Excuse me, young man. Where do you think you're going?
Greetings, ma'am. I'm looking for the...
I don't care who you're looking for. You shall not pass. No visitors allowed.
I wish to buy a painting from Mr. Boniface Mercurio. Is he at home?
Dearie, tell me, because old age has made me blind. Did someone write Information Bureau on my forehead? Because I'm not here to answer your questions. Entry is for residents only. If you aren't a resident, please leave, or I shall report you to the police. No visitors allowed.
Yeah. Let's say that only residents were permitted to enter. I guess I'm not a stand and I can't as the Bohemian artist. Pa ne znam, ajde da probamo na pijacu vidimo da se malo sredimo. Ne ovo, nego Bohemian.
Be careful with what you've taken. Let's pick something that suits you. Be careful with what you've taken. Don't pass by. Welcome, welcome.
Da probamo na ovu foru. Ali 100% će da upali.
Bakın kim buradaydı.
Boniface, sweetie. Is that you? Ah, old age does terrible things to one's sight. I didn't recognize you at first.
How are you, Mum? I'm ashamed to admit that I've lost my key. Do you have a spare?
For heaven's sake! How many times will you lose that key of yours? Of course I have a spare. You artists all live in your own little world.
Please, accept my thanks.
I would rather accept your rent. You promised to pay me several weeks ago and I'm still waiting.
I will pay you, I promise, very soon.
You'd better do, my dear. Or else I'll just change the lock. And I won't fall for those cow eyes.
Prvo sam došao kao Bohemian, pa nije htelo, pa... Znači, ono... Ah, shit. Well... That's it. I'm out. Pa da krenemo.
The chest has been searched.
Red skin, tails on the back. Reminds me of Werder's description of the stolen painting.
I wonder where he got that fancy camera. Despite the overall tendency towards mess, you cannot sit with the drawer pulled out like this. Someone left it after searching. It appears the wine was truly awful.
Mhm.
Aunt May whiskey, brandy bucks. Quite a collection he had here. The blood has dried.
I've heard of this style of painting. It is called expressionism.
Ne. Ovo još poliva.
Judging by post-mortem rigidity, the body lay here for 1 or 2 days.
Opa.
The wound is precise. It was inflicted by a razor or a knife. Soaked in blood. It seems as if the puddle of blood was here before the rags.
Provjerimo čunu. Evo ga nož.
A normal kitchen knife. Could be the murder weapon.
Evo šta si razvijao,
The
sunce ti
photograph was
poljubim.
not pulled out in time. Such a waste of material. Look at this, John. Isn't it our stolen demon?
Obrazujem me kako hoćeš sad. To je sad pitanje ko je koga ovdje zveknuo. Da.
Mercurio was developing photographs when the intruder snuck in. Mercurio heard him coming. While the thief was searching the chest, the painter ran towards him with a bottle in his hand. He smashed it across the thief's head. The intruder had no choice but to defend himself, and the weapon of opportunity happened to be a kitchen knife. Mercurio stepped aside to grab the painting, but the wine-blinded thief attacked Mercurio's throat. When the thief came to his senses, he saw Mercurio bleeding on the floor. He grabbed the rags and tried to bandage him, but it was too late. Why did Mercurio attempt to snatch the painting in the middle of a fight? To strike the intruder? Not with his painting, it was too important to him.
Dobro. Okej. visitor didn't want to kill. Dobro. Ne može ni s ovim, ni ovo isto ništa ne, mislim. Ovdje sve pretražili, nismo. Jesmo.
Red skin, tails on the back, reminds me of Werder's description of the stolen painting.
Okay. Možda i jesmo sve ovdje pretražili.
It's time for some chemical magic, John.
Da imam. Oh, shit. Četiri crvena, 3 zelena, 4 plava. Četiri zelena, 4 crvena i 3 zelena. Ovo će sad biti seks. Evo te. Jedno 15 minuta sam potrošio na ovo, zapravo je toliko retardirano, uopšte nisam vidio ove gore. Nisam pokušao sam bez njih da rešim. I managed to erase the blood by using chemicals. It's a still life painting of Mercurio's room.
That doesn't look like the painting we need, Sherry.
As expected, but that doesn't mean it won't tell us anything. Let's put it on the easel where it belongs. I guess this is his most ordinary painting. Spot the two differences, John?
Ja sam vidio jednu, stani.
I guess this is his most ordinary painting. Spot the two differences, John?
Ovo je jedna.
If the intruder didn't take it, the skull should be somewhere here. Nothing behind it.
Da. Evo je.
Monster was actually a man. Poor girl. John, you ought to be thrilled. We are now hunting the devil himself.
What were you saying, Sherry? I was too busy sketching the scene, you know, crimes and such like, daily routine. Did you find something?
A photograph. It depicts a man in a red suit with tails sprouting from his back and multiple people in masks watching the scene. It all adds up. But the act of love, it wasn't given willingly, John. It was a violation. And the girl, she was with child.
Give that to me now. Did you recognize someone?
No. Although the victim is not from Cordona, she is African. Look at the ritual scars on her face.
Get that image out of your brain. You have to continue the investigation.
I must speak to the landlady. Perhaps she saw or heard something.
Sherry, you cannot tell her the truth about Mercurio. It will hurt her.
John, that's illogical. Sooner or later, she will come here and discover a corpse, and I still need to talk to her.
Just avoid mentioning corpse, all right? Stick to the character, tell her to call the police.
I'll take that into account.
And wait here. I've redrawn the people in the photograph. Now you can proceed with your investigation without those horrific details.
Key evidence ili all evidence? Nije all evidence, samo je key evidence. Gospođo?
What's wrong, dear? You look like you've seen a ghost.
Can you tell me if anyone else has recently entered the flat?
Oh, you're talking about that limping man. I'm sorry I let him in. I was scared. And I thought maybe he would motivate you to find money so that you would pay your rent. No offense, dear.
Can you describe him?
Oh, so you weren't at home. I was so certain you didn't leave your flat that day. He was of average height, had a limp and a tattoo on his neck, and he was smoking Malpal cigarettes. My husband used to smoke those. They have a horrible smell I can recognize from a mile away.
Mr. Mercurio is dead.
Oh, is this some kind of joke, Boniface? What do you mean you're dead?
I mean that Boniface won't ever pay his rent again.
Oh, my dear. If you need to delay your payment for another week, that is all right. There is no need for these games. But this is the last time you hear me.
It's not about payment, Mum. If you open Mercurio's flat, you can see the dead body for yourself.
Dearie, you will not trick me into entering your flat again, do you hear?
Can I ask a favor?
Of course, dearie.
Please call the police and ask them to enter the flat. And don't look inside until they come up.
What? What trouble have you stepped in this time?
It really doesn't matter. Thank you, Mum.
You're acting so strange today, dear. I hope someday you'll let me inside that head of yours.
Pa trenutno
Sherry, that was
je gužva.
close. But you did everything correctly. Now, take off your outfit. I can't let you walk around in a dead man's clothes.
Pa jesam. Huh? Sad ovako. Okay, drawing out the abuser for reference, depicting him in a red suit with a tail. Dobro. John has written a photograph of a violation that they found in Mercurius Place. In this painting, he depicts a pregnant woman with tribal scars on his face. Pa rekao sam mi samo što nije poverovala. Čekaj da vidimo. Dobro. To znamo. Aha. Thief was at Mercurio's flat to steal the photograph, but found Mercurio instead and healed him in self-defense. Shit. Gdje sad ovu da nađem jebote?
Excuse me, just one question.
What a coincidence. I only learned of this recently myself.
Znači moram se prerušim u Workera da bi otkrio ovo. Ok, skapirao sam deo za Afrikance, za Workera nisam. To sam, jednostavno sam morao pogledam, bret. Debilizm, nigdje mi nije stajalo to. Probao sam da se prerušim u Pandura, pa kao da izvučem informaciju, ali nije htjelo, ali da se obučem u Workera nikad ne mi provalio. Nikad. The scars on the girl's face seems to be from Eve's ethnic group tribe. The only place where you can find Eve's people is the refugee camp located under Victoria Bridge between Silverton, Rolling Brick Bridge. Ovdje. Whoops. Malo sam pokisal. Evo ga kamp. Čekaj.
Beasts!
Murderers!
They're completely livid.
First they come to our land, then they murder our people.
Drop them all into...
Sir, this place is off limits to the public. Please state your business or leave, or I shall request that the police escort you out.
My name is Sherlock Holmes. I'm from City Hall. They sent me to oversee the situation.
No, you're not. I'm the supervisor of the camp, and I'm the one who's handling the current situation on behalf of City Hall. Ronald Harlow at your service. Now, sir, tell me who you really are, or you'll have to explain yourself to the police. I have full authority to request they detain you.
Very well, Mr. Harlow. I am a private investigator. I'm looking for a witness on my case. Sherlock Holmes is my real name, though.
A private investigator? Really? Even so, you're not authorized. I can't let you in, so please, step back.
Čekaj. Ok, ovo je da nije zadovoljan, a ovo je da je... Ajmo ovo.
What about the murder that this crowd keeps shouting about?
It's mere assumption. I assure you that the situation is under the police's control.
I know you want to deal with this in the right way. You are obviously a professional and a responsible person, but you clearly have never handled a situation like this before.
I am handling it, Mr. Holmes. Don't question my capability here.
And tell me how you do it. You can't even calm this gathered crowd, and as for the police, they're not quite managing it either, are they? You consider yourself a problem solver, but until today, you've been solving problems sitting at your desk in a dark corner of a city hall room. Here, you need a more practical approach.
What are you driving at, Mr. Holmes?
I'm looking for a young refugee woman. She must be inside the camp. She's with child or was with child recently. Help me find her, and I'll help you deduce what really happened here.
You may indeed be quite a perceptive fellow, but I still don't see how you can help me here.
Just tell the police I'm with City Hall and I'm permitted to investigate the scene. I'll work out the rest. Trust me. But first, we'll find my witness.
Look, there is indeed a dead body inside the camp. So even if the girl you are looking for is there, all the refugees are now being detained and interrogated by the police. They won't allow you to speak with her, and I can't do anything about that until the situation settles down.
So it's in our mutual interest to settle it.
Oh. I suppose that things are bad enough that I ought not shy away from help. All right, Mr. Holmes. I'll tell the police to allow you to come inside. Just tell me when you're ready.
I'm ready to take a look at the scene.
All right. Go inside the camp and find Inspector Tewkesbury. He's the officer investigating the scene. Tell him I sent you. Say you're an independent expert from City Hall. He'll fill in the details for you.
I'll find my way with words. Thank you, Mr. Harlow.
So they keep these refugees under a bridge like proverbial trolls. No wonder the people outside are...
Who the hell are you? How did you get in here?
Mr. Ronald Harlow let me in, sir. I'm Sherlock Holmes, a surveyor of refugee affairs with City Hall. You're Inspector Tewkesbury, I presume?
A surveyor? What does that even mean?
In short, I've been sent to conduct an extensive report on the incident for the Colonial Office, and to assess all the damage inflicted on state property.
Got it. Another paperworm sent to count money and get food for archive mold. Go on, look around, but don't make yourself too at home. As if I didn't have enough problems before you appeared.
Could you first tell me what happened here?
What happened? People from the bridge above the camp heard a woman screaming and saw a mass of refugees attacking a man. Clearly not a refugee. When the camp guards came by, the man was floating in the sewage canal with a knife in his chest. Bam. A murder. Big news for Cordona.
I'm sure. Thank you, Inspector. Did you learn anything about the dead man?
The fellow looks like a thug. I've had dozens like him fished out of the sea over the past 20 years. Ever since these refugees arrived, there have been people on Cordona with bad blood in them. My best bet is that this thug had something against them too.
And no clue as to his identity?
He had some items on his body, but nothing to indicate who he was or where he was from.
I think I should catalogue his possessions in my records.
Go on. They're on the table near the body.
And none of the refugees were harmed?
One fellow was cut. He's lying over there near their kitchen. He's in a bad way.
You mentioned a woman screaming who attracted the bypassers on the bridge. Was she harmed?
No, she's all right, but perhaps the whole debacle started because of her. She started wailing and the refugees stood up for the girl.
And where is this young woman now?
Back there in the shacks, same as the rest of the refugees. She's been questioned by my men, but she's just some refugee girl. Can't understand much English.
Do you have any suspects yet?
You're joking, right? I've got a whole camp full of suspects. And if you ask me, this bloke had it coming. Better bury him and forget about the whole thing. And now there's a crowd gathered at the camp, and my superiors say we must thoroughly interrogate the refugees, at least those who can understand any English.
Do you believe that your superiors wish to get rid of the refugees?
I think that both our superiors would rather keep the story quiet. Since that's an unaffordable luxury now, they're looking how to protect their public image. That's why I have to waste my time waiting for my people to turn every stone and befriend every refugee. I'm busy. Don't you have papers to fill?
Here we go again. Number of hours on Cordona before stumbling upon another dead body.
Oh, shit.
Someone bled profusely here. A fresh crack, as if the crate was hit recently.
Otkud ti znaš da je fresh crack, brate? Ta gajba stara 300 godina.
A furrow in the ground. A blood trail leading to or from the canal. Clearly a left handprint here. A heavy boot with a worn-out sole. A man's footprint. Police boots. Always happy to trample evidence. A simple leather sheath. Perfect for a dirk.
Jao, kad budu malo pao.
Malpal, soaked with salt water. £1,000. A fair sum, especially considering British currency isn't very common in Cordona.
Jao, kad bude da je ovaj naš, brate.
Coal dust under the nails. I don't see much coal around here.
Ah, shit.
A steel dirk. Sharp. A common accessory among sailors and soldiers. I'd say the blade penetrated upward, however the wound is too messy to be certain. An interesting tattoo. Does it mean something? Heavy boots, with one sole far more worn than the other. This man was limping, John. A violent death. But this man, limping. Coal dust. I think we're onto something here, John.
A da li je moguće su njega bili? O jeboga ti. Dobro. Okay. Ah, fuck, man.
If they find out about the passage.
Find out the passage is for. The situation with the dead body will put the camp into strict lockdown and they will lose the money flow they were earning from their scheme. Oh, su prevaranti, bre.
coppers smell fishy here, Sherry. Sherry, just look at this. Living quarters in a... We have seen some dark places in Cordona, but this...
Da, ovo je baš heavy priča, bre.
Oh, carnelian agate beads, a traditional African adornment. The blood sprayed off the blade after the strike. No hint of blood or impact. It might have been used as an improvised weapon.
Looks like. Ovo je živ.
He is in shock, feverish and dehydrated. The cut is deep, potentially serious if not treated immediately.
Sherry, you know first aid. Surely you have a duty to help this man. You can't leave him to certain death.
Ja hoću ako mogu.
Can you satisfy my curiosity?
I uphold the law, so I'm not answering your questions.
Ja sam mislio sam pitao ovog dole, brete. Ja hoću mu pomognem, brete, ali kako? Something to clean the wound, something to disinfect it, something to use as a band-aid. Možda ne mogu ovdje da nađem. Čekaj. Ima ovdje nešto. Nema. Ajde, probat ćemo da nađemo to. Ako nađemo, pomoći ćemo čovjeku.
Someone was dragged against their will. You know what? I'd like to understand.
What?
How did our dead man end up inside the camp in the first place? Someone was dragged against their will.
To sam video.
The refugees have been detained and will not leave until all the circumstances are clarified.
Fuck. Fuck.
You still here?
Ovako.
Your problem, not mine.
Dobro.
The guards at the sewers were speaking about taking refugees out of the camp. Do you know anything about this, Inspector?
Less than you do, obviously.
And this doesn't bother you as an officer of the law?
I can neither punish them nor put them on the right track, if that's what you're asking. Maybe your friends at City Hall could do something about it, but I seriously doubt that. To be honest, I'm sick and tired of being frowned on for my uniform. If those fine gentlemen you've eavesdropped on are in some shady business, that's on their heads. I'm busy. Don't you have papers to fill? City Hall lubberheads.
Can I ask you a question?
The law can't help you with that.
Could you help me?
I uphold the law, so I'm not answering your questions.
Everyone's looking at us, Sherry. You sure you know?
Can you satisfy my
Ma
curiosity?
gdje znam, bre, si
The
blesav.
law can't help you with that.
Can I ask you a question?
Don't think I can help you, lad.
Oh, I am bored. Call me when you find the answer.
Možemo pričamo s ovim likom napolju.
Mr. Harlow, what exactly do you do here? What are your responsibilities?
What I do and what I am responsible for are two different realities, Mr. Holmes. On paper, I am in charge of the camp territory, security, provision, and the refugees in general. What I actually do most of the time is knock on every city hall door trying to obtain some funding, or at least rations for the camp.
The police here on City Hall's behalf too?
They are, minus those who came here after the body was found. The governor won't let the refugees disperse into the island, so there's a significant police presence guarding the camp. Naturally, they answer directly to the police. I have some influence here, but I'm not their direct authority.
Mr. Harlow, how did the refugees end up here exactly?
Oh, so you're not from around here yourself?
I've been away for some time, but I read the papers.
Yes, this whole story has been in the papers for almost a year now. They were smuggled to Cordona on a ship from Africa.
Smuggled? Then why didn't you deport them?
The smugglers managed to sneak them to shore and hide them inside an abandoned warehouse. When the police raided the warehouse and found the refugees there, the ship was already gone. We aren't even certain as to which ship it was. We have busy shipping routes with other colonies these days, you see.
So you decided to lock them up under a bridge?
There was no other option. We're still trying to work out what to do with them. I only hope we'll find a humane solution and not put them on a raft and float them out to sea.
Murder! Beasts!
Who isn't allowed to visit the crime scene these days?
Can I ask you a question?
Don't annoy me with your stories.
May I ask you something?
Sorry, pal. I can't remember.
You obviously haven't thought this all through. Or are you just annoying these people on purpose?
I'm busy. Don't you have papers to fill? City Hall lubberheads.
May I ask you something?
Don't think I can help you, lad.
Can I ask you a question?
Unfortunately, my casebook is empty on this. Back off. Back off.
We can learn more about the matter by asking around the camp. Okay, everybody said he...
It's unlikely anyone could get in or out of the camp by water without alerting the police guards.
Merdevine.
No, it's too short for these walls or cliffs.
Ja, vrat.
Sealed shut. I doubt our man could get through these grates.
Onda ne znam šta je kog. O vraga. Pan druga pustio.
A single Malpal butt. Roadman cigarettes. A brand highly regarded by law enforcement officers. So there wasn't any sophisticated infiltration plan. The good old police just let the man into the camp. Now we have everything we need to get the full picture of what happened at the camp.
Nemaš ti Borazeru da slažeš ovdje do preko sutra. Ok, ovdje nemamo. Ne, ovo je. Ovo. Pre će biti da je ovo. Možda ovo. To ovaj, da. Koja je razlika? Možda. Ne, bukvalno.
You're not even trying, Sherry. Concentrate.
So, we have a thug who came to take a refugee woman with him. She resisted, but he dragged her by force. One of the refugees stood in his way, armed with a stick, yet he could do nothing against a cutthroat with a blade. The man didn't anticipate that the other refugees would intervene and stand against him. In the confusion, the woman managed to break free. The thug took fright and fled. He was stopped by the falling crates. He stumbled and fell, piercing his chest with his own blade. However, the wound didn't cause instant death. He managed to stand, but still bleeding, he lost his balance on the bridge and fell. Before all of this, the man had freely entered the camp through the main entrance. The police admitted him after they had a short smoke together.
You live by the sword, you die by the sword. In our man's case, it's the same sword.
You still here?
To je to.
Inspector, I believe I can aid your investigation. I know who the dead man is and what really happened here.
You do? Well, good for you. But I'm afraid I'm not the one you need to share your findings with. Speak to Mr. Harlow here. He's the one responsible for settling things in the camp.
You don't even care to listen?
Oh, I do care. And maybe even more than I need to. But I'm only here today to lock the place up, question witnesses, and file the facts. It's sad, but coming up with conclusions is not among my tasks here. You fellows at City Hall do that. Anyway, speak to the supervisor. I'll just stand by and listen to what you have to say. I'm busy. Don't you have papers to fill? City Hall lubberheads.
Kakva kretenčina. Dobro. Wounded refugee, jebote. Dobro. Opa. Henchman not merely a thief. He is not merely a thief, but also a kidnapper. A henchman who takes on various roles. From the shacks on the far side of the camp, there are evident tracks on the ground as if someone has been dragged up. To smo vidjeli, da.
Mr. Harlow, your refugees didn't murder anyone.
What? Pray tell me what you've learned.
All right, listen carefully. This might solve one problem for you, but will create a few more.
Oh, well, that's a great start.
The man came to the camp intending to kidnap one of your refugees, a woman. What he didn't expect was that the refugees would stand up to protect the woman. A brawl had broken out. In the chaos of it, the man stumbled over those crates and fell on his own blade.
How do you know he fell on his own blade?
The wound in his chest was inflicted from an unusual angle. It was not an offensive stab, shall we say. The refugees didn't touch him. And judging by the blood at the scene, the intruder managed to raise himself but was unable to walk very far. He ultimately fell into the canal.
But how did he sneak into the camp? Why didn't the police see him?
And this is where your new problems emerge, Mr. Harlow.
What do you mean?
You're not a dull-witted man. You know what I mean. There is no feasible way to get into the camp without the police guards knowing of it.
The pile of mess I had to sort out has just become bigger, but somehow that doesn't surprise me. Anyway, I thank you for your help, Mr. Holmes. I'll take it from here. Meanwhile, I'll make sure the police aren't detaining the refugees any longer. You can go back in and look for your witness.
You think one small clock can make any difference in this place?
Who knows, John? Just one ill-fitting cop.
Okay.
Could make the whole machine crumble.
You're the one who made the police leave us alone.
I proved to them that your people didn't kill that man.
What's in it for you? You need something from us.
Yes, I do. I need to speak with the girl drawn here.
The dead man came for her too. He wanted to take the girl away, but we won't allow her to be hurt again. What do you want from Nayla?
Nayla. She was hurt some time ago. I'm here to find the people who did this and bring them to justice. And to find them, I need Nayla's help. Will you let me speak to her?
Justice. There's no justice on this land. But you helped us, so maybe your words are not empty. You can speak to Nayla, if she wants it. But I will be watching you.
Hello, Nayla? My name is Sherlock. I know someone hurt you. I am here to help. I'm trying to find the people involved and bring them to justice. Please. There is a photograph, and I'm sorry, it is terrible, but I simply must ask. Where did this happen? What can you tell me about these people? Christ, Sherlock. Nayla, I'm sorry. I'm not very good at this.
You come here for me, but you are rude and cruel and condescending. A cross. The man had this cross. Now go away. Leave us be. I do not need another white man's help.
Oh, glad that wasn't me.
Not my best work, John, by a long shot. Naylor doesn't want us meddling. I'm starting to...
A, brate, ovo se sve više i više komplikuje u pičku materinu. The defiler had a peculiar cross. The defiler is a high-ranking official. Badges such as this are usually awarded to high-ranking officials. O, veselo.
Wonder what this all achieves.
But she helped you anyway. Now we know that maniac's face and the cross he wore, we can still catch him.
Thank you for helping us.
Oh. Odnose ga. Jeste pomogli ovom leku, brate?
Can you satisfy my curiosity?
Sorry, we don't see much here.
Ne to, nego... Ovo.
Are you able to help me?
Sorry, we don't see much here.
You obviously haven't thought this all through.
Ma naravno da nisam, remani me se.
That will kill, not save him.
That will kill, not save him.
It won't do any good. Can you satisfy my curiosity?
Sorry. We don't see much here.
Just washed. Better than nothing to bandage the wound.
Dobro.
I can use this to stop the infection from spreading.
Okay.
I'm afraid these leaves can only be added to tea.
Pa to je nešto, brate.
Nausea and stomach pain is not what he needs now.
Šta mi je još ostalo? I pa aha. I šta mi je još ostalo? Something to clean the wound. Da. Boiled water.
I'll use it to create a solution. I've plated all the ingredients, now to prepare the first aid solution.
-3. To možemo ovako. Vidimo ovo kako će -4. I 5. To je to.
Thank you. This should make you feel better, my friend. Now remain lying down and drink as much water as you can.
Well done, Sherry. At least he won't die from the infection.
Ok, ali imaš nešto ovdje u kampu? Što kažeš, bumped into police officers could cut the flow of money. John suggests we could learn more about this matter by asking around the camp. A ne znam baš da li da se bakićem sad s tim glupostima.
Help me, please.
I don't know, and I don't care.
Beasts!
Ali ranking officials, camp intruders tattoo. Porazvao se baš upetljalo u vražiju materiju.
Excuse me, just one question.
It's so hot today that I can't think of anything.
Officials. British. Evo ga. Thomas Norton, graduated from, rođen u Londonu, 840. Na Oxfordu. 1869. start home office secretary. 1875. took a position as a military commissioner in India, honored by the Queen herself with the Order of the Bath. 1877. dakle kraljica. 1. Marta was appointed as the British envoy in Cordona with his own cabinet in City Hall. Holy fuck. Imamo te. With his own cabinet.
If you're here on matters of signing up for military service, come back tomorrow. Our department needs to straighten out some business.
No time to shave. Ne stiže od seksa, evo ga. Well worn and never removed. Oh. Oh. Didn't sleep last night. Stays at work late. Didn't sleep, no time to shave. Well worn and never removed. Stays at work late. Wine. Hoćemo.
Why are you staring at me like I'm a Madame Tussauds figure? Didn't you hear what I just said?
You blame yourself for what you did. Won't be any good unless you confess to me, so I'll try to be polite.
What sort of did are we talking about? Are you from the press?
I'm here because of Naylor.
Who?
You don't remember her name.
Lad, if you won't tell me why you came, I'll call for someone here to sort you out, if you get my meaning.
Do you recognize this man?
We definitely look alike. But you have the wrong person.
Really? Then you won't mind if I pass this along to the newspaper?
All right. All right. Is this about money, as you said in the letter? What kind of sum are we talking
What letter, Brett?
I've never written a single word to you. Bribery, not my style.
So, that letter, it wasn't from you?
Well, it appears that more and more people in the city are finding out about your despicable hobby, doesn't it? You're in the clutches of justice, and very soon they will squeeze you. It's in your best interest to cooperate.
Fine. I suppose now we have a nice long talk. Do you drink, Mr.
Sherlock Holmes. And I do not.
Shame. All the best discussions are accompanied by a glass of whiskey. But out of respect for you, I won't drink either.
Respect? That's an unusual word in your mouth, Mr.
Where are my manners? My name is Thomas Norton, a British envoy in Cordona on a military mission. So, where do we start?
Boniface Mercurio. Does the name mean anything to you?
He's an artist, right?
The one responsible for the painting that compromises you. I found him dead in his room.
Oh, that is bad. Wait, you don't think that I have anything to do with this?
You had motive to kill him.
Maybe I did, but listen. I know how this looks, but murder? That's on another level. I had thoughts that this Mercutio...
Mercurio?
Well, him, yes. I thought he could have been the blackmailer. But I was too afraid to make any hasty decisions. There were plenty of ways to fail by making a move, so I chose to wait. To see what he would do next. You have to believe me.
I don't believe people, I believe evidence.
Then look at the evidence.
So, let's return to the beginning. What happened at the party?
I vaguely remember that night. As usual at such parties, you meet people, you talk with them, they invite you to spend some time alone with them. What can I say? I got myself mixed up with the wrong company, and somebody must have mixed some psychoactive substance in my drink. After that, it's all blurry. I completely lost my sanity. I made a terrible mistake which I regret deeply.
You don't say. Do refugee girls often appear on the menu at those types of parties?
It's rather rare.
So you didn't attend the party to engage in an exotic experience involving a vulnerable woman unable to accuse you of assault?
I would never have planned such a terrible thing. What happened was just bad circumstance.
You mentioned blackmail. Tell me about it.
All right. A couple of days ago, I received an anonymous letter. It said that in the art gallery at Caravansary there exists a painting that incriminates me. The blackmailer made it clear that if there is a painting, then a photograph exists too. And I should be wary of what it might do to my reputation.
What does the blackmailer want from you?
Money, of course. What else do such people want? Needless to say, I don't remember anyone taking photographs at the party. Up until the last moment, I hoped he was bluffing. But he wasn't, as you've just proven to me.
Show me the letter.
I burnt it as soon as I read it. I've left enough evidence. There's no need for any more.
The painting that depicted you in the image of the devil was stolen by a mercenary. Did you have anything to do with it?
I might be a rotten person, sir, but hiring criminals for illicit purposes is not in my daily schedule.
And buying the painting in an attempt to hide the crime, is that on your daily schedule?
What would you do in my situation?
I would never put myself in such a situation.
You're young. I could never have imagined myself in my current position, yet here I am in front of you. We all make mistakes, Mr. Holmes, and I'm no exception. Mr. Holmes, I've built my entire career on hard work and uncompromising dedication to the Crown. I made a mistake, but I'm not a villain from some cheap adventure fiction. By putting me behind bars, you will benefit precisely no one.
Rotting in prison is the least you deserve, but I have a better idea. You will make amends and help the ones you hurt. Use your connections to help patriate the refugees, find them decent homes, give them jobs. There must be a meaning to your position and my decision.
Yes, all right, I can do that. So, will you give me the photograph now?
That's not all.
Oba.
Nayla deserves the very utmost of what you can do.
Help the girl? I can't risk the press paying extra attention to her. I will do anything except that.
I need to think this all through. Don't do anything foolish in the meantime.
What makes you think you can decide what's best for these people?
Such is the arrogance of British imperialism. I take your point.
Gospodin Baron. All refugees are victims of the system. The situation they are in must and can be mended. Dobro, the envoy's interest in the photograph is pragmatic. If he obtains it, nothing will threaten his reputation. Thomas Norton is the wisher who has committed a terrible act. Even though he deserves to be brought to justice, I cannot overlook the opportunity to do greater good. Give the envoy the photograph in exchange for refugees legislation. The envoy can be neither trusted nor forgiven for what he did. Humiliation and from outrage Cordona are at least ajde ovo ćemo. Da pomogne jebika.
Have you thought it all through?
Almost. The refugees, what will happen to them?
Well, I wouldn't be standing here in this fancy office if I didn't know how to pull the right strings. In fact, it's the only thing I know. The local governor will receive a decree signed by the House of Lords containing a request to patriate the refugees in the name of the Crown.
From where did you gain such influence?
I never asked you how you found the photograph. So don't ask the magician how he performs his tricks.
But how can I believe you?
Ugh, I presume you do believe in my selfishness. The initiator of the refugee salvation will be none other than the British envoy, savior and protector of those in need. It's a win situation for me, too. Now, what about the photograph?
You deserve to be punished, but the greater good is what matters here. I won't bargain it for justice for Nayla.
I'm glad that this situation is over.
It will be over when you settle the matter of the refugees.
You have my word, Mr. Holmes.
Mr. Holmes, you've returned. Have you uncovered anything new about the theft?
I've brought news, but not all of it will please you.
Fill me in, Mr. Holmes. I won't shoot the messenger.
I located the thief, but found him rather cold. He was tight-lipped about the painting, too.
Huh, he's dead. How very droll, Mr. Holmes. One presumes you were not responsible.
It was an accident at the refugee camp. He impaled himself on his own knife.
Life is nothing if not cruel and capricious.
I tracked down Boniface Mercurio.
I presume he wasn't delighted about the situation.
He was not having a good day on account of his murder. Killed in his own flat by the same person that stole his painting.
Oh, sweet Mercurio. Perishing in the pursuit of his art. How apt. I will miss his exceptional sense of humor. What about the stolen painting? Have you located it?
Unfortunately, I could not locate the missing painting.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, such disappointing news. Not even a shred of information? The slightest lead?
I'm afraid the case has gone cold.
I suppose if you were unable to find it, no one else could. What a pity. Oh, but I can tell. You learned something else, didn't you? What happened to your crusade of truth? Was it not that important, after all?
No truth will satisfy you, Mr. Vogel.
It was not an attack, Mr. Holmes. If you've chosen not to tell me, I respect your intention. But it is just rather boring, isn't it?
It is what it is.
Well, now that we've resolved all of our outstanding matters, I have a gift for you. I took the liberty of having it delivered to Stonewood Manor. I am told it belonged to your mother.
Previously you mentioned there may have been more to my mother's passing than consumption. It appears you were right.
Oh dear, I'd hoped to be wrong.
She was unstable, mentally unwell. She required sustained specialized treatment, but her madness persisted.
I knew that Violet had disappeared from the public eye, but had no idea of her suffering. I cannot imagine what you're feeling.
I'm fine. And what exactly have you sent me?
Frankly, I'm not sure how to answer that. I trust you'll know.
Thank you, Mr. Vogel. I am curious to see what you have procured.
Case complete. Ajmo da vidimo šta smo dobili. Vup, vup.
Mr. Sherlock Holmes, I presume?
Correct. With whom do I have the pleasure?
Emilio Estevao. Happy to make your acquaintance. I am here on behalf of Mycroft, your brother. He's on his way to Cordona. In the meantime, he requests your assistance with a sensitive matter. My orders are to provide you with the details.
You have my attention, Mr. Estevao.
Mark Ridley, the son of General Arthur Ridley, is being blackmailed. Suffice to say, the compromising material is of a delicate nature. The matter is of no small importance to the Crown, especially given the status quo on Cordona.
What about the status quo?
The Ottoman population holds a certain animosity towards the colonial rule. It's been this way since we took over the island. General Ridley made concessions with their leaders, but I'm afraid we are still teetering on the edge of open hostility.
What does Mycroft want me to do? Retrieve the blackmail material?
No, sir, nothing of the sort. Mark Ridley is meeting the blackmailer atop the old city bridge tower. You shall observe from a distance, then establish the blackmailer's identity. Do not attempt to arrest him. We'll handle it from there.
Saving the best for yourself? Fine.
There is a cafe just over the bridge that provides a good vantage point. Please report to me when you are done. I'll be waiting for you here, and remember, discretion is of the essence.
Jel main case ili nije main case? Nije. Doviđenja. Ono je main case i na njega ćemo se... What the fuck is this?
Such a bizarre object, and yet oddly familiar.
Poslomenog kostura iz kovčega.
Did you just remember something?
Yes. A room full of curiosities and artifacts. I think I can find it in the manor.
Sherlock. So, you continue to pursue the imaginary.
Mycroft.
I had hoped you might have got all this out of your system by now.
Mycroft, what are you doing here? Get out of my house.
It's my house, actually. I've come to bring you back.
I have no interest in returning, let alone with you. I know you lied about Mother all these years, claiming she was merely ill, but she was unstable. She never had tuberculosis. She was not recuperating, but mentally deteriorating, and you never once thought to tell me. How dare you?
I shall not indulge this petulant tantrum. You can just tire yourself out and then slink back to London with your tail between your legs.
Just tell me everything. I'm an adult now. Show me the basic courtesy of an explanation. You know I will find out eventually.
The goal was stability, and that's what you got. The right thing for everyone was to try and move on from her passing.
The consequences of one's actions determines what is right or wrong.
Yes, exactly. The ends justify the means. After leaving Cordona, Sherlock, you had a normal childhood. In London, I was able to support you, guide you, shape you into a fine and productive young man. You have so much potential, so much to offer society.
But that's not the end. Now I found the truth, and it has shattered everything I knew about her, about you, and about myself. I feel unstable because of you. Your actions were not justified. Lying never is.
Oh, grow up, Sherlock. It was a white lie which has as much use in the realm of the interpersonal as the international. It is time you come to accept that some things are bigger than yourself.
Oh, you are full of it. You like to pretend you care about the big picture, but it's just an ego trip. You like knowing more than others. You like greasing palms and rubbing shoulders with the rich and powerful. You like having eyes and ears everywhere. The fact it helps the nation is incidental, because all you care about is yourself.
It's true. I have agents everywhere, including Cordona. If you weren't so damn stubborn, you'd realize that means I'm only here for you.
Dobra.
Just look at this thing. It's huge.
A minor mishap.
I remember returning home with a pair of perfect sticks. We wanted to turn them into training swords.
Oh, that's right. We stood there, frozen, staring at something huge in the main hall. It was a giant aquarium with a living mermaid in it.
Impossible. It must have been something else. Oh, of course, that mortifying hoax presently taking up space in our front yard.
Well, fine. Your memory's better than mine. But I'm sure we started examining it immediately. And someone else was around too.
Family member, female, Pakeva, verovatno,
She asked what I thought of the artifact.
You were really concentrating and holding something in your hand.
I inspected it with a magnifying glass and was able to confirm it was made of two different skeletons. The mermaid was a fake.
And so it was time to smash the thing. Your mother took a hammer and...
Slow down, John. That's not how it happened. I remember other people joined us.
The workers took the artifact and placed it into the cabinet of curiosities. It became part of Mother's collection of fakes. She always said that the truth lies in the details. This mermaid helped me to learn that. Ah yes, my mother's studio. She was an authenticator, and this was her cabinet of curiosities.
Posljednja vrata.
I never saw the
Mother
point.
said this was among the
What does it
hunting
matter if
trophies
some
of a Scottish
artifact is
viscount.
real or not? It's still. So he tried to persuade everyone that his forest was inhabited by
Mother
these
said this was among the
beasts.
hunting trophies
It
of a
would have been
Scottish
funny
viscount.
Dupli glasovi.
if it were actually true.
The full plate armor of Sir Robert Saunford. I was told my father won it in a wager.
Armor is armor, but look at his sword. Oh, how badly I wanted to wield the blade. Maybe you...
Okay, Otto Richter, evo ih personal notes. Mr. Holmes is a patient of considerable interest and deal test subject to explore some of my theories. Gospođa Holmes je bitan pacijent i idealni test. Odnosno zamrči. I will attempt to rapidly immerse her in a traumatic situation that precipitated her mental illness. It is my belief that reliving that moment may give her mind a chance to embrace what happened. Ok, to je neka traumatična stvar koja se desila, on će da pokuša ponovo da izazove taj nivo stresa i traume kod nje, jer je smatrao da će ponovno preživljavanje toga dovesti do toga da ona nađe neki svoj mir. And cure herself. I'm confident in my hypothesis and merely need to prove it. Oof. In addition, it's fortunate to be around the broader Holmes family. Perhaps I will be able to also examine the heredity of psychological traits, be they competencies or disorders. It is already apparent that all family members share an uncommonly high intelligence. On će, dobro je što je šira porodica, zato što će on to da iskoristi, da proveri da li ostali članovi porodice imaju nasledne te psihičke poremećaje, jer ovako imaju ultra visoku inteligenciju. It appears that the mother's condition has begun to affect the mind of the youngest boy. Znači na mene je počelo da utiče njeno stanje. While I cannot conduct a proper medical examination due to the protectiveness of the elder son, it seems that the boy suffer ongoing hallucinations in the form of imaginary friend, John. Dakle, majčino stanje ima utjecaja na Sherlocka, ali on ne može da ga pregleda zato što Mycroft to brani, ali kaže da izgleda po njegovom ponašanju Sherlock ima imaginarnog prijatelja Johna. Ovo je diploma, torn diploma found in the cabinets of curiosities. Someone deliberately ripped it into several pieces. Dobra diploma koju je neko namjerno pokidao. Reassembled and translated, the diploma reads on behalf of the board of university. Kad je spoj, kaže u ime borda univerziteta u Ženevi, Švajcarskoj, mi rektor univerziteta, noting that Mr. Otto Richter has undergone the test required by the laws and regulations. Smo zabeležili da je gospodin Otto Richter krenuo sa testovima required by the laws and regulations, zahtevanih od strane zakona i pravila, regulative, da tako kažemo. Confer on him the degree Doctor of Medicine with the rights and prerogatives so attached. Završi mu da bude doktor medicine sa pravima i prerogativima.
Clearly, it was deliberately torn.
Dobro.
I wonder why someone would do that.
Ajmo skupimo ove
The
knjige.
Tulpa, Studies in Tibetan Mentalism. An impressive number of bookmarks. Someone was rather obsessed with this subject.
još moglo ovdje da bude? Aha. Letter from Otto's brother. My dear brother, I heard you recently arrived on Cordona. If you come to see me, I do miss our evening conversations, even if we never agreed in our opinions. Moj dragi brate, čuo sam da si skoro došao na Cordonu, da li si došao da posjetiš mene? Nedostaju mi večernji razgovori, iako su nam se mišljenja suprotstavljala. Cordona is home to a stunning new art gallery, which I visit every Thursday. Meet me there. Oh, and do not seek Klaus, I left that name behind. Cordona ima prelepu novu art galeriju koju posjećam svakog četvrtka, nađi me tamo i nemoj me zvati Klaus, to ime sam ostavio iza. Nadam se da vam je okej ovo da vam prevodim.
They claimed it belonged to Vikings. Nonsense, of course. Vikings never had horns on their helmets. The so-called mummy of a Persian princess. The defrauders did good work, but missed one small detail. It's the mummy of a man.
Look, it's Roger. This jolly old man's well preserved. Even looks refreshed.
I doubt he drew much interest at the auction.
That's for the best. I'd be upset if he fell into the wrong hands.
1852, Bingley, West Yorkshire. This photo caused a lot of fuss. My mother spent some time to prove it was a fake.
Letter from the judge. Dear Mr. Holmes, please accept my deepest gratitude for your recent help with a personal matter. I shudder to think what may have happened were it not for your keen eye and sharp mind. Rest assured, should our paths cross once again, you will be greeted by a grateful friend. His honor, Judge McDowell. Ok, ovdje sudija koji se zove Judge McDowell se zahvaljuje gospodinu Holmesu, pretpostavljam da je to Čaletu za pomoć oko personal matter, privatna stvar. Ne možem da pomislim šta bi se desilo da nije bilo oštrog oka gospodina Holmesa i ukoliko budete uvereni, ukoliko se naši putevi ponovo susretnu, bit ćete pozdravljeni od strane zahvalnog prijatelja. Kažem, nadam se da mi je okej što mu ovako prevodim u slučaju ako neko ne zna ili ne može da protumači, čisto da mu bude jasno, jer ova igra je generalno bazirana na priči, a ne na pištoljima.
Officer Luciano J. Placido. So many calling cards. Mycroft liked to keep useful people at hand. Carefully opened. Dated 24th of April, 1869.
Court summons. Aha, sudski poziv, Mr. Mycroft Holmes. Aha, onda je ono pismo bilo o Judge Mycroftu. The Cordona City holds a right to inform you that the trial of Dr. Otto Richter and the death of Mrs. Violet Holmes has been assigned to His Honor Judge McDougall. Oh. Your application for a closed hearing has been granted. You are hereby informed that the prosecution has called you as a primary witness to the trial of Dr. Richter. You must present yourself at the Criminal Court of Cordona on the date listed over leave. Dakle, gospodin Mycroft Holmes je pozvan na suđenje doktoru Otto Richteru vezano za smrt njegove majke. Mi to nismo znali. Njegova aplikacija za zatvoreno suđenje je uslišena tako da ga obaveštavaju da je pozvan da bude kao primarni svjedok, kao glavni svjedok na suđenju doktora Richtera. Morate biti prisutni na danom, u sudnici na dan naznačen. Oh boy.
This drawer was always closed. Only Mycroft knew how to open it.
I remember we tried to break it open and spy on him, but alas, had no success. Maybe today's the day. Oh, Sherry.
I'm starting to remember something. Oh, I remember these. We used them to spar together until Mycroft found out and forbade us from using real weapons.
Bašuk. Vidim krug, doću do njega.
One of the most ridiculous fakes I ever saw. Its owner insisted it was a polar bear. He thought the white paint on the brown fur wasn't noticeable. I remember this cozy blanket. It was perfect for...
Wigwam! Oh, that was a joy to build them. Imagining ourselves as wayfarers on the other side of the world.
Holmes, Chapter 1.
Watkinson and Holman, Chapter 1, by Wallace Dioram.
Oh, Mycroft. He always acts so serious, but then reads tripe like this.
John, if I remember correctly, you couldn't put this book down. Another fake Holy Grail. Its owner claimed to be the heir of King Arthur. Scarcely believable. He also insisted a deadly rabbit was hunting him.
Nešto sam propustio. To je razbijeno. Šta propuštam?
It's a pity how many amazing things are missing from this room.
Kako mogu dobijem ovu fioku, majke ti? Ajde vidimo. Memories in the manor. Now that the cabinet of curiosities is open, I can proceed with my investigation. To smo uradili. Richterovi notes. Dobro, diploma, letter from brother, letter from judge, court summons, the master of unlocking. John asks if we can unlock Mycroft's drawer in the cabinet of curiosities. One morning when we were children, John and I tried to spy on Mycroft to find out where he keeps the key through the door. Accident. After examining the cabinet of curiosities, I started remembering something from my childhood. Ajmo prvo ovo da probamo.
The memory comes back. We snuck about watching him.
He closed the drawer and went to the hall. We were like two shadows crawling behind him.
Huh?
He opened the door to the postman, and they exchanged documents. If it was a real postman, of course. The painting on the wall was slightly at tilt. He stopped and straightened it. Then he threw some logs into the fire and sat in his armchair to read.
It's as boring now as it was then. I'm sorry, Sherry, but I think that's it.
Wait, John, we never use the fireplace in the mornings. What if... A bit of juniper in the fireplace created a soothing atmosphere. It's the little things, isn't it?
Evo ti je
I
ključ.
think this is what we're looking for.
Čekaj, molim te. Ej, kap.
We made it. So what's there?
Dossiers on the most influential people on Cordona. Mycroft always had a habit of building files on everyone he met. Gifted by Queen Victoria herself. Single malt whiskey, Mycroft's favorite.
Half bottle of fine single malt whiskey. Remarkably seems whiskey. Dobro.
Otto Richter. This one is rather thick. Mycroft can be truly dogged in his research.
Otto Richter is 45 years old, born to a respected family in Bern, Switzerland, unmarried, no heirs. Dakle, 45 godina, rođen u Bernu, Švajcarskoj, neoženjen, nema naslednike. Medical practitioner, graduated from the University of Geneva. Dobro, to smo vidjeli da je u Ženevi. Roditelji umrli od kolere 863. godine. Only remaining family is half brother Klaus, polubrat Klaus, 35 godina. Present whereabouts of Klaus Richter unknown. Last seen on Cordona. Dobro. Ok, ključić smo dobili. Šta je ovo? After examining the cabinet I started it. Dobro.
I used this ladder to look at the top shelf, right? On the day of Mother's breakdown upstairs.
Right you are, Sherry.
We heard a noise. I can't recall of exactly what, and we didn't have a great view from behind the statue.
There was that noise, but it was happening from behind the statue. Huh.
Books and papers from the table somehow ended up on the floor. Now it's coming to the surface. I feel it.
Daj mi neku laganu varijantu. Ajde ovako, we had decided to play with the new artifacts. I used a ladder to reach them on the top shelf. Ok. Ok, onda je to. Ovdje kaže, there was sudden noise, but it was hard to see what was happening from behind the statue. Nije bilo ovo, su bili iza statue. Ovo. The papers and books from the work table ended up on the floor, but I'm not sure how. Mislim da je ovo.
You're not even trying, Sherry. Concentrate.
Da, s mačem je došao lik i saseko sve.
You're not even trying, Sherry. Concentrate.
Ne, ovo je sigurno ovo. Ajde stavimo ovdje ovo.
Come on, Sherry. Let's go outside. Wait. Did you hear that? Come here, Sherry.
You call this progress? Charlatan, amateur. I'm not letting you anywhere near my mother again.
So there was a quarrel between them.
The curious conversation. It all happened shortly after the incident in Violet's room on April 9th. Sherry decided to play with artifacts in the Cabinet of Curiosity, and of course I went with him. As a result, we became unintentional witnesses to an argument. Ok. Neposredno nakon incidenta koji smo vidjeli u onoj drugoj sobi koju smo isto sklapali, došli su u ovu sobu, kabinet, ajde kako god hoćete zovete, da se igraju, i bili su nepozvani gosti na raspravi između Mycrofta i Richtera. Sherlock's brother was angry. He was sure that Dr. Richter had done something dubious to their mother and that it had backfired. He called Otto a charlatan. Mislio da uradio nešto loše njihove majici, da mu se to obilo u glavu i nazvao ga je šarlatanom. Opet neka vrata.
Sherry, look! We've got a parcel here. Hurry up and let's see what's inside.
An invitation from Mogul. Dear Mr. Holmes, I'm waiting for you at Kurt Manchio's mansion on Turkey's Lane, across from Cordona Abbey in northern Grand Surrey. Come at once, if inconvenient, come anyway. Always your friend. P.S. I sent you the appropriate outfit for this place to avoid any unnecessary complications. I hope it will. Dakle, pozvao nas je dođemo na u kuću Kurta Manchiosa. Ovo su ulice, dakle Turkey's Lane i Cordona Abbey u delu koji se zove Grand Surrey, to je deo mape. Zovek tvoj prijatelj VV. PS, PS, I sent you, šaljem ti odgovarajuću odeću kako bi izbjegli nepotrebne komplikacije. Nadam se da odgovara. Odgovara da idem ko Batman. Okay, not very private talk. Nemam ništa. Aha. Micro didn't like the methods of Dr. Otto Richter. Dobro, to smo znali. Okej, idemo u mansion. A ne, ovo je mansion. Zapravo. Okej, idemo unutra.
Welcome, sir. I do hope you enjoy.
Enjoy the evening, sir. There is still plenty of time before the grand finale.
All right.
Düş. Ovo je posljednja misija, by the way.
What if I write an article about these people here? Can you help me gather information about Cordona's elite?
Pogledao sam na netu koliko ima misija. I ovo je posljednja. Hello.
Honey, you feeling lonely? I'll be your friend.
Nancio's had to enforce the masks after the scandal.
Ne. Možda, ne. Da li ću imati vremena za sve da ih izrokam ovako? Da. Yellow press, žute štampe. People describe the scandal from a previous part. Vice Governor Cowden was founded by his wife-to-be, a Prussian duchess, in the company of young men. Although the marriage was intended to be a political one, the emotions of the duchess were real. Aha, na prošloj zabavi viceguverner Cowden je pronađen sa njegovom budućom ženom, pruskom vojvotkinjom, a u društvu mlađih muškaraca, iako je brak trebao da bude politički, emocije su bile stvarne. The incident instigated a political crisis between Cordona and Prussia. Incident je stvorio političku krizu između Cordona i Prusije. Although there were only a few notes of protest, the governor fired his protege. Njegovog protežeja je otpustio.
That's what I like about this party. Bring me more dirt, Sherry. One more piece, and I can expose these base hedonists.
Holy shit.
Vogel's gallery has a backer, I see.
My goodness, Sherlock. They made a blood fountain.
No, John, it's definitely not blood, just wine. Gahor, is it a guess?
Sherlock! Friend! I wasn't sure you'd come.
Werner, I see you are not yourself?
The more time you spend here in Cordona, the more I feel it my duty to bring you into our world and show you all we have to offer.
And what is on offer today?
Pleasure, indulgence, relief, and relaxation. You've earned some time for yourself, have you not?
those who know me would say I'm incapable of it.
Nonsense. I refuse to believe there is anyone permitted to know Sherlock Holmes.
Huh. You may be right.
Then free yourself from inhibition and expectation. The night is young, and so are the guests. You should try to enjoy both. It's not healthy for handsome men to spend every night alone, and certainly not in a house filled with such melancholic memories.
I must admit, my travels have proven more taxing than expected. I'm less confident in my life and myself. Time of relaxation seems a distant dream.
So can I tempt you with a physical aid to your moral consolations? There's wine, of course, and something to smoke, or perhaps an artificial paradise? Yes, something more spiritual, a potentiator to sharpen the mind. A 7% solution of, well, that'd be telling, but you must try it.
My mind is my most valuable asset and a finely tuned instrument I will not risk impeding its function. My ultimate duty is to provide the world with truth, and I do that perfectly well as is.
Duty? You've never cared about that before.
Of course I do. Exposing a lie, revealing a fact, that is a moral responsibility.
That's not morality. Morals are what happens afterwards when truth collides with consequence. Do you ever follow up on cases you solved? Do you ever see what happened next, visit the victims, ensure justice is served in the courts? And how do you choose where to direct your attention? Are there not deserving causes to which your brilliance could be applied but isn't?
You ascribe me more power than I possess. I have a narrow skill set and work within that mandate. What occurs afterward is irrelevant.
With every action or inaction, you place a finger on the scales of morality. Many in the city would see you as abdicating your responsibility.
I haven't.
Not me, of course. Morality is subjective, just like truth. There is little to be gained from indulging in it, and far better things to indulge in. Now I must insist on easing any burdens I've placed upon your shoulders. Show yourself a kindness, and try this rather delectable concoction.
If this solution truly does assist with thinking, then well, perhaps it would be puerile to overlook an opportunity to study it. I'll take it with me.
Yes, Sherlock. Very good. And now, our evening begins in earnest. I just remembered. I'm sorry, Sherlock. My mind's delightfully impaired. Please take this key. It opens the altar room, past the library.
Pardon? Altar room? What now, Werner?
Go quickly and find our Fabio. Only you can make him talk. I'll join you in a minute. Let Fabio speak for himself.
The fuck is Fabio?
These medieval botany and chemistry books look romantic poetry and prose. So, Codex Orchis. Why does this occult book sound like a flower? Well-known and recent plays to keep up to date with the current trends.
Da vidimo. Dobro. Key so I could talk to someone named Fabio in the altar room. Mislim da Fabio nije među živima više.
My God. Was he here this whole time?
Koliko o našem Fabiju?
Enough cigars to burn down the entire mansion. An open wound spoiled the carpet. Blood. A sturdy bottle met a not-so-sturdy human. It didn't break only because it was unopened. Why don't people tidy up after themselves?
Idemo redom. Samo u stvari prvo. Od gospodina. Ja, vidio.
This crude tattoo partially covers a slave branding.
A vidite tatuažu.
The dagger is heavy and sharp, but lacks balance. This golden handle has a bloodstain on it. This worm-like sigil has been drawn with his own blood. The wound is deep. A precise strike reached the heart. A blunt-force trauma may have suffered an internal hemorrhage. The victim has clenched the fabric so firmly in his fist that it's nigh impossible to remove it. He died right here.
Dobro.
This one looks like a twisted symbol of Venus, drawn in a hurry. The sign reminds me of the astrological symbol for Mars.
Ovdje nema ništa.
Identical to the robes the guests are wearing. Props, decorations, and tools for a more detailed set. This is a different ritual.
Ritual scenario. I found a scenario of some sort of ritual with the remark written at the beginning. It says, read and rehearse this rite. Mencius. Našli su scenario rituala, kaže pročitaj i probaj. The naked woman lies on the altar on a bed of flowers symbolizing Mother Gaia. Gola žena leži na oltaru, na krevetu sa cvećem, simbolizuje majku Gaju. The one who leads the ritual oils the body, onek vodi ritual namaže ulje. The woman to awaken her inner fertility, da probudi njenu plodnost. Participants should chant at this moment and call for the man who can please Mother Gaia. Znači da nađe ono ko će da je kara. Then the man who will impersonate the principle of life, onda čovjek koji će da impersonate, da glumi ono, princip života, may come to engage in sexual congress with her, može da dođe da kresne. Don't ignore the guests, Matista, ovo je Mancinos note, and stop boring them. Nemoj ignorišeš goste Matista i prestani da im dosađuješ. They don't want to hear about your stupidities, they want to feel how beautiful they are. Neće slušati tvoje gluposti, hoće da se osjeti lepim. I kako velikodušno možeš da budeš prema njima. You're here to play, ti si ovdje da slaviš i zadovoljavaš svoj život. Remember each guest paid a great deal to be with you. Zapamti, svaki gost je platio visoku cenu da bude s tobom.
A useful tool for a disguise arsenal.
neke minđušice.
Handcrafted and luxurious cufflinks. There's also a note. For my Fabio, Manchos. The capital F on the key fob might refer to Fabio. The key is similar to the one that Vogel gave me.
Ovo je parfum s dinosaurusima.
Would you recognize me
Dinosaurus sa
in one of
slonovima.
these? I suppose not.
Similar to the guests' robes, apart from the bloodstains. The pitcher is empty, but with puddles around it. Blood clots are adhered to the sides of the drain.
Jebote, svašta smo našli. Dobro, ovo smo sve čitali. Dobro. Fabio. Circumstances of Fabio died on the altar. To je to. Okej, ale... Ajde.
A
Bloody
person leaned against the
handprint.
door frame. They left a smudged trail of blood. Werner, care to explain what is going on here?
On nights like these, it's not unusual for some attendees to get a little exuberant. It's part of the appeal. Unfortunately, it appears things have gotten out of hand. Yes, some are more prone to bend the rules.
Kad sam ja došao na Cordonu, pola njih
Murder.
pobijeno.
I doubt there's anything left to bend. Why did you not tell me immediately? We were chatting about trivial matters for some time.
If I'm completely honest, Sherlock, I've consumed a rather potent cocktail of substances. My attention slips and drifts. But I'm glad I thought to call for you.
You sent me a disguise.
Oh dear, did I? Well, since I found the body, Mr. Manchios has agreed that you can investigate the matter. I promise my mind will behave itself going forward.
All right. Then pull yourself together, Werner. Mr. Manchios is the owner of the manor, yes?
And the host of Cordona's most memorable parties. He
Charlie Sheen
promises even
Cordona.
the ugliest guest a partner for the night. And for the ones with more unconventional tastes, Mr. Manchios provides other services.
What a caring person.
You cannot begin to imagine.
How did you discover the body? In between guzzles of alcohol?
I was set to perform in a fecundity rite with Fabio and came to inquire further. It was a staged ritual where he was to play the principle of life.
And the rehearsal was unsuccessful?
Huh. Who knows? I found him alone on the altar, his blood dripping to the floor.
And then?
Then I called Mr. Manchios. He was panicking, so I told him about you. We left the room and locked the door. Then we were...
Filling time?
Waiting for you was stressful. We indulged in some simple comforts. Overindulged, perhaps.
Were you well acquainted with Fabio, the victim?
Everyone knew Fabio, or wanted to. His beauty was the talk of the island. Too handsome to go unnoticed. He was magnetic. Fat wallets fought for the privilege of having him. He offered the pleasures of performance and more.
What about the fertility ritual? There was something about Fabio being a principle of life.
Fabio was supposed to portray the beauty of life's origin. Flowers, oil, not this travesty that seems straight out of the Inquisition.
So this ritual is not the fertility rite. What was it meant to look like?
It begins with a woman lying naked in a flower bed on the altar.
To smo čitali.
She represents Gaia, the earth. As I cover her in oils, we chant for the principle. As our calls reach a climax, Fabio enters and copulates with her. After he finishes, I stab her with a dagger. That part's just pretend, of course.
But the intercourse is not?
I did not expect you to be such a prude. Are you a virgin? It is nothing to be ashamed of, but it would explain the color of your cheeks. The fertility rite marks the start of our festivities. The principle of life is beautiful, intimate, essential. It must not be stopped.
Yet it appears that someone did stop it. What about the naked woman? Can you tell me anything about her?
Oh yes, Matista. She's one of Fabio's compatriots and a performer too. I haven't seen her today, actually.
When you discovered the body, was the door open?
No, it was locked. Oh, that reminds me. It's a minor detail, but the first time I came to speak to Fabio, I left without entering, having been unable to open the door.
You didn't have the key?
No, I had it. Don't look at me like that. I was mostly sober. I suspect there was a key in the other side of the door, blocking the lock.
That detail may very well be major, Werner. Well done. So you returned later only to find the lock was not blocked?
Correct. After an hour had passed, I tried again and was able to unlock the door. That's when I discovered poor, handsome Fabio.
No, ne
The
znam
police
policija.
remain unaware of this tragic event?
Some of them may be hiding behind their masks. They conceal many things. But we didn't want the authorities to create more problems. Besides, after a few cocktails, their incompetence will have soared to new heights.
How do you know I even want the case?
I promised you relaxation. If there's one thing I know about you, Sherlock, it's that nothing soothes you more than a good mystery. You've got a lot to do, Sherlock.
Blagoveni.
The herbs here are Salvia divinorum. This elaborate box must be for the ritual dagger. The wounded person was here, a bloody handprint on an armchair. There appear to be no further traces leading to the altar.
So, Sherry, do you have any ideas about the case?
Perhaps. I think I can deduce what happened here.
Jo, ovo će bude pakao sad, bret. Okej. Ne, ostavit ćemo da je ubica zaključan. Da bi mogo da ga kokne. Ne. U stvari može biti flaša ako je bilo... To je sad problem. Ovo je. Da.
You're not even trying, Sherry.
Dobro.
Concentrate.
Onda možda nije ovo, a možda jeste ovo, čekaj. Ne, čekaj. Ima je Blonde Forest Rama. To. I onda ga je vuko šamućinog.
The bottle was used as a weapon during a scuffle in the smoking lounge.
Ajmo je ovdje.
Then, to ensure no one would interrupt, the murderer locked the door. The unconscious body of the victim was moved to the altar room. Once the body was on the altar, the murderer thrust the dagger into the victim's heart. Symbols were drawn with the blood. The wardrobe was used to hide the bloodied robe from anyone's eyes. The killer washed himself and took a clean robe from the hanger before leaving.
Are you all right? You're on the floor, not moving.
I think I know what happened here. I'm starting to put the pieces together.
Fabio was stabbed.
I see nothing gets past you, Werner. Yes, he was stabbed, but only after being knocked out in the next room and placed here. I do not yet know why.
So, who's responsible?
Well, it was one person working alone, and the murderer has now donned a robe. He or she could be hiding in plain sight. We have lost time, Werner, but your discretion may prove to be a benediction after all.
I know you can untangle this mess.
Okay. Ne znam šta održavam, to look for information that he might use to write an article exposing a local elite. Poraz, posle ćemo to. The ritual was a cover. The murderer had a key to the altar room. The murderer was in possession of a key to the altar room and locked the door. Okay. It is clear the murderer had a key. If I found out who had a key to the altar room, I'll shrink the circle of suspects. Sad će bude veselo. Ovo smo već rekli.
The murderer had to have access to this room. After the crime, he used his own key to lock the door. So, who had the key to the altar room?
I'm not sure. As a special guest, I was provided one by Mr. Manchios. He should be able to tell you of any others.
Where can I find him?
Most likely in the main hall, entertaining his guests. He has a mask with golden stars. You can't miss him. But please be discreet. We don't want to risk disturbing the revelry. I know you can untangle this mess.
Sherlock, don't forget to find the information I need before the guests leave.
Kurt Manchios, I presume. I'm Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, you must be the one Werner told me about. What a
A,
sweet
ono mi se
voice you
bukvalno
have.
zvezda na nebu,
It
ja se
must
tražim
belong to
ono.
a handsome young man. Can I call you Sherlock?
As you wish, Mr. Manchios. Mr. Vogel asked me to help you. The body in the altar room requires answers, and quickly. I suspect the murderer to still be here.
What? Lower your voice. I don't want anyone to hear us.
I need to find all those who had the key to the altar room. As far as I know, Mr. Vogel, Fabio, and you had access to it. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes. Also, Matista and Santos.
Santos? Who is that?
Santos Pinchetti, my major domo. In his opinion, at least.
I'd like to speak to Mr. Pinchetti and Matista. Do you have somewhere I might have a private conversation with them?
Of course, of course. Let me think. Matista is entertaining the guests somewhere, and Santos... Oh, yes. He will be busy with the servants. Or the cook. What's that noise? What's going on? Freeze, filth. You're under arrest.
Oh. Da su napravili još veće sranje. Ovo je neka glupost. Jeste, nije, šta? Evo ga, copyright.
Committed a crime, and now I have to free you, kiss your hand, and apologize for the inconvenience. Your Grace.
I did tell you that Mr. Vogel and I were innocent. I emphasized it in my statement.
Your statement? Thanks to some bigwigs who work for the so-called good of the country by releasing fleas like you. Thank God we have Vogel in this letter. Once I get to that goldfish, I'll...
Bigwig? Oh, my wretched brother Mycroft and his long nose.
Wait, did you say Mycroft? Mycroft Holmes? Are you the youngest son of Violet Holmes, rest her soul?
You knew my mother?
Not personally, no. Not exactly. I was working on the paperwork for that case.
Would you happen to remember anything of the events?
Well, I didn't make the inquiry, but I remember seeing some notes. Why?
You must help me. It would mean a great deal to me if you could find any information about that day.
Huh. Got you hooked, right? You know what? Stark and the others think they're the smartest here, thanks to you. Let me get this straight. Are you listening to me, lad?
I'm all ears.
Take this case. Report to me only, to Constable Harvey Oswald. I'll leave everything I have on this table. Find the murderer. Be a real copper. Question the suspects, make them sing, give me something substantial.
And if Mr. Vogel is not a suspect?
If he's innocent, then you can take your favourite degenerate away from here. If you slip or mess with the evidence, then trust me, your brother won't save you from my bludgeon. Meanwhile, I'll be checking the archive for you. If anybody asks, then you're a consulting detective.
Let's make a start then, partner.
I'm glad we managed to get the scoop before the raid.
Dobro. Dobro. Ovo smo završili. Da, okej, ovo ne treba ne gledam. The police arrested me during the raid. Dobro, Constable Oswald freed me. He said bla 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 bla. Moj ti. Witness deposition. I, Saturn Pinchetti, am a witness who reports a suspicion of murder at Manches mansion in Grand Surrey. During preparations for the social party, I heard loud noises from the closed altar room. Immediately, I thought of the sacrifice of a living being overviewed by none other than Kurt Mencius. There was blood on the wall, strange symbols, and a dagger in the heart. As soon as I was able to think clearly, I rushed to the police station to report my findings. The station responded to the deposition by sending a patrol, while the witness left the station and went home. Znači, on je prijavio. Report broj 62. Taj Salvatore Panchetti, kako se već zove, on je video žrtvu i prijavio policiji. Policija je došla i onda smo došli do ovog ovdje dela. Report following a report from a witness of the satanic ritual who claimed to have found a body. The raid on the Manches mansion was granted. It resulted in the arrest of multiple suspects and a dispersal of the group in masks and robes caught in the acts of gross indecency and unnatural behavior. Ok, znači, ovo je sad izveštaj policije. Nakon što su pozvani, oni su otišli tamo, čuli da ima leš, oni su dobili dozvolu da rejduju kuću i uhapsili su nekoliko osumnjičenih. The body of the victim was found lying on the altar with a knife wound with a knife wound in his chest. The officer identified the victim Fabio, a local performer and artist. Dobro, telo je nađeno, imalo je nož, identifikovan je kao 20-godišnji Fabio, lokalni performer i artist. Evo ih ko su nam uhapšeni, znači Vogel, ja, Mencius, Matista i ovog su pustili, brate. Ok. Vogel had a letter of an insulting nature in his possession which had been written by the victim. He claims to have found the body. He is infamous for his eccentric personality. Ok, Vogel imao pismo koje je bilo napisano od strane tog Fabija i da ga je vređao. On tvrdi da je našo telo, a poznat je po kao ekscentrična ličnost. Sherlock Holmes carried a murder weapon. Dobro, ja nisam, ok, ali ajde. A dagger with the victim's blood and other items of evidence. He was invited by another suspect, Vogel, presumably to obstruct the official investigation. Kako ja mogu da obstructam official investigation? Mene su našli s nožem, pozvan sam od strane Vogela da uradim zvaničnu istragu. Ne mogu ja da uradim zvaničnu istragu, ja nisam pripadnik policije. Mencius, the owner of the mansion and organizer of the satanic party, paid the victim to participate in the ritual, had access to the crime scene. Ok, on je platio lika da učestvuje u ritualu. To opet ne mora da znači da ga on ubio. Matista, Fabio's partner and participant in the ritual, tried to escape, resisted arrest on the book with a description of the ritual performed in the altar room. Some of the guests are temporarily detained for further investigation. Matista mi deluje kao da i još u kući mi je delovalo kao da je ona po onome što smo pročitali. Dakle, Matista je Fabio partner i učesnik u ritualu. Pokušala je da pobegne, opirala se hapšenju i ima knjigu sa opisom rituala koji je izveden. Neki od gostiju su zadržani za dalje ispitivanje.
1
Cordona police evidence ticket. The provider of this ticket has permission to inspect all evidence on case. Ok, znači s ovom kartom mogu da provjeram sve dokaze.
Back on track to solve the case.
Ok. Ovo je ovo što smo čitali. Da imamo da li imamo da murder klijenta Fabio. Dobro. Pinchetti is a suspect who should be arrested and questioned. He had a key. Vidiš, on bi trebao da bude uhopšen, a nema ga. Vogel is held because of the letter. Case book. Santos is a suspect. Santos had a key to the altar room and could enter the crime scene. He even appears to have been the first person to find the body. That makes him a perfect suspect. I should tell Constable Oswald in the archives to question him as a suspect. Ok, Santos ima ključ. Kao takav mogu da priđe tamo, našao je telo. I kao takav mora da bude prvo osumnjičeni.
Have you considered Mr. Santos Pinchetti as a suspect?
The snitch? Have you seen him? I mean, my breath could knock him down. What's so special about him?
As a major domo, he has keys that open all the rooms, including the one to the crime scene. Could have testified only to circumvent suspicion, don't you think? We need to question him.
Right. I'll send our men to fetch him. Stay here. They brought him in, Mr. Holmes. Here's the key to interrogation room number 7. Mr. Pinchetti didn't even resist, our men said.
Thank you.
You can question Mr. Pinchetti in the interrogation room.
This area is restricted.
Ok. Kako je da znam koja su soba, bre? Aha, evo ga, ovo je 3. Nema nikog. 4. Nema nikog. U petici ovo je vlasnik. Ovdje je ova Matilda. Ovdje može taj Santos.
Werner, are you all right?
Oh, yes. Everything's fine. In fact, it's something of a family reunion. My brother spent quite some time in this place himself.
You should not be here. I told the police everything I knew, but they refused to let you go. They require proof to free you.
Ha! What did you expect? The mighty Sherlock Holmes swans in, tells the officers what to think, and the world obeys?
Of course not. Anyway, I struck a deal with the constable, and I've got a free hand in the investigation. I find proof to solve the case for him. He obtains files about my mother's death for me.
Well done. If one has the power or will and can act, then one must. I wonder, suppose you couldn't get the proof to your truth. Would you tell a lie to the guard that enabled my freedom, knowing my innocence? Would that not be just?
No.
There are lines I will not cross, Werner. I will do my best to secure your release, but with proof, not deception.
Really? How many white lies have you told on this island? Why not for me? Why not another?
That is absurd. I can resolve this without compromises. Do not give up hope.
Okay.
I'm I'm not supposed to know anything about this.
I have learned who told the police about the crime. It was Santos Pinchetti.
Do I know him?
The major domo of the manor. He cleans up after you?
Well, then he does his job perfectly. All but invisible. I couldn't tell you the first thing about him.
Ok, da vidimo šta imaš, gospodine Santos. Court mentions will and note. A small note attached to the will says, Santos, my hopeful slug. You begged me to include you in my will, so I did. Here is my latest revision of it. Ok, molio je ovog lika da ga uključi testament, tako da je ti revizija. Court, the text of the will under the note. Santos Pinchetti, the major domo of the Manchios mansion, receives a jar of mustache wax and a salt lamp. That he might always remember his... Ključi ga u testament i dao mu teglu voska za depilaciju i salt lamp, slanu lamp, ne znam što je salt lamp. Do jaja. Okay.
I recognize the key from the altar room among these.
Ok, znači imamo motiv. Nije ga zajebo ga za testament.
Mr. Pinchetti, a pleasure to meet you. I'm Sherlock Holmes. I'm helping Constable Oswald.
I've already told him everything I know. I'm only a witness, sir. Everything's in my report.
And I've read it. You forgot to mention that you hold the keys to the room where Fabio was found. I need only to find if the crime was intentional.
But I need to return to my duties.
I doubt the house will fall without you, Mr. Pinchetti. Just be still for a few seconds.
Repaired multiple times. Blood. Dobro, moguće da je ugazio. Mada... Mogu je da ugazi samo ko bi u onoj sobi. Jer ti kad otvoriš vrata, tebi je altar ispred i vidiš, znači na 5 metara od tebe vidiš leš. A ispred nije bilo krvi, jer je on došao s ove strane iz sobe. Znači ako je on došao do leša, faktički nije imao gde da ugazi u krvi, jedino ako ulazi u onu sobu sa strane. To je bar neko moje mišljenje. Ajmo, stavit ćemo ovo.
You are the major domo of a rich mansion, and you seem barely able to afford decent clothing. You hide under heavy makeup a skin disease that might be treated with more onerous but less harmful means. Do you have money troubles?
I do not have a lot of means. The pay is below what you might expect.
But you could easily change your job if your employer does not meet your elementary needs.
One can change his employer, that is true.
And the blood on your shoe, where does that come from?
I don't actually know. Perhaps from a guest?
Did you know Fabio?
Not personally. He was a frequent guest, and cleaning the mess after his performances was tedious. Mr. Manchios always had a role for him, and mainly the leading one. The parties were always Fabio-centric.
And Batista? Was she as popular as her partner?
Don't tell her I said this, but I do not think so. Mr. Manchios hired her only because Fabio refused to work without her. Mr. Manchios used to see her as a worker. She was tasked with entertaining the guests, unlike Fabio, who could pick and choose.
Oh.
Mr. Manchios says that you begged him to be included in the heritage. Isn't that a little extreme, even for a major domo?
He's not only my employer, he's my uncle. And I'm his next of kin. The only one. Mr. Manchios flatly refuses to pay a family member. All I have to do is repay his so-called love. Cleaning up the filth after perverts and decadents. He's imprisoned me. The best I can hope for is a new broom. That's why I wanted to have my part of the inheritance.
Is it that bad? You have a roof above your head, a salary, and the status of a major domo.
For God's sake. I'm forced to dye and stitch my threadbare clothes, and the holes in my shoes are painful. I'm ashamed every time a guest looks at me closely.
Why do you think your uncle treats you this way?
My mother, my uncle's sister, had me illegitimately. She died, and I was given the surname of one of the maids.
But you are entitled to some of the money that belongs to your family.
He thinks not. I was not responsible for my mother's death. I work hard, and he pays me nothing. I feed on the leftovers. While he wastes our estate's property on decadent parties, he paid Fabio handsomely and showered him with expensive gifts for their disgusting relationship.
The murderer cleaned theirself. Ako ga se očisti, onda možda ipak nije on. Moguće. Santos paketi efforts in vain, paketi has been forced to work. Dobro. Čekaj, da imamo. Missed the blood splatter, accidentally step, ali ne znam gdje je mogao da stane. Ajmo ovako da kažemo. Za sada. Ok. Dobro. Idemo dalje.
I'm Sherlock Holmes. I'm helping Constable Oswald. You are Matista, Fabio's friend.
This body, yes, it's Matista. But it's a mere shell that will die someday. Just like Fabio.
Fabio knew the risks. Selling his body to degenerates who hid behind robes and masks, it could not end well.
That's only your distorted understanding of safety. Officers here, they wear robes and masks too. It's a dangerous lifestyle. But it's not as though we were given many other choices.
I'm just here to ask questions and find Fabio's murderer.
It will not bring Fabio back.
Odmah u sise, bre. Primitive occult tattoo. Bitten nails. Oh. Old and healing cuts. Ima isto ko što je ovaj imao. Obtained recently. Ok, nervozno. Ovo je.
Fabio and yourself were slaves, am I correct? You have a similar branding on your body.
Yes. It was a long time ago.
Couldn't help but also notice fresh cuts upon your forearms.
The cuts helped me to forget my past, to cover the old wounds and hide them.
How did you escape?
Something happened. One night the master fell down the stairs. I made him fall, and he died. We ran away that day. We managed to get on a ship and traveled here, to Cordona. Fabio and I started a new life here. It was very hard at first, but it became better with time. Until today.
The bruises on your neck are not self-inflicted. Someone else made them.
Some guests can't contain themselves. They even bite, sometimes.
This was bruised by the guests. Dobro, da, ona tvrdi da su se gosti. Pa, može biti. Da, ubeđen sam da je ovo. A što je crveno, što je crno? Ajde, poslije ćemo to da menjamo. Dobro. Idemo kod glavnog i odgovornog.
Good day, Mr. Manchios. I am Constable Oswald's partner in this investigation.
Be quick and gentle. Some of your colleagues are untrained bores. Although I don't mind meeting young officers, the new blood here.
If you cooperate in finding Fabio's murderer, there will be no need to meet with the boars again.
That voice. Werner's friend? You're the policeman. What a disappointment.
Only an undercover agent can scour a ditch full of deviants. I am a consulting detective, although I'm capable of replacing the entire department through my consultations.
Sharp-tongued, I like it. May I presume this tongue will get us out of this trouble? I would be so indebted and glad to repay you.
Nothing's changed. I'm looking for the murderer. That's the only way to get us out of trouble.
But it shouldn't take much time, correct? We're all busy after all.
I need to examine you first.
Where is makeup? Dobro. Rash from explosion to hair dye. Se negdje pominjalo bojanje kose. Nije. Jebem ti ove motive u pičku materinu. It's his age.
You are a little over the top with your use of makeup, Mr. Manchios. Is it so difficult for you to acknowledge your age?
Well, Sherlock, that's easy for you to say to an old man when you look as though you are barely 15.
But still, it shouldn't be an issue for someone of your status.
For people of my age, it isn't an issue, no. But the younger ones can be so afraid of wrinkles and grey flecks. I have to adapt.
Such a methodical man who cares for his body but misses the soap under his fingernails. Are you so impatient, or perhaps even impulsive?
I wouldn't call myself that. Silly little details. If I missed it, it wasn't important. Or rather, it was less important than who or what I was focused on.
Mr. Vogel told me a little about your parties, but I would like to know more directly from you.
I'm all yours, Sherlock. You have me arrested and locked here with you alone.
Why did you invite Mr. Vogel as your special guest?
He's a pretty fellow. He's capable of surprising the public. He has a talent for saying words that no one else would wish to either say or hear.
I suppose I can't argue with that.
He is a free addition to the eccentricity of the party, which is fine by me, as long as it enhances my party.
I'd like to know who you usually invite to your parties.
Free minds who are able to leave reality for an evening, who can taste forbidden fruit without prejudice. There is nothing that quite spices up life like these parties, assuming one is old enough and has worked many years for the good of one's country.
Oh, all true labourers, I see. What was Fabio like? His personality, his habits? Anything you can tell me?
He was the brightest star of my parties. Young, magnetic, and full of energy. I don't even want to mention his beauty. Otherwise, I'll be sobbing.
Ja, ovo se loži na njega.
Expensive champion, I imagine.
His performances were flawless. He deserved his payment. Do you think he was murdered because of money?
Possibly. What about the other guests? Were they used to opening their wallets as well?
I wouldn't restrict my guests from anything. I'm sure Fabio received a few coins from others for his services.
Ok, da vidimo.
That's not something I know much about.
I've read the letter about your will. A harsh method of ridiculing Santos. I doubt he will use mustache wax when he wears no mustache to begin with.
Where did you get it? Is the slug here? Tell him I shouldn't have to provide for him. He's a grown man who shouldn't sit on his uncle's neck. He conceives himself as my only heir.
And who is he to you?
He's a leech on my aging body. He has only added problems to my life since the death of his mother.
I fail to see why you made him your major domo.
He needed to know his place, so I taught him. I've no idea about that.
Do you have any idea who tipped off the police to raid your mansion, Mr. Manchios?
Of course. It was you. I could even say you Sherlocked me in here.
A good guess, but the wrong one. The fellow who did that was Mr. Pinchetti, your major domo.
What? Santos? But how could he even know? If he's not the murderer himself. The ungrateful swine. He has dared to besmirch my reputation.
Not a very eloquent choice of words.
What should I call him then, since he's a snitch? Make him talk, Sherlock. I'm quite certain he knows more about the murder than he has told the police. You'd better ask someone else. You'd better ask someone else. That's not something I know much about.
You bought an expensive pair of cufflinks for Fabio. Were they his price? Or were they a tip for an exclusive show?
It was pure business. Fabio escorted me a few times. I was merely showing my gratitude.
This pair cost a small fortune. You must be extremely grateful then. Tell me more.
You've thrust a knife in an exposed nerve, Sherlock. Yes, he was my protege and my beacon also. With my experience and his beauty, we could have achieved anything. I had faith in him. I would have made him.
Izvinjam se, moram sam nešto pogledati na telefonu dok je on priča, ali u principu sam ga slušao. Da, had feelings. Ovo je jedna stvar. Ali ne znam kako bi ovo ne ide, ova dva. A, idu. Careful prepare him for the depravity. Manches washed himself after the murder. Idemo s ovim. Oh, fuck. Može se loži na Fabija, Fabio ne te da mu uzvrati ljubav.
Continue our investigation while I look for the papers.
I know I can handle the news.
Onda nema nikog.
Please let me out.
I know you can untangle this mess.
Ovo je s tobom. Casebook, aha. Aha, idemo u evidence room, okej.
Did you hear Basilio? Did you hear Basilio?
Circumstances of the incident that... Ma ne, ovo ćemo samo ovako, bre, to ima da prolazi. Što sam stavio na duže, ovo da mi treba i onda sve prolazi. Bez veze, treba sam skratim, to ali nema veze.
In the police. Let's pretend to be cops, eh? We can just stand around and look confused.
Good night. Your ticket, please, if you want me to help you.
I'd like to check the evidence from this case.
And who are you?
Oswald sent me. I'm a consulting detective.
His partner, then? Let me see. Ah, a ritual murder. What a bunch of degenerates. Wait a second. I'll bring it to the table.
An emergency kit for boredom.
For boredom. Letter from Fabio. The letter that was found in Vogel's evidence books. Aha, to je što je ovaj dobio moj. Is your mind unsound? You can control your bitterness, not around me anyway. For me it's too great a risk to ignore that kind of behavior. Ne može da kontroliše ogorčenost oko njega. Za njega je tako ponašanje rizično da ignoriše. I can be, speak and play with anyone I choose. I'm not another Matista. You pay me but you haven't bought me. Aha, i ovaj teo da ga... Of course I'll keep all your generous donations, even though they hardly compensate for your last terrible outburst. I'm leaving you, although Matista will still be around. The fuck?
Not the time for privacy. Werner's personal sketchbook. It's a miracle this ruby hasn't tempted anyone.
Ovo je, ko je ovo?
All the keys of the mansion on one golden ring. A heavily perfumed handkerchief with the initials KM.
Aha, ovo je podin vlasnik.
A handcrafted charm that contains hair and nail clippings. Her key to the altar room. That's not for bedtime reading. This ex libris belongs to Manchios Library.
Power of Love. The police found the occult book in Matista's bag during the arrest. According to the ex-libris, the tome was taken from Mr. Manchio's collection. Ok, našli su knjigu o sektašku gospodin Manchiosovi kolekciji. It contains illustrations and descriptions of rituals similar to the crime scene. Zadrži opise rituala koji je sličan ono što se dogodilo. Prepare the naked body of a recently deceased object of interest. Draw symbols of Mars and Venus to enhance the power you possess to use the force of male and female nature. Dakle, ono što su radili nacrtaju Veneru i Mars, da je tako dalje i tako dalje. To sve piše. Pierce his heart with a golden dagger to be rid of the blood that does not love you. Draw a symbol representing your love. While waiting for the resurrection, recite the charm. Sada mi je Manchios glavni osumnjičeni. Zašto? Pierce his heart with a golden dagger to be rid of the blood that does not love you. Probaj mu srce sa zlatnim bodižom da se rešiš krvi koja te ne voli. Ako se ja dobro sećam, a možda mi je to i promaklo, mislim ja ovo snimam sad je trenutno 3:30 ujutro, tako da nije mi baš koncentraciju u fokusu, ali ako se ja dobro sećam, on je gotivio ovu likušu, voleo je ovu likušu, Matildu, Matistu, kako se zove, jer se sećate da je bilo fora da je jedini uslov da on radi za ovog lika da ona dođe, da ona radi s njim. Znači, s te strane moguće da je ona čista, a ovaj se lik ložio na ovog Fabija i kaže da se rešiš krvi koja te ne voli, a ovaj mu nije uzvratio ljubav. Tako da...
The book describes a ritual similar to the one performed in the altar room. Thank you, officer.
A vidimo šta smo dobili ovdje. Ne, to bre, ovo. Ovo bre, nije ni ovo. The letter may have been for Manchius. According to Santos Pinchetti, and by the content of the letter, it may have been addressed to Kurt Manchius. Oh, sad se zakomešalo. It may have been addressed to Kurt Manchius. Santos mentioned Manchius gifting strange and expensive gifts to Fabio in the letter. Fabio mentioned gifts he would keep due to someone's temperament. It seems that Fabio wrote this angry letter to Manchius. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Ma tisto sam otpisao. Meni je, brate, sad glavni osumnjičenja velik.
I don't think I can tell you anything about this.
This letter proves nothing. Fabio wrote it to Mr. Manchios. It's time to free Mr. Vogel.
Do you really think I'm that naive? I need proof, not words from his friend.
Very well. Mr. Pinchetti told me that Mr. Manchios was lavishing Fabio with expensive and eccentric gifts. The letter mentions rich rewards and attempts to buy Fabio with them. It was written to Mr. Manchios. Who else was showering Fabio with luxuries to buy him? It doesn't fit Mr. Vogel's character.
Look here. We had a deal. Give me the murderer and then take your friend with you. I won't budge otherwise.
Well, fine, but you're just wasting time.
A ponovo na ispitivanje.
This book, The Power of Love, Blood and Mandrake, what do you hope to achieve?
To learn more about the invisible strengths that govern us. Occultism is real. The master who fell that night when Fabio and I escaped, I made him fall. I cast a spell on him and it worked.
Or was it a coincidence?
The universe is rarely so lazy.
If you say so.
I've nothing to say.
Could Fabio have written this letter to Kurt Manchios?
Oh. That could be. I never thought Mr. Manchios could make Fabio that angry, though.
What do you mean?
Well, Fabio wanted to disassociate from Mr. Manchios. Clients who are in love are both a blessing and a curse.
But Fabio was here tonight.
Money. In our line of work, we can't afford to turn down clients who pay as well as Kurt Manchios.
Was Fabio afraid of Mr. Manchios?
Not at all. The old toad wouldn't dare to do more than sweet talk and touching. Talk can be forgotten, and touching washed away.
Do you practice occult rituals?
For protection? For fortune? To wash away the ugliness of the world? Sometimes to survive. I have the gift, and I'm learning to use it better.
Did you use your gift on Fabio?
I only used white magic. Love charms lately. Fabio became so distant. I just wanted him to be with me, but I suppose I'm not as skilled as I thought.
I appreciate your cooperation, Mr. Manchios. Wait just a moment, I have something to check.
This time I have used the ritual on Fabio. Dobro. Dobro, ovo što smo pričali sa ovom.
There is undeniable evidence that you were the original recipient of this letter.
What are you talking about? Is it addressed to me?
Your protege wanted a fresh start, it seems. This is sufficient to charge you.
Me? Hurt my star? Are you insane that you would accuse me of such a thing?
He did not consider himself as yours. Since you deny everything, let's move on. Do you have any idea as to how the letter could have ended up in Mr. Vogel's pocket?
You were the detective. Perhaps he took it from Fabio. Werner was a little high.
Do you recognize this book? Could Matista have borrowed it from your library?
She didn't ask me. How ungrateful.
The things described in the book were inspiration for the rituals you performed?
Do you really believe that blood, symbols, and incantations can resurrect the dead? They are just eerie tales with a mix of occultism and voodoo. My rituals are a stage to show some of the forbidden pleasures.
I dalje mislim da je on.
Please let me out.
I have reason to believe that the intended recipient of the incriminating letter may have been Kurt Manchios.
Well, that makes sense. Too bad I can't remember how I came to possess it. Though I did spend quite some time with Mr. Manchios during the party.
Unfortunately, even with an answer, that may still not be enough to clear you with the police. But fear not, I will persevere.
I hope your attempt to put things straight will make up for...
You being on a bender?
Touché.
Da. Mhm. Da, okej. Okrivit ću ga definitivno. Heartbroken and panicked and did not mean to kill Fabio. The improvised ritual was a desperate attempt. A moguće da je bilo tako da su oni u onoj sobi flertovali ili šta već, to je da je on pokušao da flertuje sa njim. Da je tu krenulo nešto u izbrdu, da ga je klepio flašom, da ga je zapravo ubio flašom i onda je scenirao ritual kako bi se izvukao. Druga stvar, ubio je hladnokrvno i iscenirao da idem s ovim. To je moj konačan odgovor. To je moj konačan odgovor. Vidiš, dalje mi ovdje stoji da imam mind place. A, to je okej.
Continue our investigation while I look for the papers.
Ne razumijem. Aha, možda treba da odem kod njega. Idem u saopštinu.
The murder of Fabio did not have a ritual purpose, Mr. Manchios. It was staged by a man who wished to
Da li smo pogodili?
distract the investigation.
That might be true. That poor girl Matista wouldn't dare to kill the only man who cared for her. So, Santos.
Mr. Pinchetti snatched at the chance to solve his problems.
Ungrateful little scum. Will he be executed?
But what for? He informed the police as to the crime, that was all. He couldn't stage the ritual, but he found the body, I believe.
I can't believe it. Why did Werner do it?
Mr. Vogel. He had no reason, and he won't be a scapegoat as you plan. You put Fabio's letter in his pocket when he was intoxicated, didn't you?
You can't be serious.
Da, on je rekao da on bio malo upit. Šta ja mislim da se desilo generalno? Da, pored toga što im je svima ponamešto, mislim da je ovaj domar, kada je vidio zločin, da je namerno prijavio da bi naškodio. Znači nije ga ubio, ne može da tvrdi da je ovaj, ali mislio možda da je ovaj, ili svakako je prijavio zločin da bi namerno naškodio ovom liku.
You're at the twilight of your life. You have no partner, you have no children. You had feelings, however, for one man. That was Fabio. You loved him. That is, you wished to own him with money and gifts. But he was also a free mind, was he not? He turned his back on you. Quite unjust. Love, so cruel and painful. And Fabio, with his words and deeds, made you feel the more wretched. So you killed him.
You must surely perceive that my sensitive nature wouldn't allow me to hurt anyone.
You staged the murder as a satanic ritual. It was easy for you, since you were the one who wrote the scenarios for the parties. It was your way of avoiding suspicion. A respectable man in his 60s,
early 60s,
who hosts the cream of Cordona society, cannot possibly be a murderer. But the guests who behave like animals in his mansion, of course, one of them could have killed Fabio.
I did oversee a few of the rituals, but I did not stage Fabio's death.
We can very often deduce someone's life by their shoes or their fingernails. You are a meticulous person, but this murder was fairly traumatic and filthy. After you stabbed Fabio, you were covered in blood. You panicked and neglected to rinse the soap from under your fingernails. The devil is in the details, Mr. Manchios.
Nonsense. I missed it simply because of the busy schedule of the party.
Of course, a staged murder was certainly not planned. Fabio played with your feelings. That was painful to realize. You spent so much time and effort to be with Fabio, but he didn't respond in the way that you would have liked. You wanted to be loved, but Fabio shattered your dreams. In the smoking lounge, he teased and mocked you. He wanted you to suffer by offering himself to others. The deception was unbearable. You were passionate, and so you struck him. Once you understood your mistake, it was too late. You were afraid, so you staged the ritual. With such a story, you might be sentenced to a few years. It might clean your conscience.
S obzirom da je 4 ujutru, dobar sam.
No. No.
This is my decision. I'll talk to Constable Oswald to see what I can do.
Ja mislim da je on. Možda grešim. Ali po svemu sudeći, sve mi ukazuje na to da je on.
There's no fool like an old fool. Kurt Manchios did it. A young boy played with the heart of an old man. The latter couldn't handle it. The evidence I obtained clearly shows that the quarrel was not
A možda i
intended
sve
to end
namerno
badly. It
vodilo,
was an
ali
accident.
mislim da sam imao više.
Showing pity towards your own kind, Holmes. Whatever.
All I'm saying is that prison won't take much away from an old and crushed man.
Fine. A big name like that will still give me a promotion. As for my part, not everything was in place. Perhaps some documents were transferred somewhere else, but I couldn't find a trace of them. Then I remembered. The discarded document drawers where we put the lost papers or the badly labelled ones. Including the crime scene report of Violet Holmes's case. Everything I've found is on the desk here. Take it.
Your persistence has saved me.
Yeah, well, we had a deal after all. Your friend is free then. You can leave.
Good luck, Constable.
Da smo donali pravu odluku, nemam pojma. Report number 743. Officer arrived to find the deceased identified as Mrs. Violet Holmes lying in the garden of Stonewood Manor. Visual inspection showed the victim to be thoroughly soaked with deep vertical incision. Imala je rez vertikalni. Našli su u dvorištu. Kako leži. Imala je incision, imala je rez. Dugačak 2 inča, znači negdje oko 5 cm. Down her throat, vrat. Her face was swollen and covered in red blotches. Lice je bilo natečeno i pokriveno crnim, ne znam šta je bloč. Likely cause of death, hypoxia. Awaiting confirmation from medical examiner. Ok, verovatno umro od hipoksije. Čekaju obdukciju. Main suspect Otto Richter was arrested on the scene. The body was sent to autopsy. Pa ja bih optužio Richtera. Nakon svog neuspjelog eksperimenta.
Garden. There's a garden behind our manor. How could I forget? That's where it all happened.
Oh, you did it, Sherlock! The case is closed and all rewards belong to the winner. Bravo!
It is merely the triumph of the truth.
Is it? No compromises? No lies? You're happy with your decisions?
Whatever the truth, it had to be revealed. The victim deserved it.
Well, you seem confident in the value of your actions. I guess since I'm free, you were heard after all. By the way, did you get that precious information about your mother? Oh, not that you must.
Yes, I did.
Forgive my intrusion in such a personal matter. I simply worry I'm failing to be of much help to you.
Actually, you were. For some reason, all the archives on the case had disappeared. This was a rare opportunity to obtain the impossible.
Outrageous. Perhaps someone found the truth unpleasant. Society usually rejects those who speak with too much honesty, doesn't it?
A comfortable lie is often preferred to an uncomfortable truth. Still, I believe that the latter should prevail, and I cannot remain silent.
That's quixotism at its best. Your mere truth cannot defeat institutions, systems, and power. Etiquette, religion, marriage, they're all lies told to preserve connections, love, and sanity, and it's all corruptible.
Lies destroy human dignity. How could you make a free decision without any knowledge of the truth?
Are we really free to decide anything in this world, Sherlock?
I get enough obnoxious pontification from my brother, so please, spare me your lecture.
Forgive my love for moral philosophy. I know I tend to ramble. You're a walking contradiction, Sherlock. You refuse to lie to others, but constantly lie to yourself. How long until the train comes off the track? I cannot look away, but perhaps I should take a few steps back. You're an accident waiting to happen, dear. Until then, I shall bid you adieu.
Pozdrav, Rajčugo. Da vidimo. Ovo ide... My mother drowned, her throat wound could either be a final humiliation by her killer or a desperate attempt to save her. The slit on my mother's throat was an attempted... Tracheotomy, ne znam šta je ovo, bre. It makes no sense to do this if she was drowning. Ajmo ovako. Molim te se presvuci. Manor, da vidimo šta ćemo saznamo. Ovdje dalje ne mogu da uđem. Another fragment of my past have bubbled to the surface. I remember blooming trees, shimmers in the pond, and a cozy gazebo. Gazebo. Evo ga. To je to. Onda vidimo gdje nam je ovo.
Sherry, please listen to me. Sherry.
John, I always listen to you.
You don't have to do this. You don't have to go through. I don't know what is beyond this door, but I can feel it. Buzzing, angry, like a fly at the window.
On će nestati kada Sherlock razreši ovo.
You locked away this memory for a reason. There is only pain here.
Pain? And truth?
You do not need to suffer either. There is so much more we can do on Cordona, so many others we can help. There is no coming back from this.
John, my animum, my brother, there is nothing more important in this moment than this truth. I know you fear for me, but my path was set long ago. I can no more step off it than I can ask the avalanche to roll back uphill.
Just please be careful, Sherry. I love you.
Dobro zvuči ovako u ovom roze sladoleđijskom modelu.
Why didn't I remember we had such a big garden?
Maybe you forgot it for your own good.
Ovdje sad ima ovo normalno.
That's the descendant of a tree your father planted in London, correct?
Indeed, we planted the sprout here, and for a while it grew happily. Alas, it seems without us here to care for it, it didn't survive.
Čekaj.
That's from Mother's favorite tea set. What is it doing in here?
What the fuck, brate, šta je sad ovo jebote život?
Come here, Sherry. Hurry.
Ovo je ono kada je Minecraft ušao, je li tako?
These must help calm her down.
What are you thinking about?
Stavio je ovaj potasijum da idu u čaj. Dr. Richter experimented on my mother with unconventional drugs and treatment. Every dose had a risk of side effect. My mother was drowned. Dobro.
Is everything all right?
Nope. Ne mogu da trčim sad ovdje.
Is that the raft we made together, John?
Looks more like a pile of rotten planks now.
Don't go, Mother, wait. I remember this artifact from Mother's collection. Mother's work journal. I liked poring over the detailed pages and reading about my parents' collection.
Gdje smo sad? Evo ga.
Here it is. We'll just borrow it.
Ovo je dole bilo u radionici.
Did you hear that? Someone's coming. Let's take a peek.
You call this progress? Charlotte, amateur. I'm not letting you anywhere near my mother again.
Any result is progress, even if it is a worsening of her condition. It informs my...
No. I have made my decision. She must be sent to a legitimate medical facility. I will not let her hurt Sherlock.
What? Master Holmes, you do not understand.
That will be all. I expect you to have left the house by week's end.
A povredi mene.
Sherry, say something. Can you hear me? Sherry, say something. Can you hear me?
I'm waiting for you.
You're scaring me.
Sherry, come here, darling.
I know.
I'm waiting for you.
Coming, Mother. This was for my mother, wasn't it? I remember how we came to the garden for a breath of fresh air.
Sad ćemo i treće vrata. Ne, nećemo.
Take me to my flowers, Sherry. They must already be in bloom.
As you wish, Mum. I bet you missed the fresh air, didn't you?
Terribly. The sun is far brighter than I remember. But I like it.
We can walk each day from now on, if you want.
That would be wonderful. Just look at them. The stars of the earth. Even the sky must be jealous of their beauty.
Indeed. Mother, would you like to go around the water?
That would be perfect. I always wanted such a nice pond in London.
Tako da se plete i pretori u jezeru.
I knew you would like it.
We should put some fish in it. Don't you think?
How about some carp?
Sherlock je ubio slučajno i Mycroft je sakrio sve dokaze.
Let's visit your father's tree. It grows so fast, just like you.
We could even build a tree house in it.
Yes, Sherry. Speaking of your father, could you call him out, please?
Mom! I'm sorry. He passed away. He's gone.
No, he's not.
I'm telling the truth. Did you forget again?
No! Don't you dare say such things! You are a liar like all the others!
Mother!
Don't call me that! You aren't fooling me!
No! Mom, it hurts!
My son would never lie!
Mom, stop!
Who are you? Reveal yourself!
U lanačkim kolicima, brate, sad vuče me kao da ono... sam od papira.
You are not my Sherry! Give me my stuff, I can't tell you!
Da se možda i sama ubila. Možda je postala svesna šta je uradila kad je mene utopila. Shvatila da je ono rizik za celu porodicu. I to je to. My mother tried to kill me. Mycroft testified. How to kill my mother to end her suffering and save my life. Mycroft hid the truth to protect me and was correct in accusing Otto of impropriety. Otto killed my mother while trying to save me. The drowning was an accident. And he deliberately attempted tracheotomy, mislim da se tako čita, ne znam šta je ovo. To save her. Mycroft hid the truth to protect me and wrongly accused Otto. Ljudi, mislim da je ovo posljednja odluka koju ćemo doneti. Sudeći po onome što je on radio, ja mislim da on nije htio da je ubije. Njegov rad, ono je bilo njegov eksperiment. I nije mu išlo u korist da je ubije. Sa druge strane, Mycroft mu je rekao da se čisti odatle. I možda je on jednostavno, ono, kao, boli ga uvo i nije mu bitno da će ona biti živa ili ne. Tako da šta reći? Ajmo još jedno pročitamo. Otto je ubio moju majku da završi njenu patnju i spasi moj život. Mycroft je sakrio istinu da bi me zaštitio i s razlogom optužio Otto. Otto je ubio moju Otto je ubio moju majku pokušavajući da spasi mene. Drowning was an accident. Davljenje je bilo slučajno. And he desperately on je pokušao da je oživi. Mycroft je sakrio istinu da bi me zaštitio. I to je to. Ajmo da idemo logikom. Da smo ranije pročitali da Cela Holmes porodica nevjerovatno inteligentna i sve to što stoji i ajmo da kažemo da je u pitanju bilo deliberate murder. Yes. Pa da vidimo.
Sherlock. Sherlock. Can you hear me? Come on, wake up.
Get off me.
Sherry.
You knew, and more than that, you hid it from me.
You couldn't bear the truth, Sherlock, so I shouldered it for you. I took your pain, your horror.
Otto Richter murdered my mother, and Mycroft covered it up. Whisked me away from this place, buried me in schoolwork, and left the past to rot.
And you needed a way to cope, so I helped.
You were a lie, John, a fiction, a crutch.
No, I was a friend.
Evo ga.
Sherlock, please.
Sherlock?
What?
Are you okay?
I don't know.
I told you not to come, Sherlock. Where is he?
Who?
Your friend, John.
He's beside you.
Was all this worth it? Is he worth it?
Why is he here?
I think,
Mouse
in his
John.
own way, he was trying to protect me. From a truth I couldn't bear. But now I must face it.
Da, nestao je.
You kept me in the dark and kept your actions quiet. You enabled Richter and his untested quackery for far too long. Worse, you wanted to lock up our mother.
I wanted to give you a chance at normalcy, at childhood. There was no changing what happened, no good to come of dwelling in the past.
It was lies upon lies. Otto Richter killed our mother, and you kept it from me. You had no right. I deserved to know.
You deserved to live, Sherlock. In his twisted mind, he killed her for you. But you didn't need to bear the burden of his choice. You were so fragile. I could not... I just couldn't. I chose us over him.
You know, for once, I actually believe you. And perhaps, now that the truth is out, I can finally do what you had hoped. Leave it all in the past.
Good. You have your whole life ahead of you, Sherlock. It is time you got on with it.
Nije
I was
nestao.
worried there for a minute, Sherry. Really worried. I didn't want to hurt you. What's so funny?
I am talking to myself, John. I think I was hurt regardless.
But we made a good team, eh? Explored every inch of this place together. Helped a lot of people. Terrorized a few too, I suppose. I think I may go so far as to say, Sherry, that I have not lived wholly in vain.
So that's it. It's over.
You've opened every door, Sherry. Faced the past you locked away. You don't need me anymore.
I know. I will miss you all the same. I don't want you to go.
Yes, you do.
Goodbye, John.
Why are you here?
Closure, I suppose. And to help a friend.
You and I are not friends. In a race between the thawing of the ice caps and our friendship, I would buy a boat.
Ha! Is that right?
I can see it now. I know what you did.
What did I do?
You needled me. From the moment we met, you were searching for weakness. You pushed me to pursue the truth about my mother. You questioned everything I did, everything I believed, to break me. To blur truth and fiction, reality, morality. A saboteur in silk. Was it vengeance, Werner? Or do you prefer Klaus?
Excuse me?
You are Klaus Richter.
Fuck.
Do you hold me responsible for his end?
Ha! There was no love lost between me and my brother. I am sure you can relate. Otto was merely the gravity that pulled me into your orbit. Or you into mine. Once I met you, I could not keep away.
Why? What reason do you have for all this?
To help you.
You're lying.
To show you that you were wrong.
More lies. I know you now, Werner. Try again.
To see what had happened. Or is that yet another untruth? Does it matter? Take your pick. Who cares? You're my masterpiece. I turned Sisyphus into Ozymandias. You could not see the futility of your quest until I helped you to let go of the rock. And now, nothing beside remains.
I remain. Despite you and to spite you.
It is a matter of will and power now. Will you overcome this, or shall you decay? Oh, on that note, I brought you something.
I want nothing more from you.
When one wants for nothing, Sherlock, the best thing to get them is something personal. So, here you are. Now, please excuse me, but the gallery calls. I'm already conceiving my next project.
Znači, ovo nisam očekivao. Au, dobro su ga zabeberili na kraju.
You really are beautiful.
After everything, Cordona felt hollow, cloying. I returned to London and joined Mycroft in his work for the Crown, but soon that too soured. He cannot abide me being right, or perhaps I cannot abide him being wrong. I left after 2 months. I enrolled at Cambridge University, though it proved similarly unsatisfying. The lectures were of limited interest. I am more obsessed with my work in a hospital laboratory, pursuing medical research and devising novel testing methods. At least there, I can be confident in the truth. I think about you in the evenings. I helped a woman with a trivial matter, and now others arrive at my door for assistance with their mysteries. We could have spent years on the case together, just like Cordona. But I didn't listen to you, John. And now you're gone. I found it! I found it!
And what is that?
How far, bruises may be produced after death. How are you? You have been in Afghanistan, I perceive.
How on earth did you know that?
Never mind. The question now is about bruising. No doubt you see the significance of this discovery of mine.
It is interesting, no doubt, but practically...
Why, it is the most practical medico-legal discovery for years. Had we these data sooner, hundreds of men would have paid the penalty for their crimes. Cases oft hinge upon how a man died. Now, we can know which wounds he suffered alive, which occurred post-mortem, and what instrument was responsible. And ergo, one will soon be able to calculate with utmost precision when and where death occurred, sparing the innocent and damning the guilty.
Well, then you are to be congratulated.
Indeed. But you came here on business.
Correct again. I am looking for someone with whom to take diggings, and heard you were complaining that you could get no one to go halves with you.
I have my eye on a suite in Baker Street, which would suit us down to the ground. You don't mind the smell of strong tobacco, I hope?
I smoke ships myself.
That's good enough. I get in the dumps at times, and don't open my mouth for days on end. Just let me alone, and I'll soon be right. What have you to confess now? It's best for two fellows to know what bruises each other carries before they begin to live together. My last companion and I...
Well, I object to rows because my nerves are shaken, and I get up at all sorts of ungodly hours. And I am extremely lazy. I have another set of vices when I'm well, but those are the principal ones at present.
Do you include violin playing in your category for route?
It depends on the player. A well-played violin is a treat for the gods. A badly played one.
Oh, no, that's all right. I think we may consider the thing as settled. Oh, forgive my manners. My attention wavers. Sherlock Holmes.
Ali on je pravi John.
Watson.
John.
Ljudi moji dragi, bio je ovo Sherlock Holmes Chapter 1, kompletan walkthrough. Ja sam ovu igru prešao za nekih... Pa boga mi, dosta sam ja ovo prešao. Dosta dugo sam ja ovo igrao, nekih 12-13 sati sigurno, ako ne jače. A vi ćete sad vidjeti u nekom novom formatu koji je planiran za moj kanal, a to je one clip walkthrough-ovi, gdje nećete imati po delovima, sem ako su neke ogromne open world igre, kao na primjer, ne znam, Days Gone ili tako neke. Ideja je da se sve stavi u jedan klip, tako da će biti poduži klip, ispod 10 sati, ali moći ćete da gledate od početka do kraja, odmah sve. YouTube ima onaj remember fazon da vam zapamti 10 stali, sljedeći put kliknite samo nastavi i tako dalje. Nećemo sad o tome. Prva stvar, zašto se ovo zove Chapter 1? Ne znam, prvi put kada sam vidio naziv pomislio sam da je možda Chapter 1 zato što su imali ideju da naprave neke epizodne igre, kao što to radi, na primjer, kao što su to radili za onaj Council ili kao to što Telltale ima običaj da radi. U principu ovdje smo dobili i početak i kraj, dobili smo closure, kako bi oni rekli. Sa druge strane, ovo na kraju sa Borazerom od Richtera je bilo baš vrhunski određeno, to nikako nisam očekivao. To je jedna stvar. Druga stvar, u principu nazvali su igru Chapter 1, idu logikom, ako nam ova igra prođe dobro, napravit ćemo nastavak. Ali šta su radili? Zatvorili su priču u Chapteru 1, zaokružili su celu priču tako da nemate nikakve cliffhangere za potencijalni nastavak, jer ni oni sami vjerojatno nisu sigurni da li će ga biti. Ali sa druge strane dali su vam pravog Johna Watsona, za kog sam ja rekao na početku da ovo nije taj John Watson i da je ovo izmišljen lik. Dali su John Watsona tako da potencijalno imaju materijala da naprave Chapter 2 ukoliko se odluče za tako nešto. Priča, gameplay u igri je dobar, izmenjene mehanike, ovo je reboot faktički onog njihovog serijala koji su imali Crime and Punishment i Devil's Daughter, dakle isti studio radi, ovo je reboot te franšize. Ima izmena, dosta je dobar gameplay, treba ti stvarno da mućneš glavom u nekim stvarima, tako da jeste malo komplikovaniji gameplay, ali jednostavno igra se bazira na tome, tako da ne znam da li su mogli jednostavnije od ovoga da naprave. Za neke stvari sam se poprilično mučio i neke stvari sam po sat vremena sam tražio, to sam sve iseku naravno da bi klip bio što kraći, da ne gledate mene kako ja lutam po gradu tamo da tražim neke gluposti. na kraju sam manje više uspeo, trebalo mi je vremena za neke stvari, kažem, a jedino što mi nije bilo jasno i za šta sam morao da potražim pomoć na netu je onaj deo kada smo tražili onu kako se zove ona iz refugee campa, ona iz Afrike, žena na N, zaboravio sam sad. Kad smo izašli iz kuće onog slikara koji je ubijen, dobili smo njenu sliku i trebalo da je nađemo. Ja sam pitao ljude tu kao oko kuće, niko ništa nije znao. Onda sam bio u fazonu da pitam Afrikance, ljude sa afričkog kontinenta, i to mi nije ništa uspevalo. Onda sam se prerušio u policajca da ih pitam kao u fazonu da ih predstavim i to mi nije uspevalo i onda sam jednostavno ostao bez ideje i pogledao sam na netu i skapirao sam da ok, donekle sam pogodio šta je trebalo, ali nema šanse, dakle trebalo da se preobučem onaj workers robe i da onda pitam nekog Afrikanca i onda bi mi rekli. Tako da sa te strane to je jedina stvar koju nisam provalio i možda su oni negde to i naglasili, mislim možda su ti negde ono dali neku naznaku da tako treba se pređe taj deo, ali ja sam potpuno omašio, neke stvari sam pogodio ono na dumb luck da bi se reklo, ali mislim da sam većinu uspeo da zaključim iz tragova koji su mi davali. Tako da muzika je dobra, zvuk mi se sviđa, grafika ništa specijalno, sve kad se stavi na Epic opet se vide tipa ono kockice na senkama pojedinim i tako to, videli ste u jednom momentu kada je on treperala kosa, tako dalje. S te strane nije baš ono malo ono kvari doživljaj, nije baš optimizovana kao što bi trebalo da bude, može se igra, ali ima prostora za bolju optimizaciju. Opet kažem, što se priče same tiče, dobra mi je priča. Imate 5 glavnih misija, odnosno 6, imate ovu koju igrate od samog početka o majci i onda imate 5 misija koje vam tu 6 zapravo otključava jedan po jedan i imate milion ovih drugih stvari, side misije da rešavate policijske u policijskoj stanici, imate da pokupite side misije, da opremate kuću vašu i tako dalje, to nisam hteo da radim. Iz prostog razloga hteo sam se fokusirati na glavnu priču i drago mi je što su napravili takvu igru da te ne uslovljavaju da igraš side misije ako nećeš. Dovoljno dugačka i ovako, ali opet sa druge strane dovoljno je raznovrsna ta glavna kampanja da te ne smori. Dakle, ima 6 misija, svaka misija je drugačija na svoj način. Prvo te uvode sa prvom misijom koja je, da kažemo, najlakša, ali opet i malo ono daje taste onoga šta te čeka dalje, onda svaka misija je teža i teža. Meni iskreno poslednja je bila najlakša, pretposlednja mi je bila najteža, ali opet kažem, mogla da ode na bilo koju stranu sa odlukama, tako da u principu tako da vodite lepo kroz igru, a tebi ako se sviđa igra imaš dalje da peglaš side misije koliko hoćeš, pa ono, ti izvoli, a ako ne, imaš kampanju od 10 sati koja ti je sasvim dovoljna da se zabaviš. To bi bilo to, ljudi, od mene za Sherlock Holmes Chapter 1. Hvala vam puno što ste gledali. Ako vam se dopao video, niste subscribe-ovani na kanal, lupite taj subscribe dole, lupite like, share, recite mi u komentarima kako vam se čini igra. Da li mislite da će biti Chapter 2, da li bi trebalo da bude Chapter 2 ili da ga ostave na ovome, i da li ćete vi sami igrati igru. I također pridružite mi se na društvenim mrežama, Discordu, imate linkove sve dole u opisu. Što da vam kažem, vidimo se u nekom sledećem klipu. Do tada, pozdrav, uživajte, hvala vam još jednom, ćao.